one is for you. In a small city called Waverley Green, which is somewhat similar to Regency London, but not quite, a few mortals have seen strange occurrences that cannot be explained. Some with secrets of their own, like Miss Camilla Antonius, have heard whispers of a shadowy netherrealm full of vice, where 7 demon princes rule over 7 deadly courts full of sin. Magic isn't immediately laughed off in Waverley Green, though it's never openly spoken about either. Unless, of course, one ventures into the illegal dark market, where it's said that stolen art and artifacts are imbued with mystical powers, and that dealers might not actually be human. Unbeknownst to Camilla, or anyone in the Green, a curse in that devious realm recently broke, setting one sinfully handsome prince free. Unlike in a fairy tale, the prince who's now coming for Camilla isn't at all charming. But like all storybook villains, if Camilla isn't careful, this dark prince just might end up capturing her heart. Unless she succeeds in the impossible and steals his wicked one first.
Hachette Audio presents Throne of the Fallen. Written by Kerri Maniscalco. Read by Marissa Carlin and Shane East. Gentlemen of virtue are not nearly as nice as the wickedly sinful men of vice. Poems for the Wicked, Volume 1. Prologue. House Envy. Several decades before. God's damned fey bastard. The Prince of Envy stared at the emerald feather that had just fallen from the unfolded parchment in his hand, heart thundering from the taunt. The area between his shoulders suddenly burned, the need to summon his wings almost painful. That prick certainly knew where to hit Envy the hardest. The spell tattooed across the feather glowed in invitation. Be ready. L. He took a steadying breath and glanced up, searching his reflection in the gilded mirror across the room, studying himself with the eye of someone who appreciated art, including the fine art of deception. Outwardly, his expression was calm, bored even, the portrait of royal indolence. His nearly black hair was combed perfectly, his cool, arrogant features set into that troublesome half-smirk that easily won lovers to his bedchamber. It was just another pretty deception. Inside, he raged, that emotion blazing so wildly that his brother, Wrath, the king of demons, would sense the disturbance from his circle and eventually come sniffing around. Envy had gotten good at pretending over the years, a necessity to save his court. He knew what others saw when they looked at him, the mask he'd crafted of a handsome, devil-may-care prince who liked games and riddles. He understood that the well-dressed exterior and disarming dimples he rarely flashed was simply 2 more weapons in his arsenal. Clever ways to hide the dangerous demon lurking beneath his chiseled facade. The ruthless prince who'd long since lost any sense of morality when it came to accomplishing his goals. Envy picked up the feather, his thumb brushing the emerald plumage almost in reverence, until that feeling gave way to something darker. The feather was a reminder of the time his own edges had been more soft than hard, and the note itself was a warning that a new game was beginning. Be ready. That at least was a challenge Envy intended to win. He'd been waiting for this game to start for more than half a century now, watching his court slide closer toward ruin every year. In being soft, in making that one mistake, Envy had damned them all. That was a secret that wouldn't remain hidden from his brothers for long, especially if things continued as they were. Already the signs were clear enough, should anyone look closely. It was apparent in the way Envy's courtiers grew foggy, or that constant half-second delay amid conversation, as if they couldn't recall where they were or who they were speaking with. Thus far it only lasted for a heartbeat, but it would worsen. Time would see to that. And Envy knew that the Fey bastard would draw the game out, wait as long as possible to start, just to weaken Envy as much as he could. Envy, like all his brothers, drew his power from provoking his sin, and a court in peril was the envy of no one. His court's falling would toss their realm into chaos, leave an opening for others, like this devious game master, to try to infiltrate. If Envy's brothers knew how dire the situation was, well, he'd make sure they'd never find out. Let them think he was playing one more frivolous game, with nothing driving him other than his need to win to inspire Envy to stoke his sin. They'd expect nothing less after all his careful maneuvering. Envy stared at his face in the mirror one last time, ensuring that there were no cracks showing, no hint of his true feelings bleeding through his favorite mask, then tucked the feather into his waistcoat and crumpled the note in his fist. When the time came, Envy would play the game. He'd reclaim what was his, restore his court, and he'd never endanger his circle by becoming intrigued by a mortal again. Envy tossed the parchment into the fireplace, watching the flames destroy the letter from that cursed prick, vowing to one day see the game master reduced to ash too. And just like the fire contained within his private study, inside, Envy burned. Several decades later. "Oi! Want to ride the famed one-eyed monster that's painted on my ceiling, darling?" As Lord Nylar Rains stumbled up the dais to the throne, mocking the Prince of Envy's legendary bedchamber art, he became dimly aware that something, aside from the obvious treason he was committing, was very wrong with him. And yet, try as he might, he didn't exactly care enough to stop his unseemly antics. "Who wants to see if life truly imitates art?" Rains pointed to the buxom brunette standing nearest. For the life of him he couldn't recall her name, which also struck him as rather odd. Deep down he felt as if he'd known her for ages, and had never leered at her like some degenerate from House Lust, one of their rival courts. Any peculiarity he felt swiftly vanished. "You there!" he shouted, voice booming. Knees high, he pranced before the glittering throne like a proper fool, his legs seeming to move of their own accord. "Come sit on my lap, love. I've got a mighty gift for you." Rains grabbed his limp cock, sending the ladies into titters. "You're a dead man if His Highness finds you up there," Lord, whoever, called out to him. Rains shook his head, attempting to clear it. He must have had much more demonberry wine than he recalled. Even in his younger years he'd never gotten so pissed that he'd forgotten the names of his friends. They are his friends, aren't they? He glanced at the semi-familiar faces of the lords and ladies gathered, a drunken group of 12, 13 including himself. Aside from Rains, who wore red, they were all dressed in a deep hunter green. The colours and numbers both felt significant somehow, and a bit foreboding, as he noticed that the hour was nearing 12. Midnight. Flashes from earlier that evening crossed his mind. He was almost certain he hadn't started the night wearing the red suit. It wasn't one of Envy's house colours. His pulse pounded as words emerged in his fog. "Same lie, lilac." The phrase was bizarre. He couldn't recall whether he'd heard it before. He must have, though. Everything in his head was jumbled and wrong, except something was happening in their court. Something spoken only in whispers, in shadows, then forgotten. But something was missing. Something vital. Rains disregarded his worry almost as quickly as it had appeared, compelled to keep up his mockery, as if he were a puppet whose strings were controlled by some unseen force. "Come here, you little minx!" Rains thrust his hips, pretending he'd bent the giggling brunette over. "Forget the bedchamber! Let's make everyone jealous as you suck me off right here! She can't suck what she can't find. Now can she?" Someone else heckled. Rains squinted, unsure whether this foggy haze was real or only his imagination. A tall blonde male with a razor-sharp smile cut through the crowd. Recognition slowly filtered in. Alexei, the prince's second in command. If the vampire was here, His Highness was likely nearby. A flutter of panic stirred in Rains's belly, before his attention was yanked to the sudden tolling of the clock tower's bells. The witching hour was upon them. Voices, hundreds of them, began whispering as each stroke of the second hand brought the top of the hour ever closer. Are those memories? Are they purging at last? Why had he thought such a ridiculous thing? He struggled to recall the last time he'd drunk from the chalice. Perhaps that would make this end, whatever this was. Rains covered his ears and squeezed his eyes shut as the cacophony grew. The voices unified and that same odd phrase broke free, loud and clear. Same lie, lilac. Same lie, lilac. Same lie, lilac. Same lie, lilac. "Shut up!" he yelled, earning a few more jeers. Rains cracked an eye. Bloody hell. He was drunk as sin. No one else was speaking now. He staggered up toward the throne, willing to take his chances with angering his prince in favor of stopping the room from spinning. He just needed one moment of stillness, one beat to breathe, to think. If he could only remember. Everything screeched to a halt the moment he sat. Each lord and lady crumpled to an unmoving heap on the checkered floor, like chess pieces knocked astray. A game. That had to be what was happening. The prince would know for certain, and Alexei would find the prince. Rains stiffened, searching for the vampire, but Alexei was nowhere to be seen. What the? The bells stopped ringing. Midnight had finally come. Dark smoke suddenly twisted up and around the throne, forcing Rains to hold his sleeve to his nose, eyes stinging. He searched out the source and caught sight of himself in a mirror across the chamber, his mouth falling open in horror. Half the throne was untouched, and the other half, the part where he sat, now chained by magic, was engulfed in flames. He was burning. Whatever fog had been hovering vanished, and reality hit Rains hard and fast. He screamed as the very real flames whipped him like a sadistic lover, melting his flesh. He wanted to save himself, run far from the deadly flames, but for some reason all he could scream was, "Shame! Lie! Lilac!" As the blessed darkness of unconsciousness slowly descended, Rains could have sworn the prince finally emerged from the shadows, emerald eyes glittering. A tiny spark of hope lit within him. The prince was stronger. He'd resist the madness before they were all damned. He had to. "Same lie, lilac," Rains whimpered. "Same lie, lilac. Same lie, lilac. Same lie, lilac." The prince stood over him, merely surveying the scene, as if committing it to memory. With death hovering seconds away, Rains finally gathered the last of his will. "What does it mean?" "It means the game has finally begun." Anger flickered in the prince's face before he strode from the chamber. Soon Rains was alone. Or maybe he wasn't. He closed his eyes, his mind growing dark, still. maybe Prince Envy had never truly been there. And maybe he wasn't burning on the hexed throne at all. Part 1. The game begins. Rules of Conduct. 1. No magical persuasion will be used to influence non-players who directly relate to your clues. 2. Each player will have 3 chances to move to the next clue. Failure after the third means disqualification. 3. The punishment for disqualification will be determined by the game master, including but not limited to death. 4. The prize will be tailored to the individual winner. Everyone has something at stake. 5. Players have been personally selected by the game master. By agreeing to participate in the game, you hereby bind yourself to its will until a winner is chosen. Mark the below line with a drop of blood to activate the bonding spell. Once activated, the game will keep track of your progress, reporting directly to the King of Chaos. Good luck.
Chapter 1. Miss Camilla Antonius had very little patience for fools, even handsome ones. And Lord Philip Atticus Vexley, with his golden hair, tan skin, and roguish grin, was among the finest specimens in both areas, especially if he thought she'd create another forgery for him. Which, as he swept into the art gallery just as the sun was setting, in his buffed riding boots, burgundy swallowtail jacket, and close-fitting camel breeches, Camilla knew was precisely the reason he'd come. It was almost closing time, and the secretive glint in Vexley's eyes was most unwelcome. They were not friends or confidants, nor were they lovers. In fact, if Camilla never saw him again, she'd host a soiree fit for the crown to celebrate her good fortune. "Working on anything intriguing, Miss Antonius?" "Just a landscape, Lord Vexley." It was not the truth, but Vexley didn't deserve to know that. Camilla's art was deeply personal to her, drawn from her mother's warnings, her father's stories, and her own loneliness, which helped her see the world as it truly was. Her art was often her soul laid bare, a part of her she hesitated to share with just anyone. Thankfully, the easel faced away from the door, and Vexley would need to walk around to view it. He rarely put such great effort into anything but his own scandalous reputation. Camilla pushed the stool back from her easel, and quickly abandoned her painting as she moved to the old oak desk that acted as the register, and a wonderful partition to keep the irksome lord at bay. "Was there anything I could assist you with, or are you simply admiring the art this evening?" His attention dipped to her paint-splattered smock. She hadn't removed it upon his arrival, and the slight pressing of his lips indicated that he wished she would. "Don't play coy, darling. You know why I've come." "As we've previously discussed, my lord, the debt has been paid. I've even secured a memory stone for you. All you have to do is feed that particular memory to it." Or so Camilla had been told by the dark market dealer she'd purchased the alleged magical stone from. She hadn't felt any buzz of magic, though that wasn't exactly a surprise, all things considered. Still, Vexley refused to accept the stone. He gave Camilla a bemused look, as if her denying him something he wanted were more outrageous than a magical stone that could withdraw any memory he chose to give it. Lord Vexley wasn't quite a dandy, but he certainly spent money like one. He was the firstborn son of a viscount, and as such had indulged in only the finest things for the whole of his spoiled 30 years. 4 years prior, after a rather scandalous theatre incident that involved not one but 2 stage actresses, and a very public display of drunken affection during what was now called the intermission of infamy, his father had cut him off from his inheritance and named his brother the heir instead. A bold move that should have shocked all of Waverley Green's elite. But much to his family's surprise, Vexley's antics hadn't disgraced him in the slightest. If anything, he'd become something of a rapscallion legend around the Green. Society praised incorruptible morals above all, especially for women. But virtues never held the same appeal as sin. They weren't as thrilling to gossip about over tea, and no matter how prim and proper high society claimed to be, they all loved a good scandal. The more salacious, the better. Nothing in Waverley Green was ever as entertaining as watching someone's fall from grace. Satire sheet columnists often followed close on Vexley's heels now, desperate to be the first to report on his next potential scandal. Everyone knew he'd been disinherited, so the source of his income was a growing mystery most of the city wished to solve. Vexley laughed it off, claiming he was a smart gambler and made wise investments, but people still whispered more nefarious stories about his growing fortune. Some rumors claimed he'd made a deal with the devil, while others whispered about a bargain he'd struck with the Fae. Camilla alone knew the full truth. Due to what she called the great mistake, she now unwittingly funded his extravagant lifestyle and placed herself in danger of being caught by the press. The last painting Camilla had created and sold for him had almost been discovered as the fraud it was, and if the collector hadn't imbibed too many glasses of claret, then promptly relieved himself on a priceless sculpture in front of the entire party of lords and ladies, and even a duke, thus causing quite the stir as the Duchess fainted right into the foul mess, Camilla's reputation would have been ruined. A scandal of that magnitude would destroy her hard-won standing as Waverley Green's most sought-after art dealer. And the selfish scoundrel standing before her, with his damnably charming smile and freshly pressed suit, knew it, and clearly couldn't care less. "Honestly, Camilla, darling." "Miss Antonius," she corrected primly. Camilla's smile was nearly as tight as the grip on her paintbrush. Vexley, or Vex the Hex as she'd taken to calling him in her head, had been blackmailing her for that one horrid mistake she'd made eons ago. And, after they'd struck a bargain for his silence, he was supposed to have purged the memory into the rare magical stone after she completed 3 forgeries to sell for him. The trouble with scoundrels and blackguards was, they hadn't a modicum of honor. They were now approaching 6 forgeries, and Camilla needed this to end. No matter how talented she was, if anyone found out what she'd done, aside from possible arrest and facing the gallows, she'd never sell another painting in Waverley Green, or any of the surrounding towns or villages in Ironwood Kingdom, for that matter. Not that she ventured outside Waverley Green often. Ironwood Kingdom was a small island nation that could be traversed by carriage in a handful of days, but everything she knew was in her city, and at the country estate 2 hours north of it. If she were forced to leave Waverley Green, all Camilla's hopes and dreams of having her gallery flourish to keep her father's memory alive would wither and die. Men like Vexley could thrive on scandal and ending up in the satire sheets, but women, especially of her station, weren't afforded the same status. Camilla needed to walk a fine line, showcasing the art she curated in scandalous ways, but never becoming the subject of scrutiny herself. Through personal experience with her father's most famous painting, Camilla had learned early on that high society loved a bit of drama and a good show, as was evidenced by the soaring popularity of satire sheets and caricatures. Luckily for now, society couldn't stop talking about her unique exhibitions, short of committing a heinous act of violence upon Vexley's person. Camilla would do nearly anything to keep her gallery and name free from the more vicious gossip-mongers, who loved nothing more than to tear others down for a passing bit of drawing-room entertainment. She often read the gossip sheets just to remind herself what was at stake, to serve as a constant warning of how carefully she needed to tread as she fought to maintain her glittering reputation in society, while also garnering respect as a gallery owner. They'd tolerated her taking over her father's gallery because they'd loved Pierre and his unconventional nature. But she knew the gossips were waiting like carrion vultures, hoping to swoop in and feast. Camilla's true hope was to one day win people to her gallery through her own paintings alone, and that would never happen if her reputation was in any way sullied. She stole a quick glance out the window, relieved that no columnists were lurking, waiting to report on Vexley's current whereabouts. She could already imagine the unflattering headlines if they found the angel of art and the devilish deviant cavorting alone. "I can no longer help you with that other matter," Camilla said quietly. "If you'd like to commission a custom work," she added before Vexley could continue any paltry attempt at charming her, "I'm more than happy to—" "Cannot and will not are extremely different things, Miss Antonius." She seethed at his arrogant, dismissive tone, as if she were unaware of the difference between the two, and he'd just shared earth-shattering news with her. Vexley raked his ice-blue gaze over her face, taking liberties to admire her lips a bit longer than was considered polite. His attention shifted to her cool silver curls, her delicately upturned nose, and naturally golden skin. Camilla's deep silver eyes were always what drew a suitor in, though, and at the moment, Lord Vexley was seemingly transfixed by them. She had heard rumours that half-lidded come-hither look he was giving her now had worked in seducing several widows, and even some women who weren't lacking a husband. Lord Philip Vexley was an unrepentant rake, and rumour had it that his troublesome mouth was quite pleasing when he got someone between his silken sheets. He hadn't visited Camilla's bedchamber, nor would she ever invite him there. Blackmail, she found, dampened any thoughts of passion. "Correct me if I'm wrong," he drawled, ignoring the steam Camilla was almost certain billowed out from her ears whenever he adopted that condescending tone. "You aren't exactly in a position to turn down the work, are you? What with the information I have about that one little famous painting you sold me. You remember the one, don't you? I still have it." "Vexley," Camilla warned, glancing around the quiet room. No columnist had showed up, and since it was the middle of the week and it was near closing, the gallery was blessedly empty. Due to her limited funds, she'd had to dismiss her assistant this morning, a choice that broke her heart, and was now proving even more terrible as the opportunistic scoundrel closed in on her. "In fact, it's such a fine painting, I had to hide it from view," he continued, pressing a hip against the large desk, as if leaning in to share a secret. "Lest anyone try to steal it from me." The famous painting was a forgery, the first and the last she'd ever wanted to create. 2 years prior, and nearly 8 years to the day after Camilla's mother abandoned them, her father had abruptly taken ill with a mysterious affliction and could no longer work. Camilla had emptied their coffers in a desperate attempt to save him, and she would do it again. She'd had several physicians visit their home, had even ventured into the forbidden dark market in search of a magical elixir, convinced his illness was not of this realm. All attempts to battle death had been in vain. It had hurt terribly when her mother disappeared, one bright morning the spring before Camilla came of age. But her father's death had truly broken her heart. Pierre had been fearless, as an artist sharing every part of his soul with his audience, as a father raising Camilla on his favourite tales of magic and adventure, of dark realms far beyond Ironwood Kingdom's shores. Camilla still worried she wasn't living up to all he'd taught her. After his death, she'd painted the forgery only to raise funds. She'd hated being dishonest, had considered trying anything else. But both their townhouse and the gallery were set to be wrenched away by debt collectors, even after she'd pawned all her jewels and the silver and rented their country estate for barely enough coin to maintain the staff and groundskeepers' salaries. Camilla had had nothing left to sell, save her art, or her body, or the one thing she hadn't the heart to pawn. And that sentimentality had come back to haunt her, in more ways than one. Somehow, though not utterly surprisingly, Vexley had been both cunning and sober enough to spot a minute difference between the forgery and the real painting, and instead of being enraged that she'd attempted to cheat him, had immediately come up with a scheme to profit from her talent. It wasn't honest work he was requesting now, nor would he be paying for her services. Camilla smothered the urge to knee him in the groin and plastered on another smile. "A gentleman of your breeding is known to stick to his word, sir. We had a bargain, and I've more than paid in full. Shall I fetch the memory stone?" Vexley tossed his head back and laughed. the sound genuine, yet somehow grating for that very reason. He found her amusing. Wonderful.
My darling, what if I were to propose marriage? Would you be more inclined to please your husband, then? Surely you'd wish to ensure that we had a comfortable life with a roof over our heads and fine foods in our bellies.
Now it was Camilla's turn to laugh. Marriage! To vex the hex! And with it, a lifetime of servitude and forever being a cheat and liar, along with a string of lovers he'd not be discreet about, and the whole ton thinking she was a plumb fool. He eyed her speculatively, brows raised, and she realized he hadn't been jesting. Camilla cleared her throat, searching for the most diplomatic response to soften the blow. The privileged men in their world did not take well to their whims and fancies being denied, and while she might loathe him, she needed to remain in his good graces until he purged that damning memory and set her free. Unfortunately, I am not in the market for a husband, my lord. My gallery keeps me quite thoroughly busy, and—
You'd continue with your gallery, my dear. With your talent and my connections, we could make more gold annually than the crown.
We were almost discovered, she hissed. There will be no money if we're hanged.
You worry too much.
Vexley waved off that most important detail as if it were nothing at all.
And there won't be another scare like that. I hadn't heard that Harrington already possessed that piece. It was easy to convince him that his original was the fraud, and Walters's was the original, wasn't it? They handed it over to me just as he said he would. And anyway, Vexley went on, do you really believe anyone would question my wife? If they did, all we'd need to do is update your wardrobe with some low-cut gowns, and they'd hardly care what you were saying or selling after that, my dear. I assure you, their attention would be thoroughly diverted. Your bosom is quite impressive for someone of your stature. We can certainly work with that, use it to our advantage.
Camilla was at a loss. Vexley seemed entirely certain that she'd be pleased to have her mind ignored in favor of her body being ogled to further their scheme. A scheme she wanted no part in. If he pressed the issue of marriage, it could become a true problem. In fact, since they were alone, and he was encroaching on her personal space, they were teetering near scandal now. Camilla wasn't exactly middle class, even if she operated a business. Her father, eccentric though he might have been, had been highborn and titled. She'd spent nearly all her inheritance trying to save him, so her earnings were critical for maintaining her home and staff. Her father used to say how proud he was of taking care of generations of staff. She did not want to let anyone else down by having to let them go. All Vexley would need to do was come around to her side of the desk and give the impression that something untoward was happening. Then if one columnist spied the action through the window and reported on it, Camilla's life and all she'd worked hard to achieve would be in total ruin. An icy finger of dread trailed down her spine. The lord standing before her had no qualms about blackmail and might very well be desperate enough to trap her in marriage. Then she would be his pawn for the rest of her days. Vexley suddenly reached out for her bare hand and brushed a chaste kiss across her knuckles, his cool lips causing a slight shudder of revulsion that he mistook for pleasure. His pupils dilated, mouth quirking upward. He thought much too highly of his ability to seduce.
I see you're overcome by my charms. Let's continue this discussion another time. I'm hosting a lavish dinner party in 2 nights to show off my most recent acquired treasure. Expect an invitation shortly.
Before she could find a reasonable excuse to decline, Vexley turned on his buffed heel and exited the gallery. The bell tinkling overhead was the only indication he'd truly been there, and it hadn't been a wretched nightmare. He wished to make her Lady Camilla Vexley. God save her. She pushed that horror from her mind and glanced at the clock. Thankfully, it was almost time for her weekly dinner with her best friend, Lady Catherine Edwards, and Camilla's own beloved cat, Bunny, whom Catherine watched while Camilla worked at the gallery.
Kitty had been there during Camilla's darkest hours, a guiding light and advocate for Camilla's place in society, who ensured that Camilla attended all the balls and social gatherings, regardless of her financial difficulties. She not only acted as Camilla's chaperone when necessary, she was the truest friend Camilla had ever known, and Camilla was grateful for her in many ways. Without Kitty, Camilla wasn't sure what would have become of her. To pass the last half hour before closing, Camilla returned to her painting. Getting lost in creation was precisely what she needed to do to forget Vexley's absurd proposal. She'd been trying to paint a world she saw repeatedly in her dreams, one where winter reigned in all its stark, lethal beauty. Camilla had just returned to her easel, plucked up her paintbrush, and sat, when the bell over the door sounded again. This time, she nearly snapped her brush in two. How dare he come back and coerce her again? She closed her eyes and prayed for some hidden well of strength to appear and save her from committing murder. At 8 and 20, she was far too young to be either locked in a cell or beheaded for strangling that scheming, arrogant rake right then and there. "Apologies for any insult it causes," she said without peering out from around her easel. "But I am not in the market for a husband, my lord. Please just go." A beat of silence passed. With any luck, Vexley would be insulted by the bite in her tone and would turn right back around and leave for some faraway city at the edge of the world. "Well, that's quite a relief, considering I'm in want of a painting, not a wife." The deep, rumbling voice had Camilla immediately standing up from her stool to see who it belonged to, her lips parting in surprise. The man who stood just inside the doorway was most decidedly not Vexley. For a moment, Camilla somehow lost the ability to speak, as her attention roved over the dark stranger. This man was tall, his hair black with the slightest hint of brown in the flickering candlelight, and while his frame was lean, she noticed the hardness of his body as he moved farther into the gallery, his clothes tailored to show off the definition. Not moved, but prowled. Camilla innately sensed that she was in the presence of a jaguar, a sleek apex predator one couldn't help but be fascinated by, even as it drew close enough to bite. His eyes, a unique, lovely shade of emerald, glittered as if he knew where her thoughts had travelled, and he rather enjoyed the idea of sinking his teeth into her flesh. Whether he would do so for pleasure or to cause a bit of pain, Camilla couldn't immediately discern. Though if the wicked gleam flaring to life was anything to go by, she'd choose the latter. Which indicated he was quite dangerous. Yet her heart wasn't pounding from fear as he stalked closer, his gaze lazily taking her in as if he had every right to do so. This man owned every inch of space around him, including her attention. Camilla found she couldn't have looked away if she'd tried. Not that she was trying very hard. He wasn't simply handsome. He was striking. His face was a study of fine contradictions that made her fingers twitch with the urge to paint the hard, chiseled angles of his face, the soft curves of his lips, and those jewel-toned eyes that stood out against his bronze skin, forever capturing that devilish glint on canvas. His beauty was cold ruthlessness with a regal edge. A polished blade meant to be admired, even as it cut you down. He'd make a fine portrait, one Camilla imagined would cause quite the stir among noble women. Her cheeks pinked at what she'd said about marriage, and she hoped it was too dim in the room for him to notice. A hint of mirth curled the edge of his sensual mouth, indicating that he had indeed picked up on her embarrassment. If he was a gentleman, he'd let it pass without comment. "You are Miss Camilla Elise Antonius, I presume?" His knowing her middle name struck her as odd, but when he studied her appearance with quiet intensity once again, she could barely form a clear thought. No one had ever looked at her with such singular focus before, like she was both the most glorious answer and an exceptionally troubling riddle tied into one. "Correct, sir. How may I help you?" she asked, finally regaining her wits. I came to discuss details of a piece I'd like to commission, he began, his voice like warmed honey melting over her. But I'm intrigued by you now, Miss Antonius. Is that how you welcome all patrons, or just the ones you find incredibly handsome? Only the ones I find insufferable, she thought crossly, as the spell she'd initially felt broke. Camilla bit her tongue to prevent herself from outwardly commenting on his arrogance. She'd been wrong. He was no jaguar. He was a wolf. Which meant he was just one more cocky, aristocratic dog she'd need to rid herself of this evening. Are those the specifications? She asked, nodding to a crisp piece of hunter-green parchment he held. Her tone was as cool as the autumn air outside, but the gentleman didn't seem at all put off. If anything, a flicker of intrigue ignited in those impenetrable jewel-like eyes. He silently held the parchment up for her, not moving from where he stood near her desk. Camilla hesitated. He was making her come to him. It was either a subtle show that he could be trusted, or a calculated move to exert his will upon her. Given the dangerous curve of his mouth and the cold calculation in his eyes, it had everything to do with power. Here stood a man who wanted to be in control. Camilla considered kicking him out to put him in his place, and his wolfish smile grew wider, his gaze quietly mocking. Unlike asking for your hand, you'll find it's a rather simple request. His attention never wavered from hers. Come, look for yourself, said the wolf, pretending to be a sheep. Camilla highly doubted that anything this man wanted would be simple, but made her way to him nonetheless. The faster she knew what he desired, the faster she could send his dark, mysterious arse on its way, and be rid of him and his wicked grin for good.
Chapter 2. Few things pleased the Prince of Envy more than making a strategic move. Fortunately, as he placed the parchment down and slid it across the old desk, careful to avoid snagging the paper on the scarred wood, today was one such glorious day. He was one step closer to unlocking his second clue. From what he'd briefly observed of Waverley Green, the females in this realm were taught to please males. He had little doubt that Miss Antonius would have the painting completed by week's end. All he'd need to do was walk in, command the room, and she'd do his bidding. The woman who now stood across from him narrowed her silver eyes, her full lips turning down as she read. Her embarrassment had quickly given way to annoyance. The feeling prickled over his skin, not quite the stabbing sensation of fury, but with enough effort he was certain she'd get there. And as that was his brother Wrath's sin of choice, Envy wanted nothing to do with stoking Camilla's anger. "See?" he asked, his tone deceptively casual, though internally he was feeling anything but. His heart thudded against his ribs the longer the artist stared at his note. She wasn't reacting the way he'd imagined. When she finally glanced up, he offered her one of his most sinful smiles. She arched a brow, less than impressed. Well then, he'd get straight to the point. "As promised, it's a rather simple request, Miss Antonius. I want a painting of a throne, pristine and dazzling on one side, and blazing with flames on the other. If you succeed in this piece, I'll commission another." The petite artist carefully handed the slip of paper back, then brushed her hands down the front of her work smock, as if the paper had grossly offended her. His gaze sharpened at the unexpected movement, his hands simultaneously flexing toward the emerald-studded dagger he always wore strapped beneath his jacket. Wrath was the general of war, but Envy could wield a weapon just as easily, and any sudden movements had the warrior in him on high alert, no matter how mundane a potential adversary might seem. Miss Antonius repeated the motion, and Envy forced himself to relax and really take her in, realizing that, with her shimmering silver hair and unique eyes, there wasn't anything mundane about Camilla's appearance after all. In fact, as he studied her further, he couldn't help but note that her mouth looked like a heart, and if he'd had a mind to paint her, That was precisely the shape he'd used to capture it on canvas. The gentle sweeps and curves of both the upper and lower lips were wonderfully balanced, her Cupid's bow a study in perfection. Unaware that she'd caught his attention, Camilla dragged her teeth across her lower lip as she fussed with her clothing. Those lips were plump, tempting things that caused his gaze to linger and his mind to spin with all sorts of wicked ideas. He'd been so focused on his weakening court, on the game, and on the curse before that he hadn't thought of much else. Temptation and sin fueled him, and he'd neglected both for far too long, it seemed. His brother Lust would be pleased. Envy immediately stopped his mind from wandering down roads he refused to travel, and watched Camilla cringe slightly at the rough-spun work garment, then untie the strings at her waist, promptly removing the paint-smeared apron and shoving it under the desk. He gave her a cool look. "When can you begin work? This is rather time-sensitive, Miss Antonius."
"Apologies, but I must have missed your name. Lord—"
Clever woman. Her interrogation was subtle. Based on his fine suit and the elegant, cultured manner in which he spoke, she already knew he was a blue blood. Little did she know he wasn't human, and he was no mere lord. He was one of the 7 ruling princes of hell. In some mortal realms they were known as the Wicked, a name they'd earned after centuries of perfecting that moniker through sinful games and debauchery. He was playing one such game now, except these stakes were the highest he'd ever played for. "Lord Ashford Sinton, but those who know me best simply call me Sin." It was a lie, naturally, but it would be the first of many now that he could do so.
"Well, Lord Sinton,"
she said, using his full surname to clearly remind him she was not one of his acquaintances.
"I must decline this commission, but am happy to consider another."
"Pardon?" Envy's eyes narrowed. Of all the ways he'd considered this meeting might go, he hadn't once imagined her declining his patronage. He needed that painting to unlock the next clue. And according to the previous clue, which had played out in his throne room, she needed to be the one to create it. Same lilac, deciphered was Camilla Elise. He still hadn't quite figured out why it had to be her, but he'd have an answer to that particular mystery soon enough. Envy's spies were currently unearthing all they could find on the artist, and whatever secrets she had wouldn't stay hidden from him for long. By week's end, Envy would know every sin, vice, or virtue she held dear, and then he'd exploit that knowledge for all it was worth. Everyone wanted something, and he'd happily pay Miss Antonius whatever price she required. Camilla nodded to the paper.
"You'll need to find someone else to paint that for you, my lord."
"That won't do. You're the best, hence my coming to this establishment." He glanced around the gallery. The wooden sign outside, swinging pleasantly in the breeze, proclaimed Wisteria Way. It was hand-painted, yet elegant, and utterly charming. The exterior was a simple stone cottage, with lush vines of wisteria hanging over the entry. Something quaint one would imagine in any provincial countryside, if one had brought the countryside into the heart of the vibrant art district and wedged it between 2 larger, less welcoming buildings. Inside it felt more like a darkened chamber, where secrets were whispered and clandestine meetings were held. Dark carpets were layered over broad floorboards, and the walls were papered with a deep hunter-green brocade. Paintings and sketches in every medium hung in gilded frames, while sculptures and statuary stood guard over dark corners. On a tiny round table in the alcove where she'd been painting by candlelight, multiple cups of used paintbrushes were collected in every size and shape imaginable, the water a swampy array of discarded colors. Her canvas faced away from the door, leaving him to wonder what she'd been working on. Everything else in the gallery had been meticulously set up, showing the art to its best potential. It was almost intriguing, and not entirely what he'd expected. Much like the woman standing before him, who, he realized, was studying him as closely as he'd just examined her gallery.
"I've not seen you at any society function, nor heard any mention of you before, Lord Sinton. Are you visiting?"
A tinge of annoyance hit him. He'd been in this mundane city for nearly 2 weeks, slowly restoring an old estate that overlooked the whole damned town. Surely she'd heard some whispers of his arrival. He managed a tight smile. For the time being, I'm staying indefinitely, Miss Antonius. It was close to the truth. Envy was prepared for anything. Perhaps Miss Antonius would take longer than expected to paint the hexed throne, or the following clue might keep him here. Of course, he'd also wanted a base from which he could keep watch. If the game had led him here, other players might soon follow, or worse, had already arrived.
Well then, welcome. I can happily direct you to someone else who can help you.
Envy noticed that her emotions had changed slightly. While he still sensed her annoyance bright and clear as day, he also felt a rising tide. Impatience. He could not fathom anyone feeling put off by his company. Perhaps he should have listened to his brother's ridiculous scheme to woo Camilla. If he flirted with her, she couldn't possibly dismiss him so thoroughly. Envy quietly seethed. Most humans had quite a different reaction to his kind. Demon princes had a certain dark charisma that attracted lovers. Some believed it was due to their power to wield sins. He'd been certain she'd be taken in with little to no effort on his part. He tried to keep the contempt from his voice. "Is it a matter of payment?" he asked. "Name your price."
I assure you it has nothing to do with money, my lord.
Her chin notched up defiantly. Envy knew damn well that she wasn't in any position to turn down work that would pay so handsomely.
Is there anything else I may help you with, or will you be on your way? She asked. I'm afraid you've come at an unfortunate time, as the gallery is closing.
Perhaps. Envy debated whether to use a bit of his sin to influence her agitated mood, but decided against it. Fey games were tricky. Players couldn't use magic to win. It kept the playing field level, reducing immortals to mere humans. Envy would burn before he'd admit how exciting he usually found that challenge. But these weren't usual circumstances. For him to move forward in this game, Camilla needed to freely choose to paint the piece. And she'd need to do so soon. "Might I inquire as to why you turned down my work?" he asked, mindful to keep his tone pleasant.
Of course.
Her smile was as sharp as the dagger hidden on his hip.
I refuse to paint any hexed object. And correct me if I'm wrong, my lord, but the hexed throne is one of the most powerful.
Envy appraised her in a new light. "What does a woman of your standing know of hexed objects?"
Enough to decline getting involved with one.
At last, Miss Antonius came out from behind her desk, sweeping past him toward the door, where she placed her ungloved hand on the crystal knob. Paint speckled her skin like a colourful constellation of freckles.
Perhaps you should visit the dark market on Silverthorn Lane. They'll know much more about that particular realm of art than I do.
With that, she tugged the door open, the bell ringing in finality. The Prince of Envy was being summarily dismissed. He blinked down at the little hell-beast before him, and she smiled even more sweetly back up.
You may wish to hurry, my lord.
She glanced out at the darkening sky, her silver irises like strikes of lightning against the storm clouds, a beautiful portent of doom.
It looks about ready to rain.
A clap of thunder punctuated her warning, and before he knew it, Envy was standing outside, and the quaint door was being slammed and locked in his face. 2 beats later, the candles went out, plunging the gallery into complete darkness. Envy cursed every saint he could think of under his breath as the first plump drops of rain freckled his shoulders. Then he heard the scrape of a boot, only seconds before his companion stepped from the shadows, chuckling darkly. "You'll just walk right in, was it?" the Prince of Pride asked, his eyes an annoyingly bright silver against the night. His chestnut brown hair was mussed, giving the impression that a lover had run their hands through it. "Simple as that." Envy gave his brother a murderous look. "I thought you were waiting at the pub." "Changed my mind," Pride shrugged. "I wanted entertainment. How does it feel to have your balls handed to you?" Not now. Envy headed across the street toward the nearest awning, wanting to escape the impending storm and his damned brother. His cavalier mask was slipping. Now is the perfect time to point out it was a dismal plan, Pride said, strolling beside him, hands shoved deep in his pockets. Even Lust's idea was better. It's Lust's only idea. Point? It always works. Envy gritted his teeth. So, Lord Sin. Pride still drawled, but there was a sharper edge to his voice now. Care to explain how the fuck it's possible for you to lie? Not particularly. Envy wasn't in a giving mood. Aren't you supposed to be searching for clues to Lucia's whereabouts? He asked instead. Perhaps you aren't as heartbroken as you'd like everyone to believe. It was a low blow, but Envy needed to be left alone before Pride noticed the cracks in his armor. If he could have risked the power needed to summon his wings, he'd have catapulted into the heavens, leaving his brother behind. As it stood, Envy had to remain grounded until he won the goddamned game and fully restored his magic. All levity vanished from his brother's face at the mention of his missing consort. Pride's lips pressed together tightly, revealing the ancient scar that still carved a path across his lower lip. For most, Pride pretended to be a drunken rake, obsessed with all that glittered, frivolous, egotistical, unconcerned with anything aside from pretty lovers, parties, and baubles. But Envy, king of masks, knew these were false identities his brother wore. Pride was much more calculating than he let on. His secrets were so vast, even Envy's best spies hadn't unearthed them all yet. Don't get pissy because I was right, Pride snapped icily. I told you to court her first, then ask her to paint the throne for you. Why else would she help a stranger do something so dangerous? Put yourself in her position. Would you risk yourself? Envy grunted, and Pride studied him more closely. Wrath said you're abysmal at strategy, and you're proving him correct. Envy swallowed a retort. Wrath and Amelia had visited his house of sin a month or so previously, and he'd narrowly avoided them discovering the slow decline of his court. Thankfully, the worst symptoms had been held at bay by a curse that was recently broken. Pride mistook his silence for quiet contemplation. If you're that repulsed by Camilla, perhaps one of our brothers might seduce her in your stead. I'm sure lust or gluttony would be willing to help, he said. Perhaps they'd even team up if she asked them nicely. You're not offering, Envy pointed out, watching his brother's face carefully. Pride glared at him but finally shut up. Envy glanced back at the gallery, annoyance rocketing through him. Even in the dreary storm there was something otherworldly about the building, something enchanting, much like the vexing woman who owned it. Pretending to court her wouldn't be a hardship, but he had enough to focus on without adding another distraction, and mortal courtship was rife with inane rules and tiresome ballroom dances. He had no patience for promenading around for others to gossip about. He had a game to win, and he'd wasted enough time. I'm quite through with your ego for one night. Envy yanked his house dagger from its sheath, the emerald in its ornate hilt winking in the growing darkness. Princes of Hell couldn't be killed by one another's daggers, but they could be sent right back to their circle of the underworld, whether the prince wished to travel or not. Go home, Pride, unless you'd like a matching scar on the other side of your face. Stubborn prick. Pride held up his hands and stepped back. Why won't you just ask for help? Envy pressed his lips together, remaining silent. His brother gave him a disgusted look. With Camilla's first refusal, you've now got 2 chances left to unlock the next clue, right? When Envy still refused to speak, he added, I hope you know what the hell you're doing.
Chapter 3. Honestly, have you considered selling the gallery and moving to the country? Lady Catherine Edwards asked, handing Camilla a glass of sherry. Vexley would surely lose interest with time, especially if a buxom theatre singer caught his fancy. Again. If only I could be so lucky. Camilla sipped her drink as she warmed her slippered feet by the crackling fire in Lady Edwards's finely appointed drawing room. A beautiful redhead with dark brown skin who didn't believe in holding her tongue, but who could certainly hold her own in society. Catherine had been Camilla's dearest friend since they both debuted 10 years prior. Catherine had been new to Waverley Green herself then, and she'd bonded with Camilla immediately over their both being outsiders of a sort. Even after she'd married, Catherine had kept their weekly dinner plans, becoming like a sister over the years, someone Camilla confided almost all her fears in. With a few exceptions. While Catherine might be Camilla's dearest friend, even she didn't know the full truth behind Vexley's proposal. Well, if he's hell-bent on courting you, why not consider his offer? Catherine asked, settling back into her velvet chair as Camilla took a generous sip of her sherry to drown out the absurd idea. He is the son of a viscount, grandson to an earl. The door creaked open as a large grey and white feline nosed its way in. Bunny! Camilla immediately brightened, and Catherine snorted. I had a carriage sent for her earlier. I know how lonely she gets when you're working. You're looking as regal as ever, Camilla said lovingly to her cat, who gave her a once-over, then sat and began washing her long, beautiful fur. Anyway, Kitty said, back to the matter at hand. Why not Vexley? He's from good stock. He is the disgraced son and a notorious scoundrel. Satire sheets have now dubbed him the golden-tongued deviant, for heaven's sake, Kitty. Did you not see that last caricature of him? Lewd would be too mild a term for it. It was so explicit, I heard that 3 carriages collided outside the storefront where the illustration was displayed last week. And I heard that 7 new lovers visited his bedchamber because of that very satire sheet, Catherine volleyed back. I also have it on good authority that the moniker is quite fitting, and it has nothing to do with his scintillating conversational skills, or lack thereof. Outside, the light rain that had begun earlier turned into a menacing storm, the howling winds now whipping tree branches against the windows like great demonic beasts, as the 2 women cozied up to the fire with their glasses of sherry. Like clockwork, after dinner, Lord Edwards had gone off to his gentlemen's club, affording the women time to drink and laugh like they used to before he and Catherine married 3 seasons prior. Rumour had it that he went often to stave off frustrations over not yet producing an heir. It was a subject Kitty didn't like to speak about, though Camilla knew why and kept her secret, just as Kitty had kept so many of Camilla's. I cannot even fathom Vexley seriously considering marriage, Camilla mused. 7 new lovers in as many nights is appalling, even for Vexley. Now, darling, I never said 7 nights. Rumour has it he took part in his very own bacchanal, and not one lady went away disappointed. Of course. Camilla exhaled loudly. A gentleman ought to only indulge in vice when purchasing art, as to spend copious amounts of coin on it, most especially in my gallery, and then be virtuous in his marriage. On that principle alone, I'd never marry Vexley. Her friend snorted. Oh, darling, no. There's a reason people say reformed rakes make the very best husbands. You want a wicked man in the bedroom. The wickeder the better, in fact. If anything, you ought to thank Vexley for his recent escapades. At least you know he's well-seasoned and has stamina. Well-seasoned, Camilla repeated with a smile and a slight shake of her head. It's hard to tell whether you're describing a man or the perfect cut of meat. Some would argue that that's precisely what rakes are. If you're lucky, you'll find yourself a prime piece of fillet to sink your teeth into. Catherine pretended to take a big bite. Kitty! Camilla laughed. That's horrid. Teasing aside, if you recall, William had quite the reputation before we wed, and I have no complaints. She sipped her sherry, eyeing Camilla over the glass. Camilla stayed mulishly silent. Vexley might be crass and vulgar, but I know several women who've complained that their husbands are selfish lovers, never concerned with ensuring that their wives are equally satisfied. Is that not a virtue? Catherine, Camilla sighed, be serious. Virtue and Vexley are as compatible as oil and water. You just need to find yourself a virile man with questionable morals and bet him whenever the mood strikes you. As if anything could be that simple for a woman in this world. Since Vexley is clearly not to your liking, Catherine finally continued, have you come across any other potential prospects for a loyal companion? Camilla cringed. A loyal companion was what Kitty insisted upon calling the object of her search for a discreet lover for Camilla, an endeavour Camilla heartily disapproved of. Aside from a few heated kisses, some heavy petting, and a clandestine meeting with an infamous hunter that introduced her to her first orgasm, Camilla had little real-world experience, living off the details told to her by her married friend. After seeing the pain of her father's heartbreak when her mother left, Camilla rejected the idea of marriage. She'd never seriously considered Kitty's idea, though she still desired a man's touch. Catherine not only knew this, but often tried to play matchmaker, much to Camilla's amusement and horror. Once her mind was set, Catherine wouldn't be deterred. Had Catherine been in the gallery tonight, she would have thought Lord Sinton would do just fine for Camilla's loyal companion, thanks to the sheer dominance that seemed to radiate in the space around him. He was a man who knew what he wanted and went after it. Sinton had walked in and practically laid claim to the gallery with just one arrogant glance, owning everything, including Camilla's good sense. Irksome though that trait might have been during the day, Catherine would claim it was a desirable attribute at night in the bedchamber, especially if he'd made it his mission to own Camilla's body with that same level of authority. Your silence leads me to believe you have found someone interesting. No, Camilla lied. Not at all. Unbidden, and not for the first time that evening, her thoughts turned to a mesmerizing pair of emerald eyes and a sensual mouth that had boasted a very devilish grin earlier. On the carriage ride to her friend's house, while the rain lazily drummed its fingers over the roof, Camilla had rested her head against the cushioned wall, closed her eyes, and somehow found herself imagining Lord Sinton sitting next to her on the bench, slowly tugging her close, his fingers drifting along her arms, exploring the tiny swath of skin exposed where her gloves and gown diverged, as if it held the answer to each mystery in the universe. He'd lock those emerald eyes on her, watching as he leaned in slowly, affording her time to stop his pursuit, before gently running his lips along the sensitive skin of her neck in a whisper-soft kiss. When her breath hitched from the sensation, he'd work his way along the curve of her shoulder, then down along her décolletage, his mouth becoming bolder as each expert flicking of his tongue or gentle scrape of his teeth caused a bolt of heat to sear through her. When she was practically panting, only then would his singular focus fix on her bodice, as he carefully pulled at each lace, undoing them with maddening precision. And then he'd discover one of the most scandalous secrets for a spinster, her love for lingerie, garments that made her feel beautiful, pieces that she acquired quietly from the modiste, that were delicate and soft and feminine as they hugged her curves. Camilla had trailed her own fingers from the bench to her lap, drawing her skirts up, the rustle of the silk its own forbidden music against the rumble of the carriage's wheels. Slowly, she'd begun stroking the sensitive skin above her lace-edged stocking, inching ever closer to the growing heat between her legs. She had touched herself in the carriage while envisioning his fingers between her thighs, working her body until the coachman rapped at the door, startling her back to her senses, and, frustratingly enough, preventing her from achieving her release. Lord Sinton, indeed. He was just a rake she needed to stop fantasizing about, especially after he requested the one thing she would never paint. Anyone interested in a hexed object was to be avoided at all costs. Both her mother and father had warned her against them. It had been a rare time they'd both been insistent. Hexed objects weren't quite sentient, but they weren't entirely without thought either. Camilla knew that the witch who'd created them had done so out of hatred and through dark magic, granting the objects leave to become more twisted and chaotic as the centuries went on. According to her father's stories, this meant they could even shift forms. What was once a throne might take on the appearance of a book, or a dagger, or a feather, allowing it to prick or sting or kill for amusement. It might even decide to take over a living creature, inhabiting their form until it grew bored and abandoned the shell of the host. Camilla? Catherine's concerned face came into view. Darling, should we open a window? You look a bit flushed. No, please. It's that last sip of sherry, I think. Camilla internally cursed Lord Ashford Sinton and his seductive, arrogant mouth for distracting her all over again. It was entirely infuriating to at once dislike a man and be attracted to him. She couldn't believe she'd thought of him in that manner. Though the same couldn't be said about some other men she despised. She'd never almost brought herself to climax in the back of a carriage while imagining Vexley. And Camilla silently vowed never to think of Sinton in that way again, either. Vexley mentioned hosting a party. Have you received an invitation? She asked. Catherine regarded her for another long moment before finally nodding. It was delivered right before you arrived. Please say you're going, she pleaded. I cannot bear the thought of being there without you. If Vexley had sent an invitation, Camilla would need to say yes to avoid his ire, no matter how much she wished not to. Though an idea was beginning to take shape. If she went to Vexley's home during what would certainly turn into a raucous event, she might be able to locate that first forgery. Vexley had said he'd hidden it, which meant he was keeping it in a private room no guests would visit during the festivities, giving her an excellent starting point. While the party was fully underway, Camilla would search until she located it, then set it in the nearest fire before Vex the Hex ever knew what she'd done, thus saving herself from any further attempts at blackmail. It was risky, but should the plan work, the reward was too great for her to miss taking the opportunity. There had been desperation in the troublesome lord's words earlier, and Camilla knew that one day soon he'd find a way to force her hand. Of course I'll attend. Camilla held up her glass to her friends and clinked it against hers. I cannot think of a better way to spend the evening. Liar? Catherine laughed and shook her head. But I'm glad you'll be there. You know how delightfully boisterous those affairs get, especially when Vexley's been drinking. Camilla did know, and she prayed Vex the Hex wouldn't let her down. Catherine's face brightened. Speaking of interesting affairs, have you heard about that new lord who's recently arrived? A Lord Ashford something. Everyone's talking about him. Camilla swallowed the sudden lump in her throat. Oh? I hadn't heard. At least people aren't still whispering about my mother. Catherine gave her a sad smile. She'd tried to shelter Camilla from the worst of the gossip over the last decade, especially as ruthless mamas did their best to ensure that their daughters married the best men of their season. From what you've told me, Lady Fleur was never a shrinking violet, which is why they still speak of her 10 years later, Kitty said, sensing where Camilla's mind wandered. And she was right that all those doltish mothers just envied your talent. Do you remember what you told me she said? Camilla huffed a laugh. They didn't envy my talent, Kitty. They thought me odd and didn't wish for their sons to court me. Kitty smiled and devious. She said, they are all fools who seek only to divert attention from their idiotic heirs and their undeniably tiny members. You must have remembered that story wrong, Camilla said, amused. Perhaps I might have embellished. But I think they were worried you'd paint unflattering but horridly accurate nude portraits of their flaccid noble cocks. Camilla covered her face with her hands, trying to get that imagery from her head. Before she'd left, her mother, Fleur, used to smile mischievously and tell Camilla she'd send an army of fleas into the bedchambers of the nastiest nobles, ensuring that the insects bit their bottoms so they'd incessantly feel the need to scratch their rumps at the next ball. The idea of the prim and proper lords and ladies struggling to maintain decorum with rashy backsides gave Camilla a perverse glee. For all her faults, Fleur knew how to make Camilla smile with her wicked sense of humour. "Has she written?" Catherine asked, her voice quiet now. Camilla shook her head. "No. I imagine she's exploring the world the way she always wished to." Catherine sipped her sherry, giving Camilla a private moment to collect her thoughts. She always felt conflicted when conversations turned to her mother, though it was easiest to recall the confusion and abandonment she'd felt when Fleur left. Yet, when Camilla was a child, Fleur had been the one to start telling stories, almost too fantastical to be real. She'd speak of shadow realms filled with curious creatures, goddesses, demons, vampires, and shapeshifters. 7 demon princes, each wickeder than the last. Camilla would curl up on the settee beside her, close her eyes, and dream. Pierre had listened intently to each story too, and Camilla suspected it was the magical way her mother spoke that had inspired her painter father to turn his brush to the scenes she'd depicted. At first, Fleur had been enchanted with his art, encouraging him not to worry about his title, to pursue his passion, and open the gallery. But as he'd become obsessed with capturing the elusive fables she retold, he'd begun demanding more stories, more descriptions. Fleur grew annoyed, then bored, and then withdrawn. Looking back, Camilla should have seen the signs. Fleur had become restless, leaving the house nearly every day, never settling when she finally was home. She'd never told a soul, but her mother had left her one thing. A locket. One last secret she shared with her daughter. Camilla didn't want to dwell on the past. She felt the loneliness creeping back in, an ache that never fully went away, only quieted with the passage of time. Nervously, she toyed with the locket, which she still wore every day. Catherine noticed her friend's familiar gesture. "You're hiding something." "I met him earlier," she said, drawing the conversation back to less treacherously emotional grounds. "The mysterious new lord." "You rotten bore!" Kitty's eyes rounded. "Why wasn't that the first bit of news you shared? Was he handsome? Or did his eyes look as if he could burn your soul from your body? Who on earth do you speak to? Live a little, darling. He's either handsome or homely. Though beauty is rather subjective, isn't it?" Camilla lifted a shoulder casually, then dropped it, not committing to revealing anything. "There's not much to tell," she said. "Humour me, then. What were your first impressions?" "You're impossible," Camilla said teasingly. "Curious, not impossible. You do know how much I adore learning secrets first." "Very well. He's tall, arrogant, and probably has a tiny member. I can't imagine why else he'd behave so boorishly. You should have seen the way he walked in, demanding a commission. Men like him are abhorrent. I wouldn't be surprised if he's convinced the sun rises and sets because he wills it to. Forget laws of nature. Lord Sinton is God the Creator, and don't you dare forget it, peasant." Kitty's eyes sparkled with barely suppressed mirth. "I see there's nothing to tell at all. Except you're going to fall madly in love with him. Or maybe he would be the perfect loyal companion." Camilla was going to do no such thing, and he absolutely would not be her anything. She held her glass up when her friend offered a refill, keeping her convictions to herself. With luck, the troublesome Lord Sinton would never darken her doorstep again.
Chapter 4. If you go around biting everyone you fuck here, Envy said between clenched teeth. Rumors are bound to begin, Alexei. Do you think terrorizing the entire city of Waverley Green is conducive to winning the game? No, Your Highness. The blonde vampire delicately dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a black neckerchief, removing the last bit of evidence before the human staff at Envy's newly acquired manor spied the blood. The move was civilized, wildly at odds with the blood dripping down his chin. For what it's worth, I didn't intend to bite him. I only planned to give him what he'd asked for, a night of passion. All the same, keep your fangs and cock to yourself. If you need a snack or a tumble, leave Hemlock Hall. The last thing we need is for any overwrought human to associate our arrival with vampire attacks. Have I made myself clear? His second-in-command inclined his head, wisely keeping his mouth shut. Envy had returned to his manor house to plan his next approach to Miss Antonius, only to find the vampire in the middle of the main corridor, fangs deep in a femoral artery. His human lover's trousers were around his ankles, and he was moaning loudly as Alexei alternated between drinking from his leg and stroking his erection. Vampire venom was intoxicating for humans, enhancing pleasure tenfold, and causing most mortals to quickly lose all sense of reason. The more powerful the vampire, the more potent their venom, and Alexei, once mortal, had been reborn into the vampire kingdom with the frosty blue eyes of royalty. As such, his bite was wildly potent. In fact, a mere lick of his tongue or brush of his fingers could drive a lover mad before they even experienced his venom. It had been a horrid day, and Envy was ready to retire alone to his studio, where he could take out his frustration on a fresh canvas. Instead, he found himself reprimanding his second as if he were a nursemaid punishing a child. If they'd been in the Seven Circles, this wouldn't have been an issue. The very realm itself thrived on seduction. Alexei could fuck, and often did, any willing lord, lady, or member of the house. Even a certain goddess, Alexei's most recent tryst. Envy had to admit the affair had its uses, no matter how much Envy disliked the female involved. Alexei retreated to the other side of the room, giving Envy time and space to think. That was one good thing about a vampire. They could remain silent and motionless for hours, almost making you forget they were there. Envy glanced out the tall window to the thick blanket of fog curling around the limestone manor, brooding along with the abysmal weather. Rain thudded against the glass, growing in intensity with his darkening mood. Pride and lust had a point. Seducing Camilla seemed the clearest route to success. But if he took Miss Antonius to his bed, she would likely want more, crave it. Most mortals who found themselves tangled in his sheets were tainted with his sin. They envied anyone who came before and anyone who'd come after. It was why he'd created his cardinal rule. He would spend only one night, ever, with a lover. Never more. His one-night rule had become legendary, along with the hunger of his lovers. Often this was part of the fun, but with Camilla, it seemed too complicated to begin. Granted, envy drew his power from provoking envy in others, and fueling his sin was critical now. He needed to store as much power as he could to win the game. But he hadn't allowed a mortal into his bed in decades, not since the last time had gone so very wrong, and felt reluctant to start again. If a night of passion was Camilla's price, perhaps he could leave the task to Alexei. It would be less complicated. But surely there was another way. Envy abruptly flipped open the journal before him, staring down at the lines he'd written. The 2 clues he'd received over the last month, with accompanying notes on how he'd solved them. The first clue still made his blood boil. A taunt wrapped within a riddle. It had arrived while he'd been visiting House Greed a week after Wrath's queen had taken the throne, nearly a month ago now. He didn't typically gamble in his brother's house, but was feeling petty. When Envy had turned over his cards, he'd realized the game was on. 12 hunter green cards, with 1 lone red card, all blanks save for the solid colors. Envy had been waiting decades, and had almost given up hope of the game ever starting. Pulse speeding, his attention had shot to the clock, noting the hour that was almost upon them. Midnight. Hunter Green, House Envy. Red. A bullseye target, he'd guessed. Without delay, he'd rushed home to his throne room, arriving right before midnight. And there it had really begun, as his throne burst into flames on one side. Just as in the painting he now needed Camilla to create. It took 2 weeks to track the correct artist down based on the clue. Then he'd spent nearly 2 more weeks setting up his base in Waverley Green. He wanted to move on to the next clue quickly. Previous games had anywhere from 4 to 6 clues, although none of those games had stakes anywhere close to the ones he faced now. But that meant Envy could be halfway through already, as long as Camilla agreed to paint the godsdamned throne. He glanced down at the clues again. 12 green, 1 red, equals midnight. House Envy, target/next clue. The hexed throne. Same lie lilac. Anagram. Anagram solved. Camilla Elise. A raven landed outside the window, its beady ebony eyes fixed on him before it shot into the storm-drenched sky. It could be a simple bird, or a spy. He did not need a reminder that he wasn't the only player in this game, though he knew each player would have different clues leading to the prize. That fey bastard Lennox often chose those he'd wronged at some point to play his games, allowing them a chance to win back whatever he'd taken. The clues, the prize, everything would be tailored to the individual, though clues often overlapped. For example, if another player was in Waverley Green, they might need Camilla to paint them something as well. Envy slammed the journal shut. He was in the right place. Now he just needed to convince Camilla to help. He cleared his mind of all but his surroundings, needing to let a new strategy form on its own. Hemlock Hall was a sprawling manor house, located at the top of a rather large hill that overlooked the twinkling city below. In that respect, it reminded Envy of his own House of Sin. But that was where the similarities ended. This study was all dark wood and leather-bound books, with an oversized desk and comfortable high-backed chairs. No vibrant art, no elegant sculptures, only bland, mortal maps, inaccurate and odious in their design. A slight odor of cigar smoke lingered in the damp air, seeping into the wood after years of indulgence, a hint of the previous owner's favorite vices, of which it seemed he'd had many. In fact, the lord had recently had to abandon Hemlock Hall altogether after falling on hard times, and had struggled to secure a buyer due to rumors that his lands were cursed. It was the sort of terrible news Envy had been all too happy to hear. And perhaps those rumors might have been planted by Envy himself in the weeks leading up to his grand offer. Not that money was a concern for Envy, but the crumbling estate had held so much potential, and he knew the rumors only added to his mystery, ensuring that locals would accept any invitation to come tour the property. And personal distaste aside, there was no better way for the Prince of Envy to enter mortal society than by hosting a masquerade ball, the likes of which he was certain they'd never seen before. Envy reached across his desk to pull a bottle of dark whiskey closer, uncorking it and splashing a little into a cut crystal glass. He swirled it slowly as he considered the game again. A Fey overlord never went out of his way, and knowing Lennox, Envy suspected the other players would also be drawn to Waverley Green after their first clues. A masquerade might give Envy a chance to discover who the players were, and how many. And if they were all charged to commission Camilla, then Envy needed to be ahead of the pack. He already had his spies watching her gallery day and night, but he needed to consider other ways he could keep her close. He finally glanced at Alexei. "Have there been any updates on Camilla's vices? Any temptations we can exploit?" "No, Your Highness." A knock sounded at the freshly polished mahogany door, interrupting them. "Enter," he commanded. Goodfellow, his butler, swept into the room, bowing politely at the waist. "My lord." It was sad, really, how easily mortals believed lies. Money, fine clothing, arrogance. With only Envy's word, his solicitor's backing, and Alexei's agreement, it was far too easy to create a story for the humans here. Envy was a lord who hailed from the southern region of Ironwood Kingdom. His arrival heralded his family's desire to expand their territory and wealth through marriage. "Did you need something, Goodfellow?" Goodfellow shot a nervous look toward the vampire. Alexei, Envy said. Tend to that matter. His second inclined his head, then left. To Envy's knowledge, humans in this realm didn't necessarily believe in vampires, but could certainly sense they were prey when near one. Fear heightened mortal senses, bringing them closer to the animal world before they reasoned their natural survival instincts away as silly. Whether due to hubris or ego, man was the only creature who often ignored what no other prey did. Trust your instincts or suffer the consequences. Yes, Envy asked, drawing Goodfellow's attention away from the vampire as he exited.
Invitations have all been sent, my lord. No noble family in Waverley Green will want to miss it. Cook has been—
Did you send one to Miss Antonius?
The artist?
Goodfellow asked. Envy offered a slight nod.
Not yet, my lord, but I suppose she's become a society darling, despite her rather tragic past, so I'll add her to the list. As I was saying, Cook has—
Explain.
About Cook or—
Goodfellow trailed off at Envy's hard look.
Oh, Miss Antonius. Her mother left right before she debuted, poor thing. Made things proper difficult for the young miss with all those nasty rumours. No mamma wanted their son to court her. She's as good as a spinster now, though the ton love her gallery, which has kept her current, I suppose.
Envy considered that a moment. Camilla's mother was gone. She had no marriage prospects. So why had she so thoroughly dismissed him? Envy had made it clear he was titled, and he was obviously handsome. Camilla should have at least attempted to flirt. Unless she'd been waiting for him to do so. Why was lust's God's-damned scheme always the correct path to take? Maybe Envy should attempt to seduce her next. It was worth trying. Goodfellow took Envy's quiet pondering as an invitation to continue his report.
Cook has been given the market requirements, and I've sent the footman out to secure the masks you requested. The gardener has also been instructed on the floral arrangements. Ballroom renovations are underway and should conclude at least 2 days prior, allowing time for any adjustments your lordship might desire.
What about the blackberries and brown sugar?
Taken care of, my lord, along with the finest bourbon in Waverley Green.
Envy nodded. Progress on the gallery in the north wing.
The portraits have all been unveiled, and the sculptures are being cleaned now.
I trust the hedge maze is also under control.
Of course. The groundskeeper has the images you rendered and is tending to it.
A bit of the tension Envy had been feeling since Camilla's refusal released. At least something was going his way tonight. Goodfellow cleared his throat, and Envy fought a sigh. Was there something else? With a bit more theatrics than was entirely needed, Goodfellow produced an envelope. Crisp, decent ivory stock, bland and uninspired.
An invitation has arrived, my lord, from Gretna House.
Envy stared blankly at the butler.
Pardon me, my lord. Gretna House is Lord Philip Vexley's home. He's a favourite of society, though a bit notorious, if I may speak freely.
For all his pomp, Goodfellow was also a horrible gossip, only too happy to help Envy learn the ins and outs of Waverley Green. What makes him notorious? Envy sipped at his whiskey, curious. Goodfellow's ruddy face flushed a brighter crimson, signalling that licentiousness must be involved.
It's rumoured he hosts debauched parties for a select circle of friends, my lord.
Envy schooled his features. How predictable and so very human, he thought. He might as well have some fun and watch Goodfellow flounder. Do guests engage in lewd behaviour? Goodfellow drew in a sharp breath, then nodded. His eyes sparkled with the need to share this delightful scandal. And Envy encouraged.
Oh, well, I've heard that some guests sneak off to the gardens, too.
He glanced around as if to make sure no one else had snuck up on them.
Kiss.
Kiss. Envy mentally counted until the urge to stab himself repeatedly passed. Does anyone actually witness this lewd behavior?
Well, I imagine so, though I haven't heard any specifics.
Envy must not have hidden his annoyance as well as he'd thought. Goodfellow quickly continued.
That's not saying anything of the art he's collected. Most of it isn't fit for polite company. Not that Lord Vexley concerns himself with that. He's rumoured to have an entire private collection of virile member-shaped implements. He keeps those hidden, else the ladies would faint at dinner. Society looks the other way with Vexley, up until a point.
That point being virile member-shaped art. Envy deadpanned.
Indeed, my lord. This one is unsubstantiated, but there's another rumour that he hosts demonstrations. Once the gentlewomen retire after dinner.
Goodfellow would have an embolism if he ever visited House Lust. Demons playing with virile member-shaped implements was the daily standard there. However, at the mention of art, Envy's interest was finally piqued. This Vexley is an avid art collector, is he? Envy asked. Goodfellow nodded. Is his collection as large as the one here? Goodfellow opened his mouth, then snapped it shut, reconsidering.
I personally haven't seen it, my lord, so I can't speak with any authority on that. But I have heard he visits Silverthorn Lane, and you know what they say about the dark market.
Enlighten me.
Well, my lord, almost everyone in the Green believes the dealers aren't exactly human.
Envy's brows rose a fraction. He hadn't heard this, but his spies would certainly hear from him about missing this detail. And what, pray tell, are they instead?
They say the dealers there are exiled fae. Mind you, most who enter are also deep in their cups. Personally, I don't believe in such fairy tales.
Envy stilled. This was very interesting news indeed. You're certain this notorious lord visits these fae?
Aye, his footman told me himself, my lord. Once per week, like clockwork.
Accept his invitation, Envy said, dismissing the butler with a crisp nod. Maybe he'd found another player after all. If Goodfellow disapproved of his master's decision, he wisely didn't let it show. Envy wanted to get a feel for this rake who dealt with fae, see if his theory was correct. Goodfellow left to do Envy's bidding. If there was one truth that ought to be universally accepted, it was this. When sin was involved, no gentleman in this realm or any other could ever hope to compete with a demon, most especially a prince of hell.
Chapter 5. Camilla fussed with her skirts as the carriage rattled over the cobbled street, and next to her, Lord Edwards prattled on about a rooster named Peter. Apparently, Edwards was having newfound trouble with his cock, something Camilla prayed was a euphemism. She met her friend's gaze across the carriage, noting that Lady Catherine had pressed the back of her gloved hand to her lips, likely stifling a giggle. The fact that didn't surprise Camilla in the least. Camilla and Kitty were made of the same twisted material. They simply hid that fact well. Most of the time. "Which is why, dearest," Edward said to his wife, "we ought to go to Winterset to oversee the estate as soon as possible. We simply cannot permit Peter to run amok." If only society felt the same way about Vexley. "Darling," Catherine soothed, impressively without a hint of mirth in her tone. "We aren't due back to the country house for months. I'm sure the chickens will be fine until summer." She flicked her attention to Camilla. "You will join us again, at least part of the time?" "Of course." Warmth suffused Camilla along with gratitude. When she'd had to rent out her family's country estate the past summer, Kitty had made sure Camilla stayed for nearly the entire season with them. And Camilla had never said so aloud, but even if she hadn't been forced to rent out her father's country home, going there after he died would have been torturous. She worried she would feel the ghost of his presence wandering the halls, smell the piping hot chocolate he always made for them to sip despite the summer heat, while he painted and told stories of fey-kissed humans, beholden to the mysterious fairy king. In some stories, the king was cruel. In others, he was godlike and benevolent. As she got older, Camilla understood that it was all nonsense. But she adored how Pierre loved his legends, even if, by the end, he clung to them too desperately as his grip on reality loosened.
Perhaps Miss Antonius can paint Peter's likeness.
Kitty heaved a sigh. Camilla was saved from any further mention of the fowl's foul behaviour when the carriage rolled to a stop. She swallowed the sudden lump in her throat, her nerves tingling as the driver came around to open the door and help her down. They'd arrived at Gretna House, Vexley's home. A townhouse on Greenbrier Park, in one of the most exclusive neighbourhoods on the east side of the Green. The building, an off-white stone accented with wrought iron terraces and flowering trees and bushes, which cascaded along its front, was perfectly maintained, matching all the other townhouses on the street. A beautiful stone fence separated the tiny front yard from the cobbled avenue. Camilla exited the carriage with her head held high and stared at the townhouse, with the lights inside glowing warmly, the merry partygoers unaware of what all this had cost her. It was her illegal dealings that had helped Vexley purchase this house. Here stood a physical manifestation of her crimes, taunting her with its decadence. Much was at stake for her over these next few hours. Tonight, she'd either steal back her freedom, or she'd be forever trapped in Vex the Hex's web of deceit. Much too quickly, their trio ascended the grand stairs, were divested of their coats and stoles, and were seen to the drawing room to mingle with the guests who'd already arrived. Someone called out to Lord Edwards, but Camilla was so nervous she barely noticed when he and Catherine shifted course to say their hellos, leaving her to seek punch on her own. She scanned the small group for Vexley. In the corner, the idiotic but wealthy Lords Walters and Harrington were attempting to entertain the Carroll sisters, two pretty honey-haired women tarnished by rumours that their father's title had been purchased by the success of his gaming hell. She smiled politely at them and a few others, but caught no glimpse of Vexley. Camilla reached the punch and claimed a cup, sipping from it as she scanned the room again. Catherine and William were now speaking with William's best friend, Lord Gary, a man of 30 who, like most here, was known to grace the satire sheets from time to time. Gary remained one of the most eligible men season after season, thanks to the fact that he'd one day inherit a dukedom. His wicked smile and boyish charm didn't hurt, though his gambling was hard to overlook, as Camilla reminded Kitty regularly. Miss Young and Miss Linus were also in attendance, though Camilla doubted either of their parents knew they'd snuck off to visit Vexley's home. Both women were nearing spinster status, but weren't fully on the shelf yet. Their chaperone, widow Janelle Bad, raised her glass to Camilla in hello. Camilla had always admired Janelle. She'd married a man 3 times her age, and he died shortly after, leaving her a young, happy widow who took full advantage of her status, taking lovers and volunteering to play chaperone for her unmarried friends when the occasion called for it. Society didn't approve outwardly, but they couldn't disapprove either. Camilla had just turned back to survey the other half of the room, when her gaze landed on him. Lord Ashford Sinton, in all his commanding, irksome glory. He stood alone, admiring a painting on the far side of the room, and hadn't noticed her yet. So she took a moment to study him, feeling vaguely annoyed to realize she wasn't the only one doing so. Widow Janelle was practically wetting her lips as her gaze raked over him. Camilla understood her reaction. The man cut a severe figure, even from across the room, candlelight gilding the sharp planes of his face. With a jolt, Camilla saw what was holding his attention. He was stepping closer to her favourite painting in Vexley's home. It was a watercolour of a field holding one rustic barn, something she'd imagined in the north, or even in one of her father's tales. It was rich in shades of green and cream, from the mountains in the background, which were a dark hunter, to the long grass in the foreground, a glowing pale sage. The painting evoked a sense of peace, the idea of simplicity, of a life lived without secrets, without a societal cage. What would it be like to run barefoot through that soft grass, to hike her skirts to her knees and not give a damn about whether it was ladylike? Camilla longed to feel the dirt under her feet, to dance in her nightgown under the stars, to live without the rules of others binding her. She was a wild, untamed thing under all the pomp and circumstance. She wondered what Sinton saw, what he felt as he raised his hand, tracing the barn almost in reverence. He is something, isn't he? Camilla started at Widow Janelle's voice. Although she wasn't even looking at Camilla, the woman's gaze practically burned the clothes off Sinton's back. "Do you know his name?" the widow asked hungrily. Camilla bristled at the question, though her reaction made little sense. "No, sorry." She quickly diverted her own attention back to the party. "I'm parched. Would you like more punch?" Widow Janelle made a non-committal sound. Camilla returned to the nearby refreshments, leaving Janelle to her ogling. Vexley hadn't graced them with his presence yet, indicating he was either already drunk or hoping to make a dramatic entrance. Either way, she might have a few extra moments to explore while everyone was otherwise occupied. Excited, Camilla stepped away from the table quickly and bumped into someone who'd come to collect a glass of punch, too. Her words faltered as she glanced up. Two piercing emerald eyes stared down at her. It took another second for her to realize that Lord Sinton's two strong hands had steadied her, preventing her from spilling her drink. The coldness in his gaze was at odds with the burning she felt where he gripped her tightly, his long fingers easily fitting around her upper arms. "How did you get over here so quickly?" she asked. His mouth quirked up on one side, his expression slowly thawing. "You saw me, but didn't say hello. I'm wounded, Miss Antonius." Sinton's voice was like a deep rumble of thunder in her ear as he finally dropped his hands, but didn't step back. "Perhaps I was getting the lay of the land. A lady must know where it's safe to step," she quipped. "Yet you're stepping all over my ego." "Forgive me, my lord. I had no idea you'd be so easily damaged." He looked her over slowly, one brow arched. "You attend gatherings here often?" "I do." Camilla realized two things simultaneously as the handsome lord's expression shifted from indifference to curiosity. First, that he was as sinfully arresting as she'd pictured earlier, when she'd almost given herself an orgasm in a moving conveyance. And second, that Sinton must already have heard the rumors about these parties. Heat flooded her cheeks. Nothing untoward usually happened here, at least not while she was in attendance. Though couples did sneak off for trysts more than usual, and Vexley was in possession of a few fertility statues that were probably used for the exact purpose people speculated. She quickly motioned to the still life paintings on the wall, tame by comparison. "Lord Vexley is an admirer of fine art. I help curate his collection." "Interesting." He said the word like he meant repugnant instead. Sinton's gaze turned shrewd as he looked her over again. "What brings you here?" she asked to divert his attention. If he assumed she was here for a wild tryst, she was very intrigued by what he would have to say for himself. "So, you're responsible for most of his pieces? He doesn't work with anyone else?" Sinton asked stiffly, ignoring her question entirely. There was an edge in his tone now, subtle, but there. She'd think it hinted at envy. But of what? Vexley's art? Camilla hid her annoyance. Answering a question with another question was an excellent diversionary tactic. She wondered if he was really asking about the dark market, which often intrigued newcomers. But it was neither the time nor the place to discuss that scandalous enterprise. Silverthorn Lane was an area most in high society pretended didn't exist. She avoided it herself after her father's obsession with it had grown so intense in his final months. She hadn't wanted to fuel any of the rumors they'd faced toward the end. Society had whispered that her father had fallen in love with a fey dealer there, and had become addicted to the dark magic that could offer a few hours of oblivion. Camilla knew neither was true. Her father was obsessed with something far more dangerous. Vexley does purchase through me quite often, though I'm only one of many dealers. An arm slipped around her waist. Now, darling, you're much more than an art dealer to me. Lord Vexley. Camilla's spine stiffened at the most unwelcome weight of Vexley's arm on her person. When she thought it couldn't get worse, the rake's palm shifted lower, cupping her backside. Camilla seethed from both the uninvited touch and Vex the Hex's bold insinuation that there was more to their relationship. If she needed further proof that she must act tonight and win back her freedom, this was her sign. In fact, she prayed she wasn't too late. She quickly sidestepped, dislodging herself from the embrace without anyone, aside from Sinton, noticing the lapse in propriety. But Sinton wasn't looking at her at all. He was coolly staring Vexley down. His expression had turned so frosty with displeasure, for a moment she swore she could see her breath in the air. Do you always lay claim to things that don't belong to you, Vexley? Camilla's lips parted in shock. Did Sinton sound jealous? Luckily, Vexley snorted like Sinton had told a clever joke, signalling that he'd already helped himself to a few glasses of spirits. You must be the newly arrived Sinton. I've heard you're quite the collector yourself, though I doubt yours is as large as mine. Sinton ignored the insinuation, his attention landing squarely on Camilla once again. I'd love a private tour of your gallery, Miss Antonius, to see your taste. I'm in the market for several pieces for my own gallery at Hemlock Hall. Hemlock Hall? Vexley interrupted, realizing he was being slighted. That place is a wreck. Miss Antonius, Sinton pressed, still not deigning to acknowledge their host. Camilla understood immediately what Sinton was offering, in his own bull-headed, arrogant way. She had no desire to be alone with him in Wisteria Way again, but that circumstance was far preferable to being within pinching distance of Vex the Hex. I can make time later this evening, or tomorrow at first light. Tonight, then. Very well, my lord. Camilla wasn't sure she should be grateful for Sinton's interference. It felt a little like hopping from a cast-iron skillet into a blazing fire. Sinton had an agenda of his own, but at least she was choosing which devil to get into bed with. Proverbially speaking, of course. An image of Sinton lying sprawled across dark sheets, bronze skin gleaming, arms folded behind his head, flashed in her mind before she banished it. Come now, Sinny. Vexley either missed or ignored the anger flickering in Sinton's eyes at the nickname. Camilla shouldn't be traipsing around the art district at indecent hours. Miss Antonius has made her decision, and I don't recall inquiring after your uninformed and frankly rather dull opinion, Vexley. Camilla sank her teeth into her lower lip to keep from drawing attention by either gasping or laughing. Sinton had well and truly dressed the disgraced lord down in his own home. A beat later, Vexley's face flushed scarlet, the tips of his ears turning the brightest shade of pink she'd ever seen, as his mind caught up with the insult. Objectively, Vexley was a physically attractive man, but the way his face contorted now made him look demonic. How dare! A knock came at the drawing-room door, quickly followed by the butler. Dinner is ready, my lord. Called to duty, Vexley immediately returned his demeanour to that of the unruffled rake, his mouth hitching high on one side in a lopsided smirk. The time to feast has arrived, he announced, then twisted on his heel, wavering only slightly, before offering his arm to Camilla. Miss Antonius, friends, shall we? Camilla felt Sinton's heavy gaze land on her once again, weighted with disapproval, but she didn't dare to look at him. nor to publicly reject Vexley's theatrical chivalry. All she had to do was make it through this dinner. Then, after the more polite crowd had departed and the drinking began in earnest, she'd sneak off to find that forgery and set it ablaze, incinerating Vexley's hold over her once and for all.
Chapter 6. The Prince of Envy watched Camilla slowly place her hand in the crook of Vexley's arm, the very arm Envy had just fantasized about bodily removing. The splatter of blood would look rather arresting against the pale wallpaper, but he tamped his more violent instincts down. Vexley was walking Camilla around like a prize, one he'd stolen, not won. Envy was firmly of the thinking in the 7 circles. When it came to the game of courtship, each person should want to play. Vexley hadn't given Camilla a choice, and from what Envy knew of the mortal customs, if she denied him, it would cause a scene. And Miss Antonius didn't appear to want to draw anyone's eye for long tonight, for some reason, though the deep hunter green of her silk gown matched Envy's cravat, and that kept holding his attention. Amid the sea of pastel-coloured dresses skirting his peripheral vision, Camilla was a bold splash of darkness, intense and rich. Despite his best effort not to notice, Camilla was beautiful. Her silver hair had been curled delicately and clipped back from her face, showing off her pointed chin, her slender neck, and the simple yet stunning silver locket she wore that matched her eyes. There was an elegance in the way she carried herself, her body made of the sort of delicate angles and swooping curves that begged to be captured on canvas. The way she moved now indicated that she wished to be as far from their host as possible. Player or not, Envy still hadn't decided. Vexley was making himself a complication in more ways than one, and Envy had no time to waste on fools. Every day his court weakened, a fault that was his alone. Which was why he decided to go the more trusted route for this second attempt and seduce Camilla. It was purely a practical decision. It had nothing to do with how the candlelight was reflecting off her silver curls up ahead. Envy offered his arm to the nearest woman. A vibrant redhead he briefly recalled had arrived with Camilla, and followed the procession down the corridor to the dining room. "You're the mysterious Lord Sinton, I presume?" the redhead immediately asked. "Is that what people are saying about me? Lady Catherine Edwards." He felt her gaze on him, but kept his own locked on the procession of lords and ladies, parading slowly toward the dining room. Envy fantasized about jabbing magical pokers at their arses to prod them along. Dinner hadn't even started, and he was ready to leave. "You've certainly made an impression," she continued. Envy glanced sidelong at Lady Edwards. "I do have that effect." She laughed, full and deep, drawing the attention of a dark-haired woman in front of them. The woman glanced back, surprising Envy with the open lust shining in her eyes. Her focus shifted to Lady Edwards, and the dark-haired woman's jealousy flared. He flashed a smile meant to intimidate, and she averted her gaze. "I see what my friend meant. You are trouble." His attention went to Camilla's silver head at the front of the line. Lady Edwards was baiting him, and having entirely too much fun doing it. But perhaps befriending her would put Camilla at ease. He allowed himself to don the mask of a charming but aloof noble. "Tonight I'd say I'm only slightly wicked, Lady Edwards." Envy was rather put off when he realized it was the truth. He'd kept his flirting to a minimum, had only asked pointed questions that could help him with the game, and once Camilla had stepped into the room, he'd given her all his attention. Not wanting to appear too forward, he'd admired the most intriguing painting in the room, giving her 5 minutes before seeking her out. A perfect fucking gentleman, he thought with annoyance. And yet she'd been completely, infuriatingly unimpressed that he'd swooped in to catch her cup and save her from ruining her gown. No matter that he'd been the one to cause her unsteadiness in the first place. Prince Gluttony had claimed that move always worked to woo a mortal. According to his brother, mortal women loved a dark hero, as if heroics were determined by an unsullied cup of punch. But, as usual, Envy was discovering that gluttony was a moron when it came to courtship. Camilla's tongue had been as silver as her hair, lashing him with her quick dismissal. If he was going to try seduction as his second attempt at securing her help, he'd have to tease out what aroused her. Surely she had some fantasy he could toy with. The parade finally entered the dining chamber, and Envy schooled his features to hide his distaste. The long cloth-covered table had been dressed in candelabras and an ungodly number of crystal vases. Wisteria, that must have come from a hothouse and cost a small fortune, was the flower of choice, and he knew from the way Camilla's eyes squeezed shut for a moment that the detail hadn't been lost on her either, and it didn't please her. Intriguing. "Where is your family from, Lord Sinton?" Lady Edwards asked, her voice cordial as she brought Envy's attention to her. "Is Sinton no Western surname?" "Southern," he said evasively. She gave him a once-over as she unfolded her napkin in her lap. He had the distinct impression that she was mentally flaying him in search of his deepest secrets. "I saw you speaking with my friend earlier. How do you know Miss Antonius?" "I'm an art collector, and her gallery came highly recommended." Lady Catherine sipped her water. Envy didn't need to use his supernatural ability to sense emotions to know she was skeptical of him. "Many gentlemen find themselves very intrigued by her art." His sin ignited before he smothered the sensation. Lady Catherine turned those shrewd eyes on Camilla and Vexley, who were now seated directly across from them. A man named Harrington took his seat on Camilla's other side, causing her to stiffen ever so slightly. Envy made a mental note to look into him, too. "She is quite talented, and much more modest than her father." Envy tore his gaze away from the artist in question. "Her father also painted?" Of course, he knew Pierre had painted, but acting as if he didn't would garner much more information. "Pierre Antonius became famous for The Seduction of Evelyn Grey, among many others. Surely you've heard of it, even in the southern region. It's his most famous portrait. The woman who posed was nude, except for a veil hiding her identity. Of course, she also had great, raven-like wings. Pierre's work often depicted the fantastical, especially what he called halflings. Humans who have unique parentage," Envy supplied. "You could say that." Lady Catherine smiled demurely. "Women with wings, men with horns or devilish tails. Others certainly seem to share his obsession. Through his art, society could indulge in their own fantasies, display pieces that would otherwise be considered unholy." Envy listened to Lady Catherine's unsolicited but much appreciated art history lesson as the wine was poured. His spies hadn't found much on the man, aside from the fact that Pierre had opened the gallery 2 decades prior and died 2 years back, leaving Camilla alone in the world. She had no maternal or paternal grandparents that he'd found, no aunts or uncles or cousins. Strange, she thought, given how humans bred like rabbits. "What of his family?" Envy asked, sipping his wine. "Pierre? He had a tragic origin. His mother and father were killed in a carriage accident when he was a boy, and he'd been brought up by a family friend. Both of his parents had been only children, and their parents had also met violent ends. Some might say their family is cursed." Lady Catherine gave him a sharp look. "Some have said that, and they are quite obviously fools." He smiled faintly. She'd very delicately suggested he might be one too. "What of her mother's family?" Lady Catherine's expression shuttered. "That's a sensitive subject I'd rather avoid." Envy smiled pleasantly, though inside he churned with curiosity. "No need to sharpen your claws, Lady Edwards. I meant no harm. What else intrigues Waverley Green's finest?" Lady Catherine went on to tell him about Pierre's fondness for riddles and mysteries. If he hadn't been dead, Envy would have thought he was a player in the game too. But it was clear that this fondness was shared by many in Waverley Green. How dull the games of humans, he thought, while nodding along. The butler appeared again, solemnly chiming a bell to announce that dinner was to be served. It was presented à la Française, So guests began serving themselves from the wide array of entrees and side dishes a barrage of servants had placed along the table. Platters of roasted beef tenderloin with the rosemary jus, whipped potatoes topped with chives and dotted with pads of melting butter, glazed carrots, stuffed whole fish with dull eyes, steamed asparagus, oversized prawns with their tails still attached, and tenderized chicken breasts with a rich lemon cream sauce made their way around the table. Envy could have done without the accusing stare of the fish, or the manual labor involved in cleaning the prawns, but kept his thoughts from his face. The food was otherwise decent, and the company of Lady Edwards surprisingly tolerable. Once they'd all sampled the first round, the second was brought out. Dishes inspired by the southern region of a nearby realm took center stage. A salad made of oranges, diced onion, and pine nuts tossed with a tangy dressing made of salt, pepper, oregano, and oil and vinegar. A second fish course came out, bringing a genuine smile to his face. It reminded him of his sister-in-law's family restaurant and a dish served there. But in no other way did this feast compare to the luxury of dinner parties back home. Though he didn't like to admit it, Envy's brother Gluttony had recently impressed him, fashioning candles from bacon lard that, once they'd been lit and melted, created a rich, decadent sauce for the shaved Brussels sprouts. Of course, his brother was highly motivated to have the best, most talked-about parties. He was locked in a feud with a reporter whose dismissals of him proved quite inspiring. On and on the dishes came, and so did the wine, blessedly. He downed one glass and called for another, earning no admonishments. In fact, several other guests did the same. Apparently, Waverley Green's high society grew bored with their pompous, holier-than-thou ways too. Given the fact that Vexley was supposed to be a scoundrel, this dinner party was boring as sin. Envy's masquerade next week would certainly stir things up nicely. Across the table, the dark-haired woman from earlier, a widow named Janelle, kept trying to catch his eye. She pressed her breasts against the table as she leaned over, fully aware that the position combined with her low-cut bodice offered a tantalizing view. Envy kept his attention on her face, where her lips were pouting ever so slightly. "Fine wine, my lady. Am I right?" Her focus slid to his hand. He'd been absently stroking the stem of his wineglass, thinking of how to engage Camilla in conversation and draw her away from Vexley. "Do you sculpt, Lord Sinton?" she asked. "Why do you ask, Lady Janelle?" A pleasant flush rose in her cheeks. "You have the hands of an artist, my lord. I can't help but picture them moulding objects to perfection. If you ever need a model, I'd be happy to pose." A flicker of annoyance surprised him, beckoning from Camilla's side. But when he stole a glance at her, she wasn't looking at him at all. Instead, she was fixated on Vexley, who was leaning toward her, eyes glassy from the 5th glass of wine he'd finished. "Lord Sinton?" Lady Janelle ventured, her breasts near to spilling out as she leaned farther forward. Envy was saved from having to respond when the man to her left finally pulled his head out of his rear end to take an interest in the woman, and her generous cleavage. Luckily, Janelle seemed very pleased by this turn of events, as if that had been her goal all along. Games within games. Vexley's dinner party had quickly departed from the polite, as harder spirits began to circulate alongside the wine, ensuring that the guests, both the ladies and the gentlemen, were getting as intoxicated as they desired. "Sweet manna from heaven," Envy whispered, swiping a whiskey cocktail from a tray, for the first time in his life, regretting that his demon blood kept him from getting as soused on mortal liquor as all the rest. Hours later, after the last dessert was brought out and cleared away, the host snatched a chalice from the table and lifted it high, spilling half its contents down his coat sleeve and splattering the remaining red liquor onto the table linen, as if recreating a murder scene. Envy kept his face impassive, though annoyance raged within. He despised messy displays. It showed a lack of control. Surely this inebriated fool couldn't be his competition. "Ladies, please see yourselves to the drawing room while the gentlemen smoke our cigars," We shall all take a few moments to gather ourselves before I show off my newest treasure. Afterward, how about we all play some games, if you dare?" Without looking in her direction, Envy tapped into Camilla's emotions, noticing a drastic spike in her nerves. All the while Vexley spoke, her discomfort wound around Envy's insides, as if her growing anxiety were his own. Miss Camilla Antonius was either up to something nefarious, or was nervous about what Vexley had in store for everyone. Or perhaps she was excited by the prospect of his games. Envy recalled what Goodfellow had said. He fought the urge to look at her. It was entirely possible that Envy had read Camilla's emotions wrong earlier. Perhaps she'd only been upset with Vexley for his public display, and not his unwelcome touch. Anticipation and nervousness were nearly identical at their core, so it was impossible to discern which emotion the artist was currently experiencing. It was rare that his supernatural senses couldn't aid him, and Envy didn't care much for this uncertainty. But perhaps it was another opportunity. If he could determine what Camilla was up to tonight, then he could devise a way to make himself indispensable to her, thus ensuring that she'd help him in return. No seduction required. "All right, then," Vexley said finally. "Let's be on our way." Out of the corner of his eye, Envy watched Camilla bolt for the door. Without drawing attention to himself, Envy quickly stood, but just as he pushed back his chair, he was stopped by Lady Catherine. "Do be a dear and escort me to the drawing-room, my lord," she said, blocking his path. He glanced from the meddlesome woman to the door, debating whether using his magic now would in any way count against him. It was small as far as risks went, but Envy couldn't chance breaking any rules of conduct. "It will be but a moment," she added. A moment was all Camilla had needed to slip away, a fact that her friend either seemed to know or had surmised just as he had. Outmaneuvered by propriety, of all cursed things, Envy pasted on a pleasant smile and offered his arm. "Of course, Lady Catherine. Lead the way."
Chapter 7. After a quick scan of the corridor to ensure that she was alone, Camilla all but ran toward the staircase leading to the rooms on the upper level, the sound of the dinner party growing louder as everyone moved toward the door she'd just exited through. Hopefully, most of the guests were too inebriated to notice her hasty exit, and would be focused on the naughty games Vexley had not so subtly hinted at. It never ceased to amaze her that even the most level-headed man could become so simple-minded with the promise of sin. During her first few seasons, she'd secretly watched couples sneaking off during balls, rushing to the gardens to give in to their desires. Men were clapped on their backs, deemed rakes and rascals if they were discovered. Yet the women were tossed aside as harlots, condemned for acting on what was natural to both parties. It was unfair and rankled Camilla more than she ever let on. Men had the luxury of remaining eligible bachelors while still feeding their sexual appetites. Yet women were warned to remain saintly should they refuse the noose of wedded bliss. And Camilla played that game too, loathing it, but unwilling to forsake her reputation, her highest bargaining chip in this realm. Thinking of desire, she thought again of Lord Sinton, then quickly shook that away. With any luck, he would become distracted by one of the many ladies who'd openly admired him during dinner. Annoyance overtook her nervousness for a moment, though Camilla had no right to feel that way. It was just that the idea of Sinton sneaking off for a clandestine affair rather than seeking out her company irked her. In her fantasy, he'd been consumed only with her, focusing on her pleasure the same intense way she studied a subject she painted. It was that intensity she'd loved imagining, that feeling of being wholly consumed by another person. Just once, she wanted someone to want her, not her art, not her talent. Her. Sometimes she felt so alone. Her father was gone, so was her mother. The fantasy of Sinton had reminded her of all she didn't have but wanted. But in truth, Sinton hadn't looked in Camilla's direction or sought her conversation during dinner at all. Which was precisely why she would never confuse fantasy with reality again. Shoving those distracting thoughts away, Camilla focused solely on the task at hand. Find the forgery and destroy it. Wide oak planks creaked noisily beneath her slippered feet, causing her pulse to speed as she grabbed a fistful of her skirts and leapt onto the first step, ascending out of view right as the dining room door crashed open against the wall and the sound of voices spilled into the corridor like uncorked bottles of wine. "Oi!" Vexley yelled. "Watch it, Walters! Or you'll cause a bigger scandal than Harrington did when he pissed on that statue." Camilla didn't dare stop as the boisterous laughter grew closer. She'd overseen the installation of almost every piece of art in Vexley's home, giving her an intimate knowledge of its layout. The first door on her left contained a reading room with a few shelves of books, 2 comfortable chairs, and a decent fireplace. It was much smaller than the main library downstairs, and remained mostly unused by the Lord. She tiptoed inside, closing the door with a quiet snick, relieved to see the fire burning gently. Vexley might not pick up a book as often as he picked up a hand mirror, but he was vain enough to want to give the appearance of being well-read. Should anyone secret themselves away to steal kisses in this chamber? Right then. The painting. Camilla got to work straight away. She rushed to feel along the bookshelves for any hidden latches. When she'd scoured each, she stepped on each floor plank, listening for the most minute difference in sound that would indicate a compartment below the floor. She pushed against the panelled wall, growing more frantic as the minutes ticked by. There was no closet, no door, no candelabra that opened a secret room. No other place to hide the painting. Before turning to go, Camilla glanced behind the canvas hanging above the mantel, making sure there was nothing secreted behind the portrait. Though portrait was a stretch. There was a nude man who looked startlingly like Vex the Hex, sprawled across a cloud. His hand was wrapped around his engorged member, paused mid-stroke, his gaze fixed, presumably, on whoever had caught his fancy. By polite society standards, it was rather lewd, but as someone who studied art, Camilla was unfazed by the male form. She fought the urge to flick his cursed bollocks, and satisfied that the room was not harbouring the forgery, she cracked the door and listened for a few beats before exiting. Voices carried up the stairs like ghosts of lovers past, but this floor was still otherwise unoccupied by the living. No couple had sorted out, at least for the moment, but as this was one of Vexley's parties, it was only a matter of time. Camilla crept down the corridor and quickly slipped into the next room, the bathing chamber. She conducted the same search as before, tapping the walls, pushing at panels, and looking behind other artwork. She dropped to the floor and peered under the clawfoot tub, running her hands over the underside and the floor just in case. Nothing. Camilla pushed herself up to her knees, surveying the room from a different angle. Her father had always told her to pay attention to the details of a room, that sometimes looking at the negative space revealed more than staring at an object directly. It was a trick that worked wonders in the woods of their country estate. Camilla once spied a heron standing tall among the trees by spotting its legs in the space between the tree trunks. Unfortunately, there was nothing out of the ordinary here. Camilla investigated a linen closet that she prayed held her salvation, but she saw nothing more than neatly folded towels, a silk robe, and extra bars of soap. Her next 2 searches of the guest rooms provided the same frustrating results, except with the added tingle of trepidation when she swore she was being watched. She waited in the shadows, back pressed to the wall, heart pounding, for whoever it was to reveal themselves. But of course, no one was there. At last, she paused outside Vexley's personal bedroom suite, certain there was no way he'd actually have hidden the forgery there. Vexley had said it was away from public view, and knowing what she did of his nighttime activities, his bedchamber entertained more guests than his receiving room. Still, she refused to leave any nook or cranny unsearched. With a prayer that luck would be on her side, Camilla entered the one chamber she'd sworn she'd never visit. The overwhelming scent of Vexley's cologne almost sent her running back in the direction she'd come. But unless he had some secret tunnel that led from his parlour to his bedchamber, Vexley wasn't waiting for her inside. This was it, then. She stepped fully into the expansive bedroom, leaving the door cracked to alert her to the sound of anyone approaching. Camilla wasn't sure what she'd expected to find. An oversized bed with messy sheets, a few naked women pleasing themselves or each other while they waited. But a standard-sized bed with pristine coverings, handsome yet plain bedroom furnishings, a well-tended fire on the far wall, and the very painting she'd been looking for proudly displayed above the headboard was not it. Vexley, you plum fool. Of course he wouldn't be able to resist showing off the forgery to his lovers. Without delay, Camilla hiked up her gown and climbed onto the bed. Her fingers had just closed around the gilded frame when she heard a sound that sent ice shooting through her veins. The creak of the floorboard directly behind her. She froze, debating her next move. But one thing was certain. With the painting fully in her grasp, she couldn't let go now. The fireplace was at the opposite end of the room, but if she moved swiftly, she might manage to toss the painting in before Vexley could snatch it away. It wouldn't be fully destroyed, but it should be tainted enough that he'd no longer display it or use it against her. She waited for Vexley to demand she drop the forgery at once, but no cocky or snide remarks came. Perhaps the noise wasn't from someone who had followed her into the room. Everyone had been drinking quite heavily. She didn't think they'd be able to sneak up the stairs, let alone slip undetected into this chamber. Maybe it was just a creaky old house. But Camilla knew that wasn't the case. The heat travelling along her neck indicated that someone was indeed in the chamber with her. She steeled her nerves and slowly turned, ready to toss the canvas out the window or throttle Vexley with it if need be. Please, don't stop on my account. Chapter 8. Sinton casually leaned against the wall, arms folded across his chest, an amused upward tilt to his lips. He had somehow managed to enter the room and close the door behind him without making a sound. A feat that should have been impossible for a man of his size. I'm rather interested to see what comes next, Miss Antonius. Instead of allowing him to have the upper hand, Camilla decided to turn this around. False bravado could work wonders. She let the painting go long enough to place her hands on her hips and levelled her best haughty glare at Sinton. What are you doing here? We had an agreement, remember? Sinton's gaze left hers to take in the painting. I came to intercept you before you disrobed for your tryst. My tryst? With Vexley? Her voice notched up an octave. Sinton cocked a brow, waiting. I assure you, I would rather attend a crown ball in the nude than become Vexley's plaything. Sinton's gaze darkened. He nodded toward the painting. Instead of undressing, imagine my surprise to find you stealing the famed seduction of Evelyn Grey. That's rather naughty for an artist. I'm not stealing anything, my lord. Lying was not something Camilla normally condoned, but she needed to get rid of him before he ruined her best chance to destroy the forgery. Silence stretched between them. He didn't believe her. Rightfully so, but still. Vexley asked me to have this cleaned earlier this week. I was simply fetching it before we left for the gallery. Before she could stop herself, she added, You seemed quite enchanted by Vexley's mention of games. I figured you'd be occupied for a while. Amusement ghosted across his features. Is that why you ducked in and out of every chamber on this floor? You were coming to fetch the painting, while also considerately ensuring that I had time to woo a lover. How utterly magnanimous. Camilla's eyes narrowed. Do you make a habit of spying on ladies, my lord? Only the ones who declare they'd never marry me without a proper hello. Then get jealous over the idea of me having a tryst with someone else. I'm not jealous. And, if you must know, I thought you were someone else that day, she said. Tonight, I'd been looking for the water closet. If you were a gentleman, you would have announced yourself and offered me assistance instead of lurking in the shadows. The wry amusement vanished from his face. He cocked his head to one side, his attention languidly sliding over every inch of her, as if each dip and curve were for his viewing pleasure alone. By the time he brought his gaze back up to hers, there was no mistaking the raw hunger that flashed in those emerald eyes. She wished she hated his heated stare, but it made her feel breathless, like a fire crackling to life.
"Do you believe I'm a gentleman, Miss Antonius? I'd wager your heart is beating so wildly because deep down you hope I'm not."
Camilla wasn't sure how he knew her heart was suddenly pounding, but she certainly wasn't going to own up to the fact that he affected her. "You're mistaken. I don't think of you at all, Lord Sinton." The smile that had been teasing the edges of Sinton's mouth turned into a full grin, showing off a pair of dimples she hadn't noticed before.
"Another bold and interesting lie."
He moved closer to the bed, the hunter sighting his prey, and the thought of being caught by him caused her pulse to race harder in anticipation. With one languid, effortless movement, Sinton stepped up, pressed a hand to the wall to settle in, and now stood on the mattress beside her, leaning in close. As he stared down at her, Camilla briefly forgot about the forgery. No one had ever looked at her so boldly, so intensely, like he could see through all her carefully erected walls to who she was at her very core. Or maybe he simply looked at her like he knew the depth of her desire, and it affected him in turn, more than either of them wanted it to. She'd only wanted to keep up her normal life here, had fought hard to become what people expected. But now she could admit, for only a second, that maybe she'd wanted something else too. Something that called to a secret part of her.
"You ought to know, if I had taken a lover, I would have needed hours, Miss Antonius."
His gaze dropped to her neck a second before he reached out, slowly stroking along her quivering pulse. A bolt of heat lashed through her from the brief contact of his bare skin, and his hand fell away as if he, too, had felt the burn. She expected him to draw back entirely, but instead, he looked at her curiously, and then surprised her by raising that same hand to run his thumb against the seam of her lips, applying steady pressure until they parted and allowed him entry. An ember of desire ignited in his eyes, locked on hers, when she submitted to his unspoken command, drawing his thumb into her mouth. He tasted of sin and decadence, a heady mix that heated her core.
"The tongue may lie, but other parts of the body always tell the truth, Miss Antonius, if one looks closely enough."
With what appeared to be great effort, he withdrew his thumb and dropped his hand once again, though he didn't step away. Camilla wasn't sure what it was about him. Perhaps that he was largely unknown to her, unlike other members of society. Or maybe it was the quiet intensity with which he studied his surroundings. Whatever it was, she couldn't bring herself to move away, ensnared by curiosity, wondering what he'd do next. Sinton stood entirely too close, and not close enough, his intoxicating scent now overtaking Vexley's in the air. There was something dark and utterly masculine about it. Bourbon and spice, with only a hint of sweet berries. Suddenly, Camilla wanted to run her tongue along the seam of his lips, tasting the sweetness of sin she was certain she'd find there. Instead, he brought that tempting mouth to her ear, lightly brushing it against the lobe. Her eyelids fluttered shut from the sensation.
"Why are you after that painting, Miss Antonius? Did Vexley steal it from you?"
The forgery! Vexley! It was as if Sinton had dumped a bucket of ice water over her, bringing her back to her senses. The scoundrel hadn't been trying to kiss her at all. He'd been after information. Likely to blackmail her, too. Camilla went to push herself away from the Lord of Temptation, but he suddenly stepped aside on his own, causing her to lose her footing as the mattress heaved. She went tumbling forward. Camilla tensed for what would certainly be a painful collision with the hardwood. But Sinton moved faster than should have been possible, leaping forward to enclose her in his arms and break her full with his body, which thumped heavily to the floor. Air whooshed out of him upon impact, their knees and hips and chests crashing together, accompanied by the sound of silk ripping. For a moment, both lay still, dazed. But then Camilla stirred. "Damn!" she cursed softly. She pushed herself up, quickly taking stock of things. Sinton looked all right, not a hair out of place or wrinkle in his suit. Camilla's full skirts were twisted, but were otherwise unscathed. But the seam along the left side of her dress wasn't as fortunate. She glanced at the exposed stays, cursing like the worst sailor ever to visit Waverley Green's shores. The black lace of her stays, her secret indulgence, was clearly visible, clinging to the outline of her breasts, displayed in all its decadence. A deep chuckle below her, and its subsequent rumble that vibrated along a very sensitive area of her body, drew her attention to more pressing issues. She was straddling Sinton in another man's bedroom, her gown half torn, as if they'd been in the throes of passion, her hands braced on his chest. His hard chest. Lord help her! Sinton felt like a marble statue crafted by one of the greats. Camilla became intimately aware of just how large he was as he shifted between her thighs, how toned and powerful. She also realized she rather liked the feeling of him beneath her. It was as if she'd conquered some great beast, and for a moment he belonged only to her. At least, until he pounced in turn. He gave her a lazy sort of smile. "If you're unharmed, Miss Antonius, you may wish to stand up. Quickly." "Are you hurt?" Camilla looked him over more carefully, then scooted down his hips before he could stop her. "Should I—" "Oh! Oh!" Something hard pressed against her backside. At once, she understood what he'd been too polite to say. Sinton was as far from hurt as a man could be. Her mouth went dry, her pulse speeding. For a breath, they both remained frozen, staring into each other's eyes. Camilla didn't know why he'd paused, but she was suddenly battling a fierce internal war. She should get up immediately, and probably make a small fuss. But her body tingled where they touched, and her pulse pounded a tempting beat. Any sense of reason was quickly being replaced by physical desire. And even he couldn't scoff his way out of this one. His body was responding beneath hers. Camilla glanced down to where his hands now grasped her hips, his strong fingers buried in the silk of her twisted skirts. She had raised her head to meet his eyes again, when he abruptly shifted, pushing her up onto her feet, then slowly rose to his own. "Apologies, Miss Antonius. I assure you, I didn't intend for that." No, Camilla interrupted, looking anywhere but at the Lord and his fierce arousal. "There's no need to apologize or explain. I should have—"
"Hello? Who's up there?"
Vexley. His voice came from what sounded like the top of the stairs. Dread washed over Camilla, erasing all feelings of awkwardness. "Oh God, no! Hide! We mustn't be seen together, especially like this." She pulled uselessly at the torn edges of her bodice, but the curve of her breast remained stubbornly free. Indeed, Vexley sounded intoxicated enough to cause a scene. He stumbled along the corridor, cursing as he smacked into things, drawing slowly closer. Sinton, having restored his own cool, didn't seem concerned. He merely straightened his jacket and arched a brow. "Why?" "Because I'll be ruined." Camilla tidied her hair and smoothed her skirts, but the gaping seam couldn't be hidden. Fuck! This is a nightmare." She glanced up at Sinton, who, if anything, was growing more amused by her foul language. "Why in the name of the crown are you just standing there, my lord? Do you want us to be discovered?" "I couldn't care less if that inbreed found us." "You should." She couldn't help but drop her gaze. "If you cannot get that situation under control, we'll definitely look guilty, my lord." "That situation, Miss Antonius?" Sinton's voice was amused. Have you never seen a situation before? I suppose propriety would have me offer to marry you immediately."
She gave him a withering look. Her lack of virginity, such as it was none of his damned business. "I'm not marrying."
Hello?
Vexley called out from the room next door, his voice slurred.
Come out, wherever you are. No fornicating up here. At least, not without me.
We could pretend, Sinton went on thoughtfully, as if Vexley weren't coming to destroy everything she'd worked so hard for over the last 2 years. Pretend? She must be having a nightmare. Are you mad?
I don't see how that would be a terrible thing, Sinton said calmly. He'd stop ogling you if he thought you were involved with someone else. Unless you actually enjoy his advances.
Camilla shot him an incredulous look. "It's not just about Vexley finding us," she hissed. "If I'm found in a compromising position, society will either demand we marry, not pretend, my lord, but actually marry, or I will be forever ruined. My gallery, my life, I'll never be accepted again. Surely you know this."
Rules are made to be broken.
For you, perhaps. But women here do not get that same grace. You have a duty to do the honourable thing. Camilla ran to the window, looking down into the dark garden below. There were no guests, or worse, columnists lurking, that she could tell, at least. If only they weren't 2 stories up, she'd toss herself out. She cast her eyes around the shadowy corners of the room. But wherever Vexley kept his wardrobe, it didn't seem to be here, as each wall gleamed, closet-free. "The forgery!" she cried, as her attention landed again above the bed.
Forgery.
Before Sinton could say more about it, she rushed past him, leaping back up on the bed to snatch the painting off the wall. But this time, it didn't move an inch, catching her off guard. How the hell had Vexley attached the thing? What had changed? Camilla worked her fingers underneath the frame and heaved her weight away from the wall, doing her best to pry the painting free. But it didn't have the common decency to even pretend to budge. She stared at the cursed thing, wondering how on earth she'd managed to move it not 10 minutes prior. She couldn't have imagined she'd nudged it before Sinton interrupted her. Could she?
Hello?
The bedroom doorknob rattled, chilling her blood. Any second, Vexley would charge into the room and find them alone and dishevelled. And knowing Vexley, he'd embellish the tale until they were both nude and caught mid-act. Or worse, Vexley would claim he'd ruined her dress and say Sinton had found the 2 of them together. It would be his word against Sinton's, and Sinton was a newcomer. Camilla yanked at the painting one last time, swearing as it remained stubbornly fixed to the wall. Vexley pounded against the door violently now.
I'm no longer amused. Open the damn door!
The knob jangled again, but held firm. Softening her grip on the painting, Camilla looked back at Sinton. He held up an ornate skeleton key that apparently locked any door as well as opened it, flashing a devious grin.
That should slow him down for a moment. Maybe 2, he whispered, his voice enticingly smooth. But we must hurry.
He pocketed the unique key and moved to the window, scanning the garden below. Seeming satisfied, he pushed open the window, then held his hand out to Camilla.
Are we making our grand escape or not?
Camilla glanced between the Lord and the forgery. Freedom was so close she could taste it. How could she willingly leave it behind? Sinton made an annoyed noise, drawing her attention back to him. Grinding her teeth, she climbed down from the bed, keeping her voice low. "My lord, you can simply walk out the door unscathed. Why are you helping me?"
Trust me, I'm as far removed from a saint as one can get. He flashed his teeth. What I am is someone completely uninterested in society games, or playing the role of a besotted fool, Miss Antonius. I do not desire the complication. If you're ruined, it will negatively impact my plan. If you're attached to that drunkard, it will also complicate matters for me. I'm helping myself first, which has a trickle-down effect of assisting you.
"How very noble," she murmured.
Of all the men in Waverley Green, how had she ended up stuck with him? Without another word, Sinton nimbly hoisted himself out the window, finding purchase on the edge of the iron roof, then poked his head back inside. Shadows carved his face into dangerous lines, and for a moment his eyes became ebony pools. Then he blinked, and whatever hidden depths she thought she'd seen vanished. Who is this man? She paused halfway to the window, indecision warring inside her. To be so close to her goal and to walk away was unfathomable. To climb out the window with this stranger seemed insanity. Yet if she stayed, she'd find herself in worse circumstances. "Camilla," Sinton's voice rang with authority. "Vexley will break through that door soon. Unless you wish to become his bride, I'd hurry." With one final look at the forgery, Camilla made her choice and prayed she wouldn't live to regret it.
Chapter 9. Envy helped Camilla onto the metal roof, more concerned by the way she squeezed her eyes shut and teetered across the steep incline than by the loud banging still coming from the door inside. He'd have them down in the garden and off to his waiting carriage before Vexley could find them, but only if Camilla didn't have a stroke first. "Open your eyes," he demanded quietly. Having her break her neck would be inconvenient, to say the least. He had no idea what her death might mean for the game, but it certainly wouldn't be good. Camilla shook her head, her face pale in the moonlight. For the first time since their tumble, Envy tuned into her emotions, feeling the iciness of her fear travel down his own spine. If he'd been mortal, he'd have shuddered from the coldness of it. Camilla wasn't simply afraid, she was petrified. Is it the height or the fear of being caught? "Both," she gritted out, keeping her eyes shut tight. His magic detected a lie, but he couldn't dwell on it. Her teeth chattered loudly, and soon her whole body would start shaking. A slippered foot slid across the roof. Envy didn't wish to reveal any hint that he was more than human, but Camilla needed to be on solid ground before she did something reckless, like faint. He slipped one arm under her legs, then banded the other around her middle, tucking her small frame tight against him. Surprisingly, she curled into his body without resistance, shivering like someone who'd been pulled from frigid waters. Her reaction was extreme, even for human fear, but he had no time to puzzle it out now. "Relax," he commanded. "This will be over in a second." "What do you—" "Quiet." She squirmed and he stepped off the roof, landing effortlessly with a quiet thunk in the dewy grass before she could cry out. Instead of being relieved, Camilla latched onto him harder, practically crawling up his body as she pressed her face into his chest, her breathing quick and uneven. He swept a hand over her forehead. Sweat beaded across her brow and the back of her neck. He glanced up at the roof, brows tugged close. "Camilla, breathe. We're on solid ground." We could have died." "Death isn't in my plan, pet." A beat of silence passed. "Do not call me pet." "Noted, kitten." She uttered a filthy name under her breath, her trembling easing as she shifted from fear back to annoyance. He smiled. Good. She was feeling feisty enough to work through whatever beginning stages of shock she'd been experiencing. Perhaps he also smiled because he realized he liked annoying her. Despite the strict rules of this society that tried to tame women, she bit back. He enjoyed seeing her teeth. Envy was so focused on Camilla that he didn't notice they had company until a pointed object cut through the night, jabbing him sharply between his shoulder blades as a shadowy arm lashed out from the shrubbery. A hiss escaped his lips, more from surprise than pain, as he spun around, keeping Camilla out of harm's reach. "What? Unhand my friend at once, you scoundrel!" Lady Catherine leapt from the nearest bush, lifting her weapon again, a heeled shoe, and waving it threateningly. Envy closed his eyes, wondering whether the game was truly worth this cost. If his brothers could see him now, being assaulted by women's footwear. I swear, if you ruin her, does it look like I'm ravishing her? He growled, keeping his voice low. Lady Catherine still brandished her shoe, but she craned her neck and hobbled awkwardly on one shoeless foot to get a better look at Camilla. Just then, Vexley's voice bellowed out from above, drawing their attention to the open window and the shadowy figure stumbling past it. With luck, the idiot would fall out. Envy turned back to Lady Catherine, his patience gone. Unless you'd like to be the cause of her ruination, move out of my way, now. Lady Catherine kept her cool gaze locked on Envy. Her dress is torn. You're very astute, he deadpanned, earning a fierce glare. You can leave her here in the garden with me and go, my lord. Scandal avoided. Please, Kitty. Camilla's voice startled them both. I wish to leave now. You're certain this gentleman hasn't accosted you? She asked, still glaring at Envy as if he were the lowest form of life and cradling the heel of her shoe as if to jab him again. The way she said gentleman indicated she meant vile deviant, an accusation that was fitting enough. Yes, please. We need to leave before someone spies us. You know columnists always sneak onto the property. Catherine's expression suddenly shifted. Oh, is he a potential loyal companion? Kitty! Camilla's strength at last returned, and she practically shoved herself out of Envy's arms to stand on her own, teetering only slightly. That reaction certainly piqued his interest, but before he could gather any more information, they heard an approach. Lady Catherine, the shoe-wielding bandit, pressed her lips together but hobbled back, allowing them finally to pass without any more interference. As Camilla passed by, she reached out to squeeze her friend's hand. Envy wasted no time. He strode toward the side alley, where he'd instructed his driver to wait, pleased that Camilla hurried along after him without prompting. Hushed voices and a giggle carried across the garden, sounding suspiciously like Widow Janelle, followed by a soft moan, which spurred Envy to grab Camilla's hand and lead her the rest of the way to his carriage as swiftly as possible. This villain would play the role of gentleman only so long before he struck back. The next clue was practically in his grasp, and Envy would be damned, more than he and his court already were, if he allowed one more person to stand in the way of his securing that painting before time ran out.
Chapter 10. All Camilla wanted to do was crawl into a hot bath and forget that this cursed night had ever happened. To have had the forgery in her hands and to be unable to grab it felt like unjust cruelty. If only she'd had a few more minutes alone, or if Vexley hadn't come drunkenly knocking, maybe she'd be soaring high on her newfound freedom. Instead, she felt leaden with despair. She'd not only lost the greatest opportunity she'd had, but she'd also nearly died on that godforsaken roof, and would have to answer to Kitty's questions regarding Sinton and the unfortunate lack of anything untoward occurring between them. She wondered if he felt that strange allure with everyone. She certainly had never been enraptured by physical desire quite like that. Except for maybe that one time with the hunter. Even then, things had been different. Camilla had wanted Wolf, had thoroughly enjoyed their night of passion, and been completely free to act however she pleased. He'd been a tireless lover who matched her in so many ways, even if he'd reminded her of how lonely she was, how much she yearned for someone like her, and tempted her to live as he had. It was wonderful while it lasted, but it wasn't the same urge she felt around Sinton. He made her want to shed her own civility and indulge her passions, which was dangerous for her life here. Dreaming of strangulation, Miss Antonius? Sinton's deep, rich voice drew her attention to where he sat across from her in the carriage, his face half hidden in shadow as they rolled down the cobbled street toward her townhouse. "Pardon?" she asked. Sinton leaned forward, and she followed his gaze to her lap. She'd been flexing her hands in a way that did look rather threatening. Your tone sounds far too intrigued by that thought, Lord Sinton. It leads one to believe you're a secret deviant. And your tone sounds far too intrigued by that revelation, Miss Antonius. A smile twitched at her lips. When they'd first gotten into the carriage, they'd only spoken twice. Once for Camilla to give her a dress, and the second for Lord Sinton to insist upon draping his overcoat around her. It was a slow sort of torture to be surrounded by his intoxicating scent and feel the warmth of his body that had lingered in the fine material when he'd shrugged the coat off and immediately placed it around her shoulders. She'd been relieved when he hadn't pushed to visit the gallery. After her night, she was far too drained to show any paintings at this late hour. Plus, Camilla wanted to put some much-needed space between herself and the Lord after their awkward encounter in Vexley's bedchamber. Largely because she couldn't sort out whether she was more relieved or embarrassed that Sinton hadn't wished to touch her. Obviously, he'd been physically attracted to her. His arousal had been plain as day, which made her wonder if he was attached to someone else, or if he'd been repulsed by the idea of touching her. He'd said he was worried about being trapped in marriage, which might be the biggest reason behind his refusal to even kiss her. At least he hadn't mentioned the forgery. Camilla was more upset with herself for that slip than for anything else. Sinton didn't seem like the sort to spread news, but she really didn't know him. It would be quite the salacious bit of gossip to share at the next party or ball. The gallery owner and artist who led a secret life selling forgeries and deceiving society. As if he'd plucked the very worry from her head, Sinton said casually, "I won't tell anyone about the forgery." Relief flooded her system until he added, "As long as you answer 2 questions truthfully." Camilla felt her agitation rising again, and fought the urge to roll her eyes as he continued. "If you lie, I'll know. Do we have a deal?" He watched her closely, his emerald gaze intense, until she reluctantly nodded, her silver gaze holding his with as much defiance as she could muster. "Is Vexley using that forgery against you?" She blinked, surprised by his intuition. And she wasn't certain why, but she believed he was telling the truth about knowing if she lied. "Yes." "Has he asked you to paint anything else?" "Yes." Camilla tensed, waiting for him to press for more information. A beat of silence passed while he studied her features, his own expression impossible to read. Sinton now knew one of her darkest secrets. As if the threat of scandal weren't enough, he now held the same power over her as Vexley. "I am nothing like him, Miss Antonius." Something dangerous flared in his gaze. Did he just read my mind? "Of course not. Control your expressions. They betray your thoughts as clearly as speech." Without uttering another word, Sinton sat back, his face half hidden, as he turned to look out the window once again. Camilla realized it had been a purposeful action, that he did not want her to glean anything from him in return. It felt like a small victory, all things considered. They travelled the rest of the way in silence, Camilla practically on the edge of her seat, vibrating with nerves as her home finally came into view. Greenbrier Park, where Vexley lived, was only 2 streets away, but they were long avenues, and took ages to traverse at night because of the street cleaners and the market carts making their creaking way home. She sighed inwardly when the carriage stopped 1 door down, just as she'd instructed. Home. The bath, her bed. Blessed distance from this man who was starting to know too much, and, she suspected, had quite a past of his own. "Thank you for—" One moment Camilla's hand clasped the door handle. The next, she was on Sinton's lap, his iron-like arm banded around her waist to hold her still. The curtains that had been tied back from the window were swinging shut. "What?" "There is a man outside your home, Miss Antonius." Sinton flicked the edge of the curtain back, just enough for her to peer out, scanning the street. It looked empty to her. "On the west side, over there. He's watching your door, and he's highly agitated. I need to know why." "How do you know he's agitated with me?" Camilla felt exhausted. "Is there a jealous lover I should know about?" Sinton pressed. Oh, for heaven's sake, I don't see... Oh. There, in the darkest part of the shadows, Camilla caught a minuscule flicker of movement. How Sinton had noticed it was beyond her. She swore under her breath when another figure moved next to the first. Satire sheet columnists. With all the excitement tonight, I forgot they sometimes watch the homes of Vexley's party guests. They report on who left with whom so they can fuel more gossip. We should be all... Camilla closed her eyes, remembering the glaring reason why she couldn't pretend it was Lady Catherine dropping her off. Even in the dark alley where Sinton's carriage had been waiting, she'd noticed Sin painted across the doors in silver ink. The Lord didn't have to come inside for the columnists to run wild with their headlines. Angel of Art succumbs to sin. Beyond the danger of the scandal, Camilla also did not need Vexley to discover that Sinton had taken her home. If Vexley believed another man was a threat to their arrangement, she had no doubt he'd do something rash to secure her forever. There's a place we can go to avoid them, she said at last. Have your driver pull onto the next road. Camilla would be forced to reveal one more secret to Sinton tonight, it seemed. He pounded a fist against the roof, and the driver rolled on. As they bounced over the cobbled street, Camilla realized she was still on Sinton's lap, his firm thighs bulging beneath her. She shifted, but he made no move to release her. Have him turn here. Sinton did as she instructed, and within moments they'd pulled in front of a seemingly ordinary house. Each time Camilla saw its cheery exterior, her heart ached. Her father had purchased the building on the street behind their townhouse 10 years prior, within a week of her mother's abandonment. Some had called it grief or madness, and they weren't wrong. He'd renovated it into a house filled with secrets over the last few years of his life. To anyone passing by, it appeared to be a normal home. But the front door and windows were only excellent sculptures secured to the walls. The true entrance was located around the private gated alley beside it. After the gate was manually opened by tugging the hidden latch, it revealed a secret door in the building's side, tall and wide enough to drive a carriage through. There were no neighbors to the right, only a stone wall too tall to climb over, and the 3-story townhouse itself successfully blocked any other prying eyes. It was her father's favorite creation. He'd always loved secret entryways, but had become especially obsessed with them toward the end. Camilla never quite knew what to make of this. She suspected it related to his love of old stories, and perhaps a little to her mother, as if one magical door might unlock all her secrets and reveal where she'd gone when she left him. No matter the reason, in that final decade, doors, portals, entryways, and passages all became Pierre's greatest source of inspiration. He'd painted them, sculpted them, and made this whole house as an ode to whatever world it was he desperately wished to find. Camilla had never shown any of this last phase of his work before. It was better that no one knew who he'd become, and while her father might not have understood, she did. Some doors were not meant to be opened. After she had instructed the coachman how to open the gate, they pulled up in front of the massive door. Have your driver pull the lantern on the right toward him, Camilla said. If Sinton was curious about the odd request, he didn't let it show. A moment later, the door opened wide, and they drove the carriage into the dark space beyond. They waited for the door to close behind them before Camilla exited the coach. Sinton followed her out, his attention sweeping across the cavernous room, only dimly lit by a few flickering gas lanterns. He quickly took in every bridle, saddle, and stack of hay before looking her over anew.
What a lovely barn. And how do you plan on sneaking past the columnists?
You confound me, my lord. Of all the questions you could ask, that is the most burning one. No matter where you're from, a secret door cannot be common. He raised a brow.
I've heard of your father's eccentricities, Miss Antonius. I'm assuming this was his doing. A fine workspace, I'm sure. But at present, I am more concerned with getting you home than delving into your unusual family history.
Camilla could hardly believe Sinton had gleaned so much from that cursory glance. When her father had been alive, he had used the space as his studio. He'd claimed he needed the space and the quiet to truly work. In the back was a staircase that led to a washroom and 2 bedrooms on the 2nd floor that contained all his art supplies. The 3rd floor had remained an open expanse dedicated solely to showcasing his work. No one except Camilla had had access to the studio, and until this moment, no one but her and her father had ever set foot inside.
What I cannot piece together, Sinton went on, is the reason we're here. Are you planning on waltzing down the street on foot, as if you'd been out for a stroll?
Of course not. I'm going through the secret tunnel, naturally. She pointed to a pile of what appeared to be broken wheels in the corner. It was another of her father's creations. When she turned the topmost wheel, it would release the trapdoor hidden beneath. Thank you for your help this evening. I'm capable of traveling the rest of the way on my own. If you press against the haystack, it will open the side door again. Good night, my lord. Sinton appraised her with cool calculation.
I will not be so easily dismissed this time, Miss Antonius.
He brushed past her and strode into the tunnel after releasing the trapdoor. His steps were sure and steady.
Come, I'll escort you home. We still have business to attend to anyway.
Chapter 11. Envy split his focus between the annoyed woman striding ahead of him, now sans his overcoat, as she'd promptly tossed it in his face, and the secret arched tunnel. When he'd been informed at dinner tonight that Camilla's father was a bit eccentric, he hadn't gotten the impression he'd been the sort to build secret art studios and subterranean tunnels filled with doors that seemingly led nowhere. Yet there they were, walking through a hidden passage that connected one side of the block to the other. He could have sworn he'd sensed a ward outside too, one that gently encouraged passers-by to move on, not to be interested in the house of riddles. It explained why Envy's spies wouldn't have known about the studio. They would have simply gone by it, focused instead on Camilla's townhouse, never the wiser. It was an impressive feat for a mortal. One Envy imagined was due to the time the man had spent on the mysterious Silverthorn Lane. Thankfully, the old man had had gas lanterns installed at even intervals, ensuring that the space was well lit and easily passable. Not that Envy needed the light to see. It was something Lord Antonius had clearly done for his daughter's benefit. An odd charge filled the air that had nothing to do with Camilla's darkening mood, or the way his gaze kept sliding to her torn bodice, and the tantalizing lingerie that peeked out with each of her movements. The design of the lace was beautiful, and he'd almost convinced himself that that was why he kept being drawn to it. Envy appreciated art, and the material was finely crafted. Surely it didn't have anything to do with the woman wearing the lovely garment, or the flashes of her smooth, golden skin under the black lace. Camilla was a walking contradiction. He sensed that she was surprised by her attraction to him earlier, yet she also wanted to throttle him. It would make an interesting combination in the bedroom. The artist stopped near the middle of the passage and spun to face him, silver eyes flashing like blades in the dark. A wiser male would take it for the warning it was. But Envy preferred walking the knife's edge of danger. "Well?" Camilla's voice was as frosty as the look she leveled at him. "What business is so important that it cannot wait until morning?" No one would ever accuse her of not being passionate. "I need you to begin work on the hexed throne, immediately." She stared at him as if he'd lost his mind. "No!" "Why are you so opposed?" For the first time that evening, he felt genuine frustration bubbling up, and then it hit him. "Has anyone else asked you to paint a hexed object?" She gave him an exasperated look. "We've been over this, Lord Sinton. I'm not painting a hexed object, for you or anyone. Why on earth would you think I changed my mind?" "I did you a favor tonight. I expect one in return." "I see." Camilla's tone was suddenly clipped. "How foolish of me to think you were simply being a decent human. Thank you for showing me who you truly are, my lord." If she knew who Envy truly was, she'd run away screaming and never look back. In his experience, women like Camilla denied wanting romance, only to end up offering their hearts for bastards like him to eventually break. Lust was so often confused with love. Envy gave her a slow, cruel smile that made her take an uneasy step away from him. He was not good, and he was not mortal. The sooner she realized that, the better it would be for her. If Camilla was sunshine, he was the darkest of nights. And if she wasn't careful, his shadows would snuff out her light, if only for the fleeting chance to possess her warmth before destroying it. Love was not for him, but he did rather enjoy one night of lust. "I warned you. I'm no saint, Miss Antonius." He closed the distance between them, caging her between himself and the wall. "Nor am I a gentleman. I didn't help you out of the goodness of my heart. You have a rare talent, one that I am willing to pay an extraordinary amount of coin for." Anger flashed across her features, and she lifted her chin to meet his gaze. "Find someone else." "No." "You want the painting? Why? Why must it be of that?" "I desire it for my private gallery," he lied. "Your talent is well known." Sensing the spike in her nerves and desire at his proximity, he brought his mouth to her ear. Seduction, he reminded himself, was the path to his second attempt. He needed her to want him badly enough to give in to her desires. When he spoke, his lips whispered across her smooth skin, the touch barely there but potent in its effect. She shivered in his arms. "Therefore, I want you, and only you." He shifted to see her face. At first glance, Camilla gave no indication of being affected by their nearness. Her expression was cool indifference, but then her gaze betrayed her by falling to his mouth. He knew what she would see. Lovers had always praised the fullness of his bottom lip, the crooked arc to his devilish grin that would free the dimples in his cheeks if he chose to show them off. But he didn't expect his own reaction. The heat in her look awakened something in him, something possessive. Her breaths were coming faster, shorter, her pulse visibly pounding in her throat. Camilla wanted him. And he, in turn, now knew her secret, that this little minx desired the demon, excited by all the wickedly tempting things he would make her feel. "Name your price, Miss Antonius." Envy dropped one hand to tuck her loose curls behind her ear, easing his body between her legs, forcing her thighs to spread as he pressed closer. Her breath hitched as his knee settled at the junction of her body, anticipation thickening the air between them. Camilla's tongue darted out to wet her lips. Earlier thoughts of that tantalizing mouth and all the carnal ideas it had inspired returned with a vengeance. He hardened and saw the exact moment Camilla felt it. She shivered against the cool stone wall at her back. "I think I know what you'd like in return." His hand ghosted down her silhouette, coming to rest on her hip. "Shall I fuck you against this wall?" Her desire for him flared as he gripped her harder, bunching her silken skirts between his fingers, igniting his own need. His mouth hovered against the skin of her cheek, his focus narrowed to each point of contact between them. Camilla's chest heaved against his, teasing him with its uneven rhythm. "First with my fingers, then my cock." His body strained to feel hers, soft where he was hard. In this battle of seduction he was slowly winning. He felt her resolve dissipating, felt her slowly arch into his touch. "Surely there's some arrangement we can come to." Camilla's desire evaporated at once. In its place, he was hit by the familiar prickling of anger. She shoved at his chest, and Envy stepped back, giving her space, surprised at how immediately he felt his own sense of loss. "There will be no arrangement of any sort between us, my lord," I'd sooner make a deal with the King of Demons himself. Irrational jealousy barreled through him at the thought of Camilla striking a deal with his brother, Wrath, but he bit the iciness of his sin back. That can happily be arranged. Shall we leave for his residence now? Once you're good and seated, perhaps you'll be more agreeable. A low, soft laugh escaped her lips, the sound sending a bolt of awareness through him, one he did not care for as he found his gaze ensnared by her. Go home, Lord Sinton. Camilla grabbed the hem of her skirts and marched down the tunnel toward her house, leaving him where he still stood. I've had quite enough of your charms for one night, she called back over her shoulder. And yet he could not say the same regarding her. Envy would do well to remember that Miss Antonius, with her pretty smile, soft curves, and lilting laugh, was not for him. Though as her words replayed in his mind, his sin ignited once again. I'd sooner make a deal with the King of Demons himself. Like hell she would. Camilla was his until the game ended, and he was not known to share.
Chapter 12. Camilla set her paintbrush down, looking her canvas over with a critical eye. An act that was more difficult than it should have been. Normally, she could see exactly what a painting needed, where to shade, where to highlight, where to add more depth and colour. But today, it just wouldn't come. She was still too damn exhausted to think clearly. After a night spent tossing and turning, kicking off her sheets, then getting tangled up in them, frustrated beyond measure, she'd been so tired she'd forgotten her ritual. Her mother's locket still hung around her neck. Yet this painting had demanded her attention from the moment she opened her eyes. So, here she was, in her gallery before sunrise, apron cinched at her waist, skin already speckled with paint she prayed hadn't made its way onto the necklace after all. Before her wasn't quite a self-portrait, but a scene heavily inspired by her bath the previous night. Despite her agitation, Camilla thought it was already rather lovely. It captured her as all the things she wished she could openly be. Soft, feminine, boldly powerful. Someone who owned her desire without apology, without pretending to humble herself for a world that oppressed. She'd captured herself submerged in a clawfoot tub, one hand draped across her lower belly, knees bent, golden legs jutting up from the water. Flower petals floated on the water, hiding that secret place between her legs, which had throbbed with every sinful word that came from Sinton's lips the night before. In the painting, one foot was propped against the lip of the white tub, revealing flowers stuck to the silky skin of her exposed thighs. Camilla's mind flashed back to that bath. As she'd washed away the wretchedness of her evening, she understood that there was one thing the water could not cleanse. Her memories of the filthy things Sinton had said in his deep, velvety voice that had made her burn not with anger, but scorching desire. And his own arousal. God, he had pressed against her, hard and wanting. When he'd moved his hips, slightly grinding against her, she'd nearly seen stars. Honestly, she ought to call upon a physician and inquire about a tonic. Something was clearly amiss. She ought to be traumatized by his bold and abhorrent behavior. Also by the fact that he'd lied about why he wanted the hexed painting. He was clearly hiding something. Then, when he demanded to know if anyone else had asked for a hexed object, she'd gone cold. She'd forgotten about the note. A request from a mysterious collector had come earlier that week, asking after an illustrated book of spells. The note was unsigned, had no return address, so Camilla had tossed it aside, not thinking about it again until now. What could Sinton know? Shall I fuck you against this wall? He certainly knew more about that. Camilla ran the slick bar of soap down the side of her body, mimicking his feather-light touch. If she closed her eyes and drew up the memory, the heat of him still lingered, along with annoyance. Camilla had been wrong when she'd thought Vexley was the most aggravating man she'd ever known. Sinton now proudly claimed that honor. Except, most maddeningly of all,
She couldn't stop thinking of him.
Shall I fuck you against this wall? First with my fingers, then with my cock.
Camilla had been rendered speechless, not by his crude words, but by her immediate internal reaction to them. Yes, God, yes. She'd never wanted anything more. In public, Sinton had been the perfect gentleman, seemingly offended by Vexley's crass behavior. How different he was when no prying eyes were near. How wondrously sinful. His whispers felt like their own dark secret, and Camilla was certainly fond of those. Then he'd gone and ruined everything by negotiating it as payment for her services, as if he could not simply desire her without a price being attached. His stupid proposition made her feel lonely all over again. When Camilla had debuted, just after her mother's disappearance, she'd almost been like any other woman of her station, charmed by the idea of some prince waltzing her across a ballroom, declaring his love. In truth, everything had been horrid. Her father's eccentric behavior and her mother's absence had made her a wallflower, standing in the shadows while her friends danced and flirted. It got worse her second and third seasons, until she stopped believing in her fairy tale. It had been a foolish dream anyway, one her mother had warned her against. From the moment Sinton strode into her gallery, she'd felt drawn to him, a bit of that bright-eyed girl returning, longing to be wanted madly. More fool her, she supposed. The bell over the door rang loudly, jarring her into the present. She glanced at the clock, startled to see it was now afternoon. "What have you done with it, you thieving little chit? Did you give it to him?" Vexley's thunderous accusation broke the peace of the day, and her muddled memories of the night before. Damn. The forgery. Camilla twisted from her painting, stunned by the absolute fury on Vexley's face as he advanced, hands clenched at his sides. Instinct made Camilla want to run far and fast, but some little innate voice warned her to stand her ground, that Vexley was mad enough to give chase, and it would be far worse for her if he caught her then. Camilla kept her voice calm and even. "I'm not sure what you mean, my lord. What have I done with what? And who have I given it to?"
"Do not play coy with me today. You know precisely what I'm inquiring about."
Vexley towered over her, a serpent ready to strike.
"Where is the forgery? I have spent the entire morning tearing my home apart, and it is most certainly not there. So I'll ask you once again, nicely, before I stop being a gentleman. Where is the damned thing, Camilla? Did you give it to Sinton?"
She blinked up at him, hearing the words, but having difficulty understanding. If Vexley believed he was acting like a gentleman, she might as well declare herself the Seelie Queen of Fairy. "I haven't the slightest idea." Camilla's pulse roared in her ears as she focused on the most important thing he'd said. Surely she'd misheard him. "Have you lost it? Or moved it and forgot?"
You think me a fool, Miss Antonius, but I assure you I am not. No, I did not lose it. It was right where I left it before dressing for dinner last night, and when I awoke, it was gone."
Camilla's mind spun. This was quite possibly the worst news. She'd been certain she'd have another chance to steal the painting back. Vexley had to be wrong. The alternative sent invisible spiders skittering across her skin. If someone else had the forgery now... She straightened her spine, playing for time. "You had enough spirits to fell an elephant during dinner, Vexley. Are you certain you didn't move it and forget?"
"Don't." He leaned in, blue eyes wild. "You leave early, not saying goodbye to anyone, and Sinton also mysteriously vanishes. Then I awake to a missing painting. If you aren't in cahoots with him, then I wonder what happened to Lady Catherine, too. What would her husband think of such unbecoming behavior, such scheming? Especially if it were to become the talk of the town. Satire sheets simply love a scandal, Camilla."
"Lady Catherine knows nothing of the forgery. And you do well not to threaten her. Camilla held her ground, nose stubbornly a few inches from Vexley's own. I went home at a respectable hour, and that somehow makes me guilty. What of the dozen or so others who showed no such tact? You know as well as I do that Harrington or Walters would love to possess that piece for their private collections. They have no idea it's not the actual painting. Do you truly hold them in such high esteem as to think they wouldn't steal it given the chance? Were you not telling me this very week that you wanted our arrangement to end? He pressed, spittle foaming in the corners of his mouth. I may not be a detective inspector, Camilla, but that certainly sounds like motive. If you're working with Sinton, there will be hell to pay. His hand rose quickly to circle her throat. He rested it there lightly, but with dark promise. Trapped, Camilla went very still. His gaze raked down the front of her bodice, pausing on the swell of her breast in her morning gown. For one horrifying moment, she thought he'd rip open her dress. Deliver it back by week's end, or I will see you ruined. The bell over the door tinkled pleasantly, alerting them that they were no longer alone. Camilla's breath stayed lodged in her chest as precious seconds passed by, and Vexley didn't unhand her. Instead, his pale eyes glittered with malice. He knew exactly what she feared, and he enjoyed it. But finally, Vexley straightened, his expression changing from fury to lazy indifference, before he finally stepped aside, pretending he'd been admiring the art behind her. Have that wrapped up and sent over to Gretna House, Miss Antonius. I rather like it, after all. He fixed her with an even gaze. The splashes of red remind me of blood. They're raw, powerful. You know I've always found broken things darkly appealing. His ability to don a new mask so swiftly was disturbing. Wondering how she'd never noticed it before made her unease grow. Of course, my lord. She accepted his ruse, even if her smile felt as strained as the tension still winding between them. She finally caught a glimpse of the door, where a satire sheet columnist seemed far too intrigued by their interaction. May I assist you with something, sir? She asked cheerily. Lord Vexley! The columnist ignored Camilla, instead calling after Vexley, who'd swept through the gallery as if he'd suddenly remembered he had somewhere more important to be. A moment! Is it true that Walters fought with a garden statue last night and lost? Vexley paused, debonair act reinstated. Come now, Havisham. You don't believe I'd give up my friend's secrets that easily, do you? Vexley flashed his legendary grin, slowing his pace to a saunter out the door, apparently without a care in the world. Camilla waited until he and Havisham had exited the gallery before dropping onto her stool, muscles trembling. She had no doubt that Vexley would make good on his threats if pushed. In fact, he'd seemed ready to kill her then. Her hands came up to her throat, the icy sensation of the Lord's touch chilling her to the core. She'd known Vexley would be angry if she succeeded in stealing the forgery, but she'd never imagined him causing bodily harm. He'd never been violent before, nor had she heard any rumors of his being involved in fisticuffs. Vexley had convinced everyone he was simply a drunken, lovable rogue. But what did she truly know of the Lord? No one respectable visited the dark market as often as he did. Silverthorn Lane was a place where magic slithered through the streets, drinking the life and emotion from visiting mortals. She'd seen it happen firsthand with her father, knew how dangerous a place it was. Once he'd started going there, life as they'd known it had ended. Initially, as Pierre grew sicker, Camilla too had ventured there, damning all consequences. If that was where her father had fallen ill, she believed she'd find a cure there too. And she'd felt the power there, sensed the allure. After her father had died, she'd gone only twice more. The first time was when she'd met Wolf, the legendary hunter, tempted by the life beyond Waverley Green he might have offered her. The second time, she'd gone to warn him away, to ensure that he kept their night of passion a secret. Camilla wanted to stay in Waverley Green, and no one could know she'd thrown her reputation away in a fit of desperation, needing to remember she was still alive, even in the darkness of her grief. Wolf had left with a vow, but only after promising he'd return one day. She still prayed that would never happen. Vexley and Sinton were trouble enough. Speaking of, she'd been a fool to think that just because Sinton hadn't pressed her for more information last night, he'd leave it be. One thing she could agree with Vexley on was that somehow, some way, Sinton had snuck back into Gretna House. Camilla would be damned if she'd let one more man blackmail her. If Vexley was actually going to ruin her, she would at least have the satisfaction of seeing that wretched painting destroyed by her own hand. Furious, Camilla put a sign on the door informing patrons that the gallery was closed for the day, then went to hire a coach. She had a sudden need to visit Hemlock Hall. As she stepped out into the cobbled street, she sensed someone behind her. She spun around, noticing a man leaning against the building across the street. His features were hidden by a hat he'd tugged low over his brow, his size and form indistinguishable under a black cloak. He had on leather gloves that gave her pause. Camilla waited for him to push off the building and leave, but he didn't. He remained where he stood, silent, foreboding. Vexley wouldn't have hired someone to watch her, would he? The answer to that was a simple yes. She swallowed and hurried to the end of the street, calling a coach. When she climbed in and glanced out the window, the man was gone.
Chapter 13. Envy tilted back his head, considering the forgery he'd stolen earlier. The late afternoon sunlight slanted through the window, gilding the dust motes he'd stirred with his pacing. He'd been staring at the impressive painting for the better part of the day, pleased with himself for wrangling it out from under Vexley's nose while he snored. The man was a total disgrace, sleeping on his stomach, his pimpled arse uncovered, passing gas as foul as his manners. A savage part of Envy wanted to hang the forgery in his foyer, invite Vexley over for drinks, and piss a circle around Camilla's work, marking his territory until the game moved on. Instead, Envy reined himself in, remembered that strategy was what won wars. And certainly a war was on. Last night his second attempt to secure Camilla's help had failed. He only had one more opportunity before he was disqualified. And while the rules surrounding any forfeit were still unclear, the realities facing his court were anything but. Envy needed to win. He'd been trying to keep a positive attitude, but things were bleak. He couldn't use his magic to influence Camilla. Seduction didn't work. Asking straight out had failed spectacularly. Fuck! Envy raked a hand through his hair, glancing up at the painting again. Desperation made people messy, careless. Envy needed to focus. Stealing the forgery had given him a bargaining chip to use with Camilla. He'd seen how much she wanted it. So when Camilla had tried to tear it from the wall, he'd used a tiny bit of magic to lock it in place. Collecting it himself was an insurance plan, a card hidden up his sleeve. Since it wasn't outright persuasion, it wasn't breaking any of Lennox's rules. Now that he had secured the forgery, Envy considered what else he might focus on. Preparations for the ball were well underway, as it was nearly upon them, only 2 nights away now. The manor house was fully restored to its former glory, and then some. The dark wood gleamed from its recent buffing. The new velvet draperies hung thick and lush. The artwork, brought over from his real private collection, was tastefully displayed across the estate, and he'd shown the staff how to prepare his preferred custom drink, the dark and sinful. It was a decadent concoction he created one evening of muddled blackberries, brown sugar simple syrup, bourbon, orange zest, and a splash of champagne. They'd scoffed at the name, but none had protested after they'd sampled it. Now he could turn his full attention toward attempt 3. His spies hadn't unearthed anything of great importance on Camilla yet, only things he'd already known, although they had confirmed his suspicion about the secret tunnel her father had made. It was laid on top of a realm line, an invisible magical boundary that might open to other realms. Not many knew of them, and even fewer used them, particularly here in the human realm. Envy hadn't sensed that the tunnel had been activated, so it wasn't presently in use, and he hadn't seen any runes or a portal key notch, although that didn't mean Pierre hadn't hidden one somewhere, and even if he had, Envy doubted he'd been able to unlock it. Portal keys were only gifted by 2 species that Envy knew of: Fae, primarily the unseelie royalty who ruled the Dark Court, or very powerful shapeshifters, like werewolves. Instead of wasting the rest of the day with his growing frustration, perhaps Envy would pay the infamous Dark Market a visit. At least then he might learn more about what Vexley had been up to. He'd been so convinced that the man was another player, but after his baffling performance last night, Envy hoped this wasn't his competition. It'd be a letdown. But it would be helpful all the same to find out who else in Waverley Green might be privy to realm lines. So, this is where you've been hiding out. Envy didn't turn around at the sound of his brother Lust's voice. Let me guess. Pride's been gossiping like a courtier. Probably, but I heard it from Gluttony, who mentioned hearing it from Greed. His brothers were no better than the irksome columnists. Gluttony at the very least ought to know better. He was currently involved in a war with his own reporter in the Seven Circles. With the curse broken, Envy drawled. I would have thought you'd all have something better to do with your time. Though I can't really blame you. I am the most interesting of our brothers. He called for Goodfellow, and instructed him to put the painting carefully in his bedchamber. Envy had warded the room so no one could enter without his permission. It should be safe enough there. My visit to the Shifting Isles is hardly scintillating for you, though, he continued once Goodfellow had departed. Lust had made his way over to toy with the velvet drapes. Surely you ought to be more intrigued by a certain death goddess than my reprieve. Vengeance and lust do work so nicely together. Lust chuckled, never one to fall prey to needling. From what I've heard, she's preoccupied with her puppies. Envy rolled his eyes at the cavalier mention of the werewolf pack. Even if she weren't involved with that drama, I rather like my cock attached to my body at the end of the day. Plus, the little game you're currently involved in is much more interesting. Is it true an artist castrated you? Envy touched the jeweled dagger at his hip, contemplating returning to the Seven Circles solely to castrate Pride. Not that it's any of your concern, but rest assured, I am still the most well-endowed sibling. Debatable, but the masquerade you're hosting is enticing enough. My invitation seems to have gotten lost, an oversight I rectified for you by arriving early. I'm sure my influence will make it legendary. Lust's voice held a note of teasing, always a sign of trouble. He'd finally moved away from the drapes, and was considering the carvings of the mantel far too closely. Consider me your lustful god-demon, here to turn this into the most debauched event this realm has ever seen. Imagine all those stuffy, buttoned-up lords and ladies giving in to their pleasures. Lust's tone turned wistful. Your staff will be cleaning the tables and walls for weeks. Camilla's face crossed Envy's mind. Her eyes closed in rapture as someone dropped to their knees before her, tasting her sweet desire as she rode their face. For some reason, he pictured this occurring right on his dining room table. No. Envy finally turned, giving his brother a hard look. Absolutely. You! The door to Envy's studio crashed open, his second-in-command striding in after the little hellbeast who charged in before him, silver eyes flashing. How dare you! Alexei tossed his hands up. I tried to stop her. Envy flicked his attention over the artist, ignoring the giddy curiosity on Lust's face. Camilla's silver hair was arranged into an intricate knot, held in place by a paintbrush, and her gown was a deep, sultry plum. If it weren't for the lightning in her eyes, threatening to strike him down where he stood, he'd have paid her a compliment. Camilla knew what colours to pair to elicit the most pleasing results, and her creativity extended well beyond paint on canvas. Try harder. Miss Antonius is all of 5 feet and a handful of inches, he finally said. If you cannot handle her, Alexei, perhaps we ought to reconsider your position.
You will do no such thing, Camilla said. Aside from the promise of a vicious assault on his groin, I also threatened to bite him if he stood in my way.
Lust made a strangled sound. I see. Envy schooled his features into bland interest, giving away none of the amusement he felt at the thought of Camilla unknowingly sinking her teeth into a vampire. He also could not recall a time when anyone had dared to give him a direct command. Camilla stared up at him in challenge. Lust let loose a low chuckle.
You must be the reason
He's in such a foul mood.
Pardon me, and you are?
Camilla asked, her tone still frosty as she looked Lust over, seeming less than impressed. A considerable feat given that Envy's brother was the prince who ruled over pleasure, and his very presence usually incited skirt-lifting or trouser-dropping admiration within seconds. Lust appeared wildly amused, and far too intrigued by her lack of swooning. Envy felt the magic of his brother's sin slowly circle the artist, testing. He gritted his teeth. Lust bowed over her hand, letting a bit more of his sin out as his lips brushed across her gloved knuckles. His better-looking brother, naturally.
Charmed.
Camilla wrenched her hand away, then returned that impressive glare to Envy. She hadn't been affected by Lust's power at all.
I demand a private audience at once.
Lust flashed him a surprised look, clearly taken aback too by her complete disregard. Envy raised a brow, then nodded to his brother and Alexei. Very well. Both men seemed cowed enough by Camilla's entrance to heed the request. Once they'd closed the door, he leaned against the table where his drink sat untouched, puzzled by her ability to withstand a demon prince's influence. For someone who wishes to avoid ruination, demanding to be alone with me, unchaperoned, seems quite risky, especially after what I said last night. Unless, of course, you're here to fulfill that naughty fantasy. He was curious to see whether she'd confront him about that. She did not rise to the bait, instead pinning him in place with those moon-like eyes.
Where is the forgery?
I assume you mean the seduction of Evelyn Grey?
Do not play a game with me, my lord.
Camilla advanced, only stopping when her skirts brushed against his knees.
Vexley visited me earlier.
Even though Vexley was nothing more than a pox on a pig's arse, irrational jealousy seared through him. I am disinterested in any lover's quarrel you might be having.
How unsurprising. It's safe to assume you're even less interested in the threats of bodily injury that were made with his hand around my throat, my lord. As you cannot be bothered with all that, just tell me where the forgery is so I can collect it and be on my way.
Envy stilled. The heart he assumed to be shriveled and black pounded furiously as he looked Camilla over more carefully. He hurt you. One word, one look of confirmation, and Envy would have his demon blade in Vexley's gut within the hour. Camilla drew herself up, glaring.
Not this time. But he has threatened far worse if the forgery is not returned immediately.
That will not happen. His voice was laced with its own violence. Camilla jerked back, her eyes rounding as she looked him over closely, seeming to understand that he meant it. In fact, he found himself suddenly striding toward the door, plan whirling into place. Perhaps once he was finished with the mortal, he'd gift him to Alexei for a meal. If Vexley proved to be a player, it would be most beneficial indeed.
You cannot murder him,
Camilla said, sounding, of all things, partly aghast and mildly frustrated. He didn't slow his pace. I assure you I can.
Allow me to rephrase. You will not murder him.
Envy finally slowed and glanced over his shoulder, suspicion winding around him like a tangled vine. One look at her stony face and he knew. There was more to this twisted tale. When it came to Camilla, he really shouldn't be surprised. "Why?" he asked. She swallowed hard, the column of her delicate throat moving slightly. The very throat that Vexley's cursed hands had attempted to desecrate. Rage surged again before he obliterated it. If Wrath could see him now, submitting to his sin on behalf of someone else, the smug bastard would never let him live it down. "Why won't you allow me to kill him, Camilla?" Envy repeated. He didn't think it had anything to do with morals, at least not fully. He waited, silent, watchful, allowing her time to give him the truth. "Because the forgery isn't the only thing he has of mine, my lord." Several beats passed, while Envy waited for her to elaborate. Camilla's hands fisted at her sides, bunching in her plum skirts. Her anger and despair warred in the space between them. "If he dies, so does my father." Part 2. A Deal with the Devil.
Chapter 14. Metaphorically speaking, I mean, Camilla rushed to add, watching Lord Sinton's face carefully, noting the exact moment he decided against hunting Vexley down. For a minute, he'd reminded her of an angel of vengeance, all lethal grace and divine punishment, charging in to completely obliterate a foe for their wrongdoing. Looking at him now, at the cold, calm, and utter control he had over himself, Camilla had no doubt Sinton would be capable of murdering Vexley and not sparing another thought once the dastardly deed was done. The fact that he hadn't done just that indicated that he'd weighed the advantages against the disadvantages and found Vexley to be safe from retribution. For now. She didn't think Sinton would glory in the kill, but he certainly wouldn't mind being the one to dispatch Vexley. Or, on second thought, as she saw his pupils constrict, perhaps he would thrill in the violence, welcome it with open arms, which ought to make Camilla wary of him, but somehow comforted her instead.
"How, exactly, does one metaphorically kill one's father?" he asked. "Should I believe one might have also metaphorically killed one's mother?"
Sinton's tone was cordial enough, but there was a hardness in his eyes, a stiffness in his shoulders, and an undeniable feeling that the man standing before Camilla was nothing more than a feral animal trapped in the cage of expensive suits. This man liked the darkness, welcomed it. The shadows were where he preferred to be. Camilla imagined painting Sinton that way. His beautiful face emerging from the shadows, the lushness of his lips, set against the harsh lines of a harsher expression. Wielding a blazing sword dripping with the blood of his enemies.
"Miss Antonius?"
Her name jolted her out of her vision. Camilla shook her head, clearing it. "I didn't mean it the way it sounded. And of course I didn't kill my mother. She left to travel the world. End of story."
"Enlighten me about your father, then."
He bit out the words as if each syllable gravely offended him. She took a deep breath. "Vexley is in possession of something that belonged to my father. Something I very much want back. If he's to be believed, it's secured outside Waverley Green, and only he knows its precise location. Should Vexley meet a foul end, I won't ever retrieve it. It's an object my father treasured, so losing it has a great emotional attachment for me, is all." It wasn't the full truth. It had begun one wintry night. Camilla recalled Pierre grabbing a coat and rushing out the door, muttering about a story Camilla's mother had once told them years before. This had been toward the end, when he was often caught up in his fantasies of the past. But this time had proved different. Pierre had gone missing for 3 days, coming home exhausted, but proud, the owner of a magical key he'd claimed would change everything. Camilla had gleaned that he'd bargained for that key on Silverthorn Lane. It was soon afterward that the secret entryways took over his world, and the secret gatehouse studio was built. He'd been a man obsessed, forgetting to eat, barely sleeping. It had been difficult to watch, to try desperately to pull him back to his life before Fleur had ruined it with her tales of shadow realms. But still, after he died, the key had felt important. Like it might reveal something Camilla had missed about his madness, if she herself found the right door. Of course, now she knew she should have pawned it back at the dark market. Instead, she'd kept it secreted away, unwilling to part with it. Sentimentality often grew fangs and bit a person in the rump. If Camilla had sold it, Vexley never would have stolen it from her, and she'd not have one more chain wrapped around her now.
Your father is really dead, then?
Yes, she said quietly. He really died a few years back. There was a slight softening in Sinton's features, like he understood what losing something irreplaceable meant. For a tense beat, Camilla thought he'd reach out, hold her hand, to let her know she wasn't alone. Then he slammed any empathy down, his expression going carefully blank, as he stepped back, putting distance between them. He was wholly unreadable now. Except for his clever eyes, which seemed to indicate that his mind was rapidly sorting through puzzle pieces and riddles, figuring out his next move and whether this information changed anything. He slowly dragged his gaze over her, a new spark entering those shrewd eyes.
I'm hosting a masquerade ball in 2 nights' time.
Camilla drew her brows together, not immediately understanding the giant shift in conversation. My invitation arrived earlier. He nodded almost absently.
I will assist with locating the object that belonged to your father. I will also hold on to the forgery and keep Vexley on a tight leash, ensuring that he doesn't cause any problems for either of us. If you agree to paint the hexed throne, I'll return the forgery to you after it's complete.
He held up a hand, forestalling any argument.
We both get something we want out of the bargain. Before you toss the offer aside, take time to really think it over, Miss Antonius. It's a fair deal.
It was a reasonable request, yet Camilla's pulse roared in her ears. She couldn't paint that throne. At least, not without giving away one of her most closely guarded secrets. But her choices were quickly dwindling. What is the true reason you want that painting? She asked, knowing it was likely in vain. Yet if she considered giving him one of her secrets, he should return the favor.
I told you, I collect intriguing art. Your talent is such that I'd like to own this piece.
Sinton's expression abruptly shuttered, but she'd caught a glimpse of something desolate. Something that seemed to span centuries, staring out from his emerald eyes. There had been no hint of humanity in that look, only coldness so impenetrable that she shuddered in its wake. She could easily imagine he'd lived lifetimes alone, tortured by something he'd never escaped. Very well, she said, inexplicably moved. I'll give you an answer in 2 nights, at the ball.
Chapter 15. Envy was surprised that Goodfellow had been correct about the Fae. The dark market on Silverthorn Lane was cleverly named for the creatures that sold curious wares and made cruel bargains with mortals, either foolish or arrogant enough to believe they could deceive those who'd practically invented deception. Most humans believed the Fae were incapable of lying. It was a tale they'd spun themselves, as they often crafted folklore that suited them best. Only one myth held truth. Iron did lay them low. If mortals were half as smart and superior as they'd like to believe they were, they'd fashion their homes and prisons out of it. Envy knew for a fact that every dungeon in his brother's Houses of Sin was made of the material. Plenty of other lesser-known nasties roamed the realms, and Iron did a pretty good job of holding them too. Shrewd vendors called out from the open-air stalls as he passed, trying to entice him to their tables.
Memory stone? Potion for never-ending lust? Jacket to divert any foe and cheat death?
Envy strolled along the cobbled street, glancing into each stall of questionable artifacts, hands tucked casually in his pockets. But inside, he was tense, sensing fey magic pulsing all around, luring and tempting, like a song whose tune slowly sank into the listener's subconscious until they hummed it without thought. It was subtle, a charge in the atmosphere, a scent that hung thick in the air like a heady mixture of spice and storm clouds. Unmistakable. The Wild Court's magic. The Wild Court was the name given to the unseelie kingdom, home to the Dark Fae. As a species, Fae were birthed into one of two courts, the Seelie, or the Light Court, who worshipped the sun in spring and summer, or the Unseelie Court, the Fae who worshipped the moon and fall and winter. Part of the island chain where both the Seven Circles and the Shifting Isles were located, Fairy loomed in the west, divided down the middle by an invisible boundary. The Seelie had settled in the east, where the sun shone the brightest, while the Unseelie had set up their court in the west, where the moon reigned supreme. Of course, there were solitary Fae and exiled Fae as well, and each faced their own unique challenges. Being a member of a court was ingrained in their very beings, so parting from it willingly or unwillingly was difficult, or so he'd been told. Fae time moved differently even from other underworld realms too. A few days in the mortal realm could equal a few months in Fairy, though a few days in Fairy was only a week or two in the Seven Circles. Envy knew that personally, from a time he'd prefer not to think of. Yet despite his ignoring the tricky, wild realms, over the years rumors had reached the Seven Circles of discord in the Unseelie Court. It seemed that decades before, Primrose, the Unseelie Queen, legendary for her wicked games, had abdicated her throne for a time, delighting in the chaos her absence wreaked. Mostly she did it to needle the king. She was discord, he was chaos, both as inconstant and changing as the moon they worshipped. Together they had ruled over the Unseelie, culling a court of nightmarish Fae for several millennia, twisted and gnarled and full of rot. The Unseelie kingdom itself had been broken into the jagged points of a star, with Primrose and Lennox ruling at the top, and their wicked heirs overseeing the remaining 4 courts. Envy knew firsthand that the Unseelie was similar to succubi, feeding on emotions, mostly associated with passion. He knew, too, that they enjoyed toying with humans. So Envy and his brothers had kept a close eye on them, especially once the witches and vampires began circling Fairy like sharks, drawn to the scent of spilled blood. Malice Isle, home to the Vampire Court, was a mere stone's throw from the southeastern shore of the Seven Circles, granting them easy sailing to Fairy once they travelled west past the Shifting Isles. Luckily, the Seelie at least had shown some sense, turning their attention to their own matters, unconcerned with their wicked brethren. Envy drew himself from his dark thoughts, glancing around to be sure none of these strange, lone Fae might have deciphered where they'd gone. Luckily, a stall on his left drew his attention. Paintbrushes made of gemstones glittered in the moonlight. One was carved from a single flawless emerald. Beautiful. Envy plucked it up, feeling for any trace of magic or trickery, intrigued when all was as mundane as it appeared. Bag this up. Copper eyes flashed, sharp teeth gleamed. A fine choice, Your Highness. His true title was nothing but a mere hiss on the wind, yet several pairs of ancient eyes turned to him. Before the Fae could spill any other secret, Envy's dagger was at the Unseelie's throat, the tip digging deep enough to draw its sparkling blood. Envy's blade glowed, pleased with the offering. Tell you what, give me information and I may be persuaded to keep your head attached to your body. Lie, and I'll piss on your corpse's pyre tonight. Deal? A demon blade was indiscriminate as to who or what it killed. No immortal could withstand a strike, except for his brothers. The face seethed but inclined its head, wise enough to ensure that it lived to see another wretched day. Have you, or has anyone you know, sold information to a man called Pierre Antonius? Give details. Yes. He wished to know of a way to travel realms. How long ago?
2 years. And, Envy pressed, what else? We told him of realm lines. Just as Envy had suspected. Did your king give him a key? I no longer belong to any king or queen. What they do or do not give doesn't concern me. An exiled fae, then. More volatile than a solitary fae. Exiled fae were either furious at being without a court, or happy to be free. This one seemed to lean toward the former. Political bullshit aside, answer the question. Did he have a key? Yes. And Envy would wager that that was the object Camilla wanted to get back. The one she'd claimed held sentimental value. Given the secret tunnel and the passageways shown in Pierre's art, Envy understood why she'd want it back, even if she wasn't fully aware of what it did. That Vexley had it indicated he was more cunning than Envy would have believed, and almost certainly guaranteed he was a player. Why did he want to travel realms? Same as all others, to live among his betters, to amuse us until we grow bored. Which was an arrogant way of saying the Fae didn't know. Pierre could have been searching for a way into Fairy, or he could have been searching for shifters. Have you, or has anyone you know, bargained with a mortal named Vexley? If so, be specific as to what he wanted. Yes. He wanted information. About a key. Envy's grip tightened on his dagger. The same key. I would imagine so. Not many portal keys to be found these days. It took every ounce of will he possessed not to go back on his word and stab the Fae. Did he secure information about this key? If so, then the odds of safely locating and retrieving the key were growing slimmer. Envy knew that if Vexley had had any inkling of what the key was worth, he'd have sold it to the highest bidder, easily lying about returning it to Camilla. An argument broke out the moment before the Fae answered him, stealing Envy's attention long enough for the Unseelie to vanish beneath his grasp. Cursing, he glared at the mortal fighting with the proprietor 2 stalls down, feeling a little less murderous when he saw who was making all the ruckus. Lord Edwards, Catherine's husband. Curious indeed. Envy quickly considered all possibilities. Edwards could be another player, or maybe he was one of the many who'd become addicted to Unseelie magic. Envy could walk over, drag the man away from the fight, or he could watch from the shadows, see what other secrets there were to be gleaned. Envy wasn't the helping sort. He called upon his own magic, cloaking himself in shadow before drifting closer to the furious lord. I'll have you know that Peter did not take to the tonic as promised. The Fae dealer gave the mortal a blank look. The rooster, for God's sake, Edwards said between clenched teeth. You promised it would sire golden-egged riches. I demand my money back. Envy briefly closed his eyes. Was Edwards really such a fool? Or was it possible he needed the rooster for his clue? Odd, but the game master did have a wicked sense of humor. Though maybe Edwards was like any other mortal, wanting an easy way to secure more wealth. Bored and disappointed, Envy continued down Silverthorn Lane, scanning the thinning crowd, trying to sort out the mystery of Camilla's father and his fascination with other realms. What had lured him, fairy or shifters? Or was Pierre's fascination simply that annoying human need for adventure? Envy suddenly wanted to know more about Camilla's absent mother. She might very well hold the answers he needed. Camilla had been quick to end the discussion when he'd asked about her, and now he very much wanted to know why.
Chapter 16. Camilla's maid cinched her stays tight enough to elicit a wince, then helped her into the most magnificent garment she'd ever seen, let alone owned, before going to fetch her slippers. After her father died, she'd used all her earnings from the gallery to keep the staff on. The gallery had come a long way already, earning a nice income for her, but she couldn't replace her entire wardrobe each season like she used to. It was either pretty dresses and half the staff, or half the dresses and supporting those she'd known her whole life. The choice was easy. The gown she wore now was beyond anything she'd dreamed of owning again. Indeed, it was a work of art, lavish, decadent, and undeniably stunning. Camilla felt like a princess in it, not just because the gown must have cost a small fortune, but because wearing it made her feel powerful. It had been a long while since she'd truly felt that. She twisted one way, then the other, in front of her full-length mirror, admiring the flow of the material. The skirts were ethereal layers of fluffy white tulle, with silver sparkles scattered like glittering stars across the fabric. The bodice was made of diamonds encrusted with silver beads and downy white feathers. She looked like a moon goddess, ethereal, tempting, and completely out of any mortal's reach. The gown had mysteriously shown up 2 hours before Sinton's ball, along with a matching silver filigree mask. No note accompanied the package, but a beautiful new paintbrush was nestled on top of the dress. Though calling it a paintbrush hardly did it justice. The handle was a solid piece of carved emerald, the exact shade of Sinton's eyes, leaving no room for Camilla to mistake where the gifts had originated. Surprisingly enough, though made from a gemstone, the brush wasn't heavy or hard to handle. It fit her palm perfectly, making her long for a moment to sit at an easel. Camilla often wondered if paint ran through her veins instead of blood. When she created, it was as if she made new realms, fantastical and beautiful, and exactly where she wished she could escape to. With her art, somehow she was connected to the universe far beyond her small gallery. She could live 1,001 lives, each more magical than the last. Sinton had chosen his temptation well. The paintbrush was a cunning gift. It made Camilla seriously consider painting the hexed throne for him, consequences be damned. She laid the paintbrush back on the crushed velvet, emotions churning. She needed to give him an answer about his proposed deal tonight. She wished this decision didn't feel so much like a betrayal. She recalled the night before her father had died. He'd tried to draw her near, his arm shaking with the effort. Darkness will not win. I don't understand, she'd said, tears stinging her eyes. Had he known? She remembered thinking, had he always known? You are good, sweet girl. Never doubt. It was the last thing he'd ever said to her. And Pierre had made clear throughout the years how he felt about hexed objects, how dangerous they were, to be avoided at all costs. Mixed with Camilla's rare talent, should she paint the hexed throne, it might very well appear. Stories varied on what it did, from granting everlasting power and immortality, to cursing all other rulers and even destroying immortals. But Camilla wasn't sure any variation would be good. What did Sinton want with the painting of the throne? He'd claimed he wanted it only for his personal gallery, but Camilla didn't need his uncanny ability to detect a lie to know he wasn't being truthful. Could she really risk giving someone like Sinton access to an object with the power to do unspeakably dark things? Her father had taught her repeatedly that power corrupted even the purest soul. Sinton didn't strike her as having a pure soul to begin with. If Camilla painted the hexed throne, she would be responsible for whatever happened after. Maybe Sinton wouldn't abuse it, but it could be stolen by someone worse. A gentle knock brought her attention to the here and now. Come in! A maid dropped a polite curtsy, then helped Camilla into her slippers. The Lord and Lady Edwards have arrived. Camilla glanced at her reflection one last time, then donned her mask. One way or another, the woman who returned to this home would be changed, for better or worse. The way her luck had been going didn't inspire confidence. Please, Father, help. Camilla tried to summon a memory of her father, seeking his reassuring voice. But whatever being heard her plea in the great beyond laughed darkly, the chilling echo reverberating through her bones. Camilla hurried from her bedchamber, hoping that haunting laugh wasn't a sign of worse things to come.
Chapter 17. Hemlock Hall was no house of envy, but the prince of that circle was pleased enough with the restoration, and the turnout. Regardless of the ache growing in the pit of his stomach, or the way his attention kept turning to the clock, much would be decided by the end of the night. He'd either be one step closer to victory, or he'd damn his people forever. The fate of Envy's court depended on one stubborn mortal. The irony was poetic, he supposed. Lennox had had decades to plan this game, and had probably chosen Camilla because of that very trait, knowing she'd not make it easy for any of them. Still, Envy hadn't expected to come this close to losing so soon. He focused on his breathing, on the role he needed to play of enigmatic lord. Inside, he churned like a violent sea. He wanted to pace the upper balcony, strum his fingers along the banister, release some of his pent-up energy. Maybe he just needed to find a willing partner and fuck his way to serenity. Or better, restore some power by stoking someone's envy. That shouldn't be too hard. He looked out at the first guests, arriving with great excitement at his glittering estate. He'd restored the circular drive, adding a fountain that boasted a statue of a winged beast, the water coloured a sparkling pale green. Every chamber, every inch of the grounds, had been designed to dazzle and to provoke his sin. Nearly everyone in Waverley Green's mortal high society had accepted his invitation. Well over 100 nobles drawn to the manor house and its mysterious allure, if only to boast about it later. Envy had also made sure to withhold certain invitations. There was nothing to be envied about an event that everyone could attend. He watched as a dozen or so couples swarmed into the ballroom, dressed in gowns and suits of the finest materials, their masks gleaming in the candlelight. Women circled the room, talking excitedly, while the men swiped drinks from passing trays. Envy moved along the balcony overlooking the grand hall, listening in. Even wearing deep gold masks, he recognized the Lords Walters and Harrington from Vexley's party, and the man, Lord Gary, who'd snuck off with Widow Janelle. Lord Gary was interesting. Apparently he'd had a string of bad luck over the last few years, despite his family's impeccable standing. His younger sister, and then a woman he'd courted, had gone missing, never to be seen again. Envy's spies had also uncovered his connection to Lord Edwards, a boyhood friend. Lord Gary, too, had been seen frequenting Silverthorn Lane. Knowing all this, Envy suspected that Lord Gary was another player. Faye liked to take mortal women, lure them into fairy. It would be something worth playing for, a chance to win one back. Envy's hunch grew as the man excused himself to slowly wander around the edge of the ballroom, his attention sliding over each painting and sculpture. Envy had purposefully included art depicting Unseelie. He'd wanted to see who would notice. And, like clockwork, that was where Lord Gary paused now, the wild court. Envy signalled to Alexei, who'd been waiting on the main floor, indicating that he should watch the mortal in question. His second nodded, then disappeared into the shadows. Envy returned his attention to Walters and Harrington, two buffoons from what he'd observed, not likely players, unless Lennox was simply toying with Envy. Whispers from that group of lords reached his ears, their voices tinged with jealousy. Apparently, Envy's invitations had done what he'd hoped they would. He'd stamped them with a two-headed wolf, the symbol of his house of sin, and they had been printed on the finest cardstock, the green so deep it was almost black, with silver ink that glimmered. Gifts had also been sent, each tailored to the guests: brandy, cigars, rare books. Envy's spies had been gathering careful intelligence for him. He'd made it nearly impossible for those invited to refuse. Harrington and Walters practically seethed from the audacity, the insult of the packaging being so wretchedly, wonderfully unique. Camilla's gift, however, had been different. Envy had shopped for everything himself, and he'd given her far more than a simple party favour. Camilla might not be royalty, but he'd wanted to see her look like a princess tonight, unmatched in dignity, in grace, in part because her beauty called for it, and in part to show Vexley he'd never stood a chance. Sparks of envy already flitted through the ballroom air, feeding his sin, and magnified by the seductive oils he'd placed throughout to stoke every human sense. Vanilla, ginger, jasmine, musk. Each scent evoked a different feeling, promised a new delight. Knowing he had to store up as much power as possible for the game, Envy had played into the darkness of sin through his chosen decor, too. Dark wooden tables and chairs, a black crystal chandelier, sconces and candelabras made of iron, fitted with ebony beeswax tapers. Below him, the ballroom floor gleamed like a meadow at night, the blackish-green marble buffed to clearly reflect the masked faces of the dancers gliding across it. At his nod, his hired quartet began to play, and gowns in every hue unfurled like flower petals as they twirled across the large expanse of floor, each reflecting its own beautiful midnight blossom within the marble. Envy's vision had come together exquisitely. The mortals sensed the true grandeur, sipping their drinks, talking in little groups, growing bolder as the night grew later because of the masks they wore. Envy had guessed they'd allow themselves to indulge in sin a bit more if they had a sense of anonymity. Although, thus far, the most scandalous thing he'd witnessed was men stealing more dances than society normally permitted. He wondered what Camilla would be like, whether her mask would make her bold. Envy waited for a splash of silver to cut through the rainbow of colours swirling below, thinking of her desire in the tunnel several nights before. It had been so intense, so heady. It had nearly made Envy lose sight of his goal. Envy pictured her silver hair, then thought about winding it slowly around his fist, angling her face up to his. Would she fight such a leash, or welcome it? In either case, he'd cover her mouth with his until she forgot her anger, forgot she'd ever wished to deny him what he wanted most. He could imagine her moans as he pushed his tongue into her mouth, possessing her as she'd wanted, up against that wall. He'd been tempted by her then, and was frustrated to realize he still was. Maybe Envy needed to get her into his bed, bargain aside, so she could remove herself from his head shortly after. One night, and then he'd finally be satisfied. "Careful, brother." Lust sidled up beside him, a tumbler of dark and sinful dangling from his fingertips. "Some might confuse that expression for longing." Envy remembered the role he needed to play. He was a prince of hell, debauched, insolent, looking for the sort of fun to inspire his sin. He wasn't a desperate male on the verge of losing everything. "They would be correct," Envy said. "I long for the next clue." Lust snorted. "Stubborn prick. You sound like Pride now. Perhaps you ought to do as Sloth has suggested. Branch out and be more creative." "Since you are so unbothered, I'll happily bend Camilla over and shove my cock deep—" Lust made a garbled sound. Envy had exploded before he could think through his actions. Still, he squeezed his brother's throat tighter, his expression void of humor. "Don't." "Why? It's lust, not love. No need to act like our love-drunk big brother. Unless, of course, this game is different from the others." Lust's gaze sharpened. He'd been purposefully provoking Envy. "There isn't anything you'd like to confess, is there?" A loud roaring sounded in Envy's head. Lust hid his cunning behind his jovial persona, but his instincts were nearly unmatched by any of their other brothers. "Until she's mine," Envy said smoothly. "You know how I feel about sharing." It was normally true. Everyone knew how territorial he could be. "Good. For a moment it looked like you were thinking of tearing my throat out." Lust flashed him a wolfish grin before his gaze darted behind Envy. Envy dropped his hand and flexed it, poised to strike again. His brother tossed an arm around his shoulders, turning him to face the dance floor. "If you won't take the artist to bed, someone else will." There she was, a shimmering blade cutting through the darkness, his princess of starlight, if only for one evening. The woman who held him and his court in her burning, deadly grasp. "God's fucking damn," Lust muttered beside him, whistling softly. "That woman." Envy barely noticed Lady Catherine and Lord Edwards standing beside her, mere shadows in masks of blue and grey. Between them, Camilla held her head high, her otherworldly hair pulled back from her mask, curled and cascading down her bare shoulders. His attention slid over her collarbones, admiring the dip in the gown that hinted at her curves, but didn't reveal much. It was meant to tease, to seduce, and Miss Camilla Antonius was enchanting the whole room. At Vexley's party she'd been shy, wanting to fade into the shadows, escape notice. With her shining silver mask, she owned every ounce of attention that came her way now. She was a star, and she refused to dull her light for any mere mortal. Which was fitting, since she wasn't meant for a mortal man tonight. She was meant for Envy. And after she agreed to paint the hexed throne, because he had to believe she would, he was going to enjoy every second of their time together, worshipping her body until the sunlight streamed in through the windows and their night of passion ended. Envy was ready to make his own grand entrance when he saw something that made his sin ignite. Vexley had arrived as well, and was already whisking Camilla onto the dance floor. His hand had settled far too low on her hip for Envy's liking. Jealousy, ice-cold and ancient, frosted the railing where Envy stood. Mortals peering over the next balcony shrieked, as ice shot across their banister next. Gods damn it! Envy used a tiny bit of magic to glamour the mortals' memories, making them forget the oddity they'd just experienced. Once they'd settled, he flashed his brother a warning look. Don't start. Before Lust could needle him about his temper again, Envy was already descending the stairs. Masked lords and ladies attempted to catch his attention, stepping into his path, clearing their throats. Envy carved through them like a dagger, aiming for the mortal who had a certain wish to die. Vexley's garish gold mask was about as subtle as his hands sliding lower on Miss Antonius's form. If they dipped any farther, Envy would chop them off. Envy ignored gasps as he strode with purpose onto the dance floor. He didn't speak, didn't deign to ask to cut in. Vexley ought to thank his God that Envy didn't shove his blade through his heart right there. Or perhaps he'd stab the idiot's cock first, show him how it felt when someone took something that wasn't theirs. Instead, Envy's arms slipped easily around Camilla, and he expertly drew her into a waltz without missing a beat. She stiffened for a moment, then relaxed, her gaze fixed to his mask. Vexley fumed, but the dance had soon left him far behind. They circled other couples, but Envy paid them no mind. Camilla was a goddess to be worshipped, and tonight she was his. He watched as she nibbled her lower lip, the action igniting an ember of heat low in his abdomen. "Something you wish to say, Miss Antonius?" he asked, bringing his mouth to her ear. He'd meant to tempt her, but that coiled warmth dropped lower, his body suddenly aware of each place they pressed together. A shiver rolled down her spine, and he knew because he felt it beneath his light touch. Her skin pebbled from excitement. He drew her closer, not demanding or forceful, but steady, an edge shy of possessive. Camilla didn't back away. Instead, she leaned in, as if matching his move, daring him to up the ante. His hand gently stroked along her back, a sharp intake of breath hardly noticeable as they whirled. "Camilla," he prompted, his breath stirring the delicate silver curls near her neck. "People will talk about what you just did, my lord." Amusement laced his tone. And what would they say? He guided her around again, moving faster, keeping pace with the music. That I stole a dance? That I prevented a drunken ass from making a spectacle? Or that I could not care less what anyone thinks? She was quiet a moment. The paintbrush was lovely. But bribery is always tempting, isn't it? He smiled. Consider it merely a simple gift.
With all due respect, my lord, I'd wager nothing with you is simple.
His chuckle was deep and delighted. Miss Antonius was a formidable opponent. He might actually miss sparring with her when all this was through. Envy maneuvered them to a shadowy section off to the side, affording them a moment of privacy. If I wished to coerce you, Miss Antonius, I can think of much more interesting ways to do so. Camilla's gaze dropped to his mouth, lingering there a beat too long before she jerked it back up, quickly glancing away. A pretty blush stained her cheeks. Interesting. He considered tilting her chin up, tracing those full lips with his, kissing her right there. He wondered if she'd be scandalized by his behavior, or if the mask would make her daring. A throat delicately cleared behind them, breaking the moment. Envy didn't immediately step away or drop his arms from Camilla. He shot an annoyed look over his shoulder. "Yes?" he asked, tone clipped. The brunette held up her dance card.
This dance belongs to me, my lord.
Envy blinked, realizing that the music had stopped, that a new song was beginning. He was about to dismiss the woman, who he suspected was Widow Janelle behind the white feathered mask, when Camilla stepped back, dipping her chin in a slight nod, then swiftly moved across the dance floor, heading straight for the refreshment table. Envy stared after her a beat. He'd been so close to... what? Getting her to say yes, or gaining her trust. Maybe he simply wanted to kiss her in that moment, make Vexley and anyone else watching mad with envy. The brunette shifted back into view, her gaze behind her feathered mask, drinking him in.
My lord?
Envy pasted on a pleasant smile. Society games were already interfering, and he hadn't even had the pleasure of bedding a lover for his trouble. He shot one last look in Camilla's direction, his sin igniting when he saw his pleasure-seeking brother sidle up to her, a fresh drink clutched in his hand. Lust lifted his glass in Envy's direction, a smile curling his lips. Goddamned prick. Envy could imagine too clearly what Lust would say, how he'd probably attempt to use his sin on Camilla again. Jealousy seared through him as he gathered the masked woman up in his arms, purposefully dancing her closer to where Camilla stood. He wanted to keep an eye on Lust, to ensure that his brother didn't screw his best chance at saving his court. And perhaps he wanted to see how Camilla reacted to his dancing with another. He swore there had been something there, brief though it might have been. And if Camilla had considered kissing him, perhaps she was also considering accepting his bargain. Something like hope kindled in his chest. Tonight might prove to be worthwhile, after all.
Chapter 18. If you desire another dance with my brother, take it. Camilla tore her attention from the man in the emerald mask waltzing across the floor and settled it on Sinton's brother. She hadn't noticed when they'd first met, but while he shared the same dark hair and bronze skin as Lord Sinton, his eyes were a striking shade of charcoal that now nicely matched his mask. He gave her a secretive smile that she couldn't help but return. There was something infectious about him, something that made her want to enjoy his company. The feeling was a bit unsettling, if Camilla was being honest. It's improper to dance more than twice with one man, Mr. Sinton. At that, he laughed, the sound filled with genuine delight. While I imagine my brother has laid claim to this already, please call me Sin. I think of myself as the premier prince of sin, no matter what my brothers may say. Given the devious twinkle in his eye, she could imagine him in that role. Very well, Sin. How many brothers do you have? There are 7 of us, each more devilishly handsome than the last. 7 Sinton brothers. God save them all. And not one of them lacking in confidence, Camilla would wager. He leaned in, dropping his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. We are known as Princes of Sin, a title we take very seriously, I assure you. Camilla snorted. She didn't doubt that at all. Though a slight trepidation crept along her spine. 7 princes of sin did exist, ruling over a realm called the 7 Circles, though some myths her mother had told her claimed there were once 8. It couldn't be. She studied the man next to her. I've heard the stories. Let's say you're really a prince of sin. What do you rule over?
If you haven't guessed already, I must not be a very good prince.
A frustrating non-answer. Though Camilla was probably only hoping he and Sinton was something other, something more legendary. She wanted an excuse for this irksome attraction. It was far easier to blame it on magic than accept the fact that she liked a scoundrel all on his own. "Why aren't you out there dancing?" she asked. "Plenty of ladies keep stealing glances."
I much prefer to stir up trouble from the sidelines.
He turned those unique eyes on the crowd, his smile growing more wicked.
So much debauchery. It's good for the soul.
Debauchery? Sin nodded to the dance floor.
Wickedness.
Camilla followed his gaze, then sucked in a breath. Couples who'd been discreetly talking in the shadows of the room had drawn closer together, as if compelled to touch, moving their hands into daring positions on each other's bodies, their touches hungry, and not at all restrained by prying eyes. Camilla's attention darted around the room. Those on the dance floor didn't seem to notice the lapse in propriety. Most were laughing and swaying to the music of the string quartet. They'd all been sampling the drinks, their eyes glassy behind their masks, footsteps unsteady as they whirled. But around the perimeter, far from the flickering candlelight, a few couples had begun to kiss. Throats, ungloved hands, lips, breasts. What on earth? Camilla couldn't believe it. She blinked as if that would erase the scene unfolding in the darkest parts of the glorious chamber. Heat crept along her body, inching up her neck, down to her belly. Beside her, she realized that one masked couple had begun to make love, right up against the wall, the woman's flushed skin emerging from under her dress as she wrapped a bare leg around her partner's back. Candles flickered wildly on either side of them until they went out, one by one, keeping their secret. Camilla's heart thundered in her chest. This couldn't be truly happening, and yet... She looked at the silver trays that kept coming, the drinks flowing freely. Had something been added to them? Something that lowered inhibitions?
Well, there's a complication I didn't expect, Sin muttered. Shall we take a turn about the garden, Miss Antonius?
He abruptly stepped in front of her, attempting to block her view. But he was too late. She ducked beneath his arm, watching in fascinated horror as the masked brunette rolled onto her toes and yanked Lord Ashford Sinton's lapels toward her, leaning in for a kiss, right there in front of the entire ballroom. A few couples stopped dancing, lips parting in shock. At least Camilla wasn't the only one who'd been rendered speechless. And yet, the cursed lord didn't immediately disentangle himself from the masked beauty. Not that Camilla watched for very long, or even long enough to see their lips crash together. The moment leading up to the kiss was all she'd needed to feel ill. Without thinking, she spun on her heel, fleeing the ballroom before she could do something ridiculous.
Camilla, don't.
She ignored whoever called out for her, not wanting anyone to witness her jealousy, and pushed open the doors to the terrace, rushing down the stairs toward the hedge maze. The damp cold of the autumn air stung her eyes and seeped in through the thin layers of her gown, chilling her to the core. Camilla welcomed the feeling of ice. She wanted to feel nothing but numbness, to think of nothing but the cold. Otherwise, she'd recall Sinton, and the way she'd wanted him to grab her earlier, press his mouth and body to hers, until they couldn't figure out where either of them began or ended. She wanted to drown in his kiss, submerge herself in untold passion. Camilla was startled to admit it, even silently to herself. When he'd danced with her, saving her from Vexley, she'd foolishly thought it meant something, just like the gown he'd sent and the paintbrush. All it meant was that he wanted something from her. He didn't want her. Camilla ran as fast as she could, rushing down one row of the hedge maze to the next, her slippers soaking in the dew of the freshly cut grass, icing her toes until each step felt like she was treading across tiny steel blades. The pain helped ease the ache in her chest. She ran until the vice-like grip of jealousy loosened, giving way to annoyance at herself. Camilla should not suffer for a man who clearly didn't harbor any secret affection for her. If Sinton didn't wish to... One moment, the path ahead was clear, and the next, she collided with the very man she'd been running from. Lord Sinton held her arms tightly, catching her before she stumbled and fell. Above her, his gaze was glittering and hard in the moonlight. He'd discarded his mask, and with it, any pretense of civility. Whatever looked out from his eyes did not seem human. Camilla stood still, her pulse thrashing as his dark eyes dropped, taking special care to follow the line of her décolletage, then abruptly flicked back up to trace her jaw, her lips beneath her mask. If she thought his expression was forbidding a moment ago, it was nothing compared to the brutally cold look he gave her now.
Never show me your envy again, Miss Antonius. It won't end well.
Do not threaten me. Camilla shrugged out of his grasp, not bothering to deny her jealousy. His lips curved into a wolfish grin.
It was a warning.
A strange, dark energy surrounded him out here, a mixture of shivering violence and burning lust, two opposing forces clashing together like a brewing storm. Even with the charge sizzling in the air, she had the impression that he was holding himself back, aware of whatever power he wielded and the damage it could cause. Her chin notched up. And if I don't heed it? She met his eyes, unwilling to drop her gaze. There was one strained beat of stillness, then all the control he'd been exuding snapped. One moment, she was standing there before him. The next, she was up against the hedge, the evergreen branches poking into her with a delicious hint of pain. Sinton had pressed his entire length to her front, his hand tangled in her hair, his nose buried against her throat, breathing her in. His body was tense, coiled tight. With a mere flick of his wrist, he had her mask off, sliding its silky ribbons down over her ears, across her cheek, before he tossed it into the dense shrubbery. He tipped her face higher, seemingly to decide which he'd like to taste first, her lips or the flushed skin of her throat. She was shocked to realize she wanted him to taste it all. Sinton angled his face closer, his lips tracing a line of fire along her jaw as he brought them slowly to hers. Hovering for a moment, in which she could taste the hint of bourbon and berries on his breath. Then, at last, his mouth brushed against hers. Tender at first, and then firmly, sending sparks of desire up her spine. As he withdrew, his teeth tugged needily on her bottom lip.
Some games should not be played unless you're certain you can win.
He ran a finger along the edge of her ear, gently settling her hair back into place.
Stoke my sin again, and I will show you what it means to lose, Miss Antonius.
Without another word, he turned, leaving her alone. She could practically hear the thunder of her heart echoing off the hedge maze, followed, a second later, by the scorching flame of her annoyance. A dramatic mood shift. Once again. Damn insufferable ass! She took a moment to collect herself, pulling free of the hedge, straightening her gown, and fluffing her skirts. Her annoyance only grew as she plucked her mask from the nearby shrub. She'd picked a few stray leaves from it, the moonlight sparking off the mask to illuminate the abandoned maze each time she shifted it. Camilla exhaled loudly, glancing back towards the large manor in the distance. She hadn't realized how far she'd run. Now, the warm glow of the windows seemed like distant stars. Perhaps she should go home. She was no longer in the mood to play Sinton's games. Holding her mask in one hand, she grabbed her heavy skirt in the other and trudged along silently, looking for the path out of the maze and to the front of the estate. Surely Lord Edward's and Lady Catherine's driver would take her home. He could always come back for them. A twig snapped behind her, and she whirled around. A man stepped out from the next pathway, holding his hands up. "I didn't mean to scare you, Miss Antonius." Camilla strained to see him in the dark. "Lord Gary." He stepped closer, hands still up as if to prove he meant no harm. "You're a long way from the ballroom." He glanced around. "Shall I escort you back?" Camilla's heart thrummed faster, her instinct warning her that something was off. Lord Gary's gaze kept darting around, his head cocked to one side, as if listening. His behavior wasn't what it ought to be, given the fact that he'd come upon her alone. He knew just as well as she did how this would look. He should have turned and left her immediately. Yet he lingered, his attention straying to her neck. "You know we can't be seen alone." "Please," she said, keeping her voice calm and steady, though inside she felt anything but. "Leave before my reputation is ruined." "I imagine that would be worth something to you." She didn't like his tone. "It's valuable to every woman in Waverley Green, my lord. I'm no different." "But you are, aren't you?" he asked, taking a small step in her direction. "Different." This conversation was heading down a road it shouldn't. "If you're referring to running my father's gallery, then I suppose I am." She didn't bother pointing out that society was to blame for more highborn women not running a business, that only her circumstances were different. He nodded, almost absently, then sprang forward like a fencer. Camilla was caught off guard by the sudden burst of violence. Before she could fight back, Gary had come to cloth over her face, preventing her from screaming for help. She clawed at him, nails raking down his skin so hard she drew blood. "Hush," he said. "This will be over soon." He yanked her around, slipping his hand beneath the chain of her necklace, but not jerking it. She whimpered as his grip on her tightened painfully. "Give me the goddamn locket, Camilla!" She shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. "Don't make me get rough." He tugged at the locket, but didn't use enough force to rip it off. Through the tangle of fear and rage she felt from the assault, this was odd enough to be noticeable. Why go through the trouble of attacking her, only to falter now? Instead, he shoved her down to the ground, pinning her beneath his body. He'd removed his hand from her mouth, but she went still when she saw the glint of metal. Gary held a dagger to her heart, eyes dark. "Give me the locket, and this will be over." His voice was low. "I don't want to hurt you, but I will do what I must." Seeing the blade pierce her beautiful dress, Camilla raged. She didn't want to hurt him either, but she, too, would do what she must. "The locket isn't worth much money," she spat. "You won't pawn it for much." "It's worth more to me than you can imagine." He motioned to it with the blade. "Give it to me with your own hand. Now." "Why? If you want it, take it." "Stop playing games, Camilla. Give it over, and be quick about it." Camilla's mind spun. She could give him the locket, make this encounter end. But it wasn't simply a necklace. And somehow, someway, Lord Gary had figured that out. A plan slowly formed. "Let me up." She added a touch of submission to her expression, made her bottom lip quiver. "I'll have to stand to undo the clasp." Lord Gary looked her over, his expression pinched. He didn't believe her, not fully, but she'd seen that wild desperation in his gaze. She knew, too, that he saw what everyone else in Waverley Green did. A young, aristocratic woman who'd been groomed to obey men. While he might suspect a trap, he'd also been groomed to believe he could handle her. He got to his feet slowly and offered his hand. His manners were obscene, considering what he'd just done. Camilla bit down on her retort. Instead, as she came to her feet, she wobbled, pretending her heel had broken in the scuffle. "Oh!" she cried, falling forward, grabbing his arms to steady herself. Generations of good breeding snapped in, just as she suspected they would. Lord Gary dropped his dagger, catching her, and she used the movement to bring her knee up between his legs as hard as she could. "Bitch!" He doubled over, and she attacked him again, following him to the ground like a feral beast after a bone. Which, she thought wryly, she sort of was. But as she drew back, she tripped over her damn gown. He used the moment of distraction to counterattack. He kicked her feet out from under her, knocking the breath from her lungs as she fell. Before she could regain her senses, he rolled on top of her, crushing her with his weight. "Give me the fucking necklace, or I swear I'll kill you!" His hands were around her throat, squeezing. Little black spots flickered at the edge of her vision, and she thought she tasted blood. Then she realized she'd bitten her tongue in the fall. The metallic taste filled her mouth, made her gag. She clawed at his hands again, now slippery with his blood. "You bitch!" He was in a rage now, his fingers tightening until she was certain he'd break her neck. She felt around the ground desperately. Something had fallen, something she could... Her fingertips stung as she found his fallen blade. Blackness filled her vision. She had seconds left, maybe less. Her hand slipped over the hilt, the blood making it nearly impossible to clasp. She dragged her hand across the grass, succeeded in wiping some of it away. "No one said you needed to be breathing," Lord Gary said, his face a vicious mask of brutality. She had no idea what he meant. Who didn't say she needed to be breathing? Maybe he thought she was too far gone to understand. "Guess you'll give me the locket willingly when you're dead." As the final air was forced from her lungs, Camilla grasped the dagger and brought it down, sinking it to the hilt into the side of his neck. She twisted it, burying her teeth in a snarl, tears streaming down her face. His grip loosened instantly, and his eyes froze open. Then, slowly, he toppled to the side. Camilla could barely see through the tears that were flowing faster now. She shoved and wriggled her way out from beneath him, trembling from the attack and what she'd just done. She'd killed him. She glanced at the dagger protruding from his neck, shivering at the sight. Lord Gary wasn't exactly dead yet. He was twitching and choking on blood. "No!" she cried, looking around frantically, then down at her blood-drenched silver and white dress. "No, no!" She grabbed her hair, pulling at the roots, trying to think. How had this happened? Camilla dropped to her knees, reaching for the dagger, and was hauled back suddenly. She fought and kicked and screamed. "Shh, it's all right." Sinton's voice was an instant balm. His arms were gentle but firm, his heart pounding so hard she felt it through her back, a rhythm hers instantly slowed to follow. "I'm going to take care of this, all right?" He was far too calm for the scene he'd come upon, holding her head soothingly in place under his chin. "I want you to tell me exactly what happened. Then we're going to clean you up." After a moment, she gave a half nod. He slowly released her and walked in a small circle to face her. His gaze darkened when it dropped to her neck. "He did that?" She nodded, wincing from the pain she was beginning to feel. Sinton glanced over at Lord Gary, his expression one of pure loathing. He looked like he wanted to take the dagger out and shove it through him a few more times. He motioned to someone. Alexei, Camilla thought, still dazed, and before she knew it, Lord Gary's twitching form was gone. There was no sign of a skirmish, no broken hedges, or torn-up grass. Maybe that wasn't true. How could it be true? Maybe it was all there, and she was incapable of seeing it any longer. She shook violently, unable to reconcile the deadly turn the night had taken. Sinton pulled her to him again, hugging her against his chest. "You're all right," he said softly, stroking her hair. "Close your eyes. Breathe." Camilla did as he said, breath ragged as she tried to draw it in slowly. His hands warmed as they gently passed over her neck, her arms, her gown, like he was soothing away each injury. There was nothing untoward in his actions. They offered only comfort and safety. Shock. She might have wondered at the odd sensation flowing over her. Her skin stopped aching, her breathing evened out. The metallic taste in her mouth faded away. Gently, without attracting notice, she slid her hand up to her breastbone, feeling that the locket still rested there. Then she let herself go, leaning into Sinton, who just held her in the circle of his arms, waiting for the storm to pass.
Chapter 19.
Dear God, Sinton! When Vexley suggested we all play hide and seek, he wasn't talking about your...
Don't finish that, Envy warned, ready to lay waste to the whole of Waverley Green. Lord Harrington, Envy recalled. The dolt was making sure his voice carried across the hedge maze, drawing a second man, Walters, to bear witness. They were too drunk to notice how still he'd gone, or how dangerous that was. If Envy hadn't been on the verge of whisking Camilla away, he would have heard the imbecile coming. Lord Gary had proved himself to be a player, all right, and while Camilla had gotten to him first, Envy should have. The bastard had nearly killed her on Envy's own property. Envy had made a horribly wrong call. He'd summoned Alexei to follow a second lord who'd been curious about the unseelie art, thinking Gary was still in the ballroom, dancing with the widow Janelle. Gary must have left shortly after Camilla did, following her into the maze. Alexei would ensure that Lord Gary succumbed to the wounds Camilla had inflicted. Envy's only regret was not being able to do the deed himself. Camilla whimpered, hiding in his arms, and he jolted to their current dilemma. The lords moronic and idiotic were causing a scene. "Are you giving it to that woman right there?" Harrington stepped closer and laughed. "Is that Miss Antonius? Vexley will have your balls." With the power of his sin instantly rushing through him, and the heat of Camilla's body still lingering in his magic, it took enormous restraint not to murder the mortal right then. The last thing Envy needed was any other reason to attack him. His restraint only grew more impressive, as Walters swaggered over and cooled out too. Camilla had already suffered enough. Envy was grateful he'd had the foresight to restore her gown along with her injuries with a bit of magic, and only felt marginally weakened from the use of it. No one would think anything violent had just occurred where they stood. "Look what we have here!" Walters shouted. "Satire sheets will rejoice tonight!" Camilla stiffened in his arms, finally breaking out of her shocked state. Envy turned to further shield her from the loathsome lords, and dropped his voice so only she could hear. "Now would be a wonderful time to tell me if you accept the bargain or not." Incredulity laced her voice. "Why bother? It's too late. I'm ruined as we speak." Like hell she was. If Camilla was already ruined, then the forgery wouldn't matter, and Envy would no longer have a winning chip to cash in. He wouldn't go down so easily as Gary tonight. He felt the crowd slowly growing larger behind him. Knew time was running out. They were already falling down a cliff to ruination. The more witnesses, the harder it would be to dig themselves out of the mess. He racked his mind for a new strategy, something he could offer Camilla that would save them both. A solution came to him. It was one he'd wanted to avoid at all costs, but he saw no other way out now. And he paused for another reason too. Once he opened his mouth, this would count as his third attempt to secure Camilla's help. He had to hope this plan was the one to see him move forward. "Camilla, look at me." He stooped a bit to bring her level to his eyes. "I promised to protect you. Let's pretend we're betrothed until this scandal passes." She blinked. Did she understand? He tried again. "It's a good deal, and you know it. You'll get what you desire, and so will I." She was quiet for a strange second that had his cold, black heart pumping fast. "Please," he silently urged, "don't damn my court. Not now." "You can't be serious," she finally whispered. "After what I just did." It wasn't a no. Envy tugged his mask free, allowing her to see how serious he was. The stakes couldn't be higher for him, and now they couldn't be higher for her. "I assure you I am. Deadly so. The choice is yours, Miss Antonius. Salvation or ruination. Quickly now. What will it be?"
Chapter 20. Time seemed to stand still as Camilla considered Sinton's offer. It was the best option she had, she supposed, considering the circumstances. although she couldn't understand why he'd want anything to do with her after what she'd just done. The violence, the blood, the pain. She exhaled, trying to push that attack from her mind. Unlike Vexley, Sinton wasn't blackmailing her or forcing her hand. He hadn't manufactured this discovery, had previously admitted to wanting to avoid playing any society games. The fact that she'd just mortally stabbed someone on his estate, and he'd assisted in covering it up, was certainly something they'd need to discuss. But he'd protected her, held her when she started to fall apart. She glanced down at herself, wondering at her dress, the lack of bruising. If she went to the authorities, no one would believe she'd been brutalized. Had Sinton used magic to heal her? It was possible, if he'd visited the dark market like she told him to.
Miss Antonius, he prompted quietly. Do you accept?
If she was Sinton's intended, Vexley wouldn't be able to try to coerce her into marriage himself. And if he tried to blackmail her again, she had a feeling Sinton would be more than happy to dissuade him. And if Sinton succeeded in locating her father's key, it was almost too good to hope for. The Lord's patient gaze was fixed on her face, his own expression impossible to read. But for one moment, he'd given her a look filled with such hope, such silent urging. She'd known how desperate he was. She knew next to nothing about him, but her instinct said to trust him. Camilla nodded. I accept. In a flash, he pulled a pear-shaped emerald and diamond ring from his pocket and placed it on her finger, its size wildly large on her tiny hand. The ring was beautiful, expensive, territorial. No one would be able to miss the damn thing. She pressed her lips together, wondering why he'd conveniently had this in his pocket. But her suspicions faded in the next second, as Sinton twisted and punched Harrington in the mouth, the sound like a whip crack in the sudden quiet. The Lord cursed, stumbling back as blood poured down his chin. Walters jumped back too and screeched before tearing off across the maze. Camilla could only stare, unblinking, at the scene before her. Harrington wasn't a small man by any means, but Sinton had dispatched him with only one punch, and it looked as if he'd restrained himself. Exactly how strong was he?
Are you bloody mad? Harrington yelled. You broke a tooth!
Sinton landed another solid blow in his opponent's middle, and Harrington went down.
Now you've got a matching rib. If you ever speak of my betrothed in such a manner again, I'll rip your tiny, limp cock off and shove it down your throat. Have I made myself clear?
What in God's name is going on here, gentlemen? Though I use the word gentleman very loosely. Lady Catherine rushed upon their little gathering. Tossing her grey mask aside, she looked between Sinton and Harrington before scrutinizing Camilla. 100 questions were brewing behind her steady gaze, and Camilla knew she'd demand answers later. But for now, Catherine seemed appeased and stared down at Harrington, shaking her head. How many scandals will you be involved in before you act as a man of your station ought to, Harrington? Catherine asked. Wasn't relieving yourself in front of the Duchess lesson enough? You're not nearly charming or handsome enough to carry on like a buffoon. Harrington wheezed as he glared at Sinton.
I caught this rake with your friend. God only knows what he would have done if I hadn't come upon them and interceded. You interrupted my proposal, misread the situation, and proceeded to spread ugly rumors without giving either of us a chance to defend ourselves.
Sinton wrapped an arm around Camilla's shoulders, drawing her near. She nestled closer without pause. His warmth enveloped her, reassured her.
You insulted Miss Antonius and offended me. Count your blessings that I haven't challenged you to a duel. You're not engaged, Harrington scoffed. You got caught with her tits nearly out, and
Sinton had him on the ground again. By now, half the masquerade had gathered in the hedge maze, watching Harrington get the life punched out of him. Camilla ought to feel horrified or sickened, but the truth was, she wished to land a punch of her own. That should have bothered her, given what she'd just done to Lord Gary. Sinton's head whipped in her direction,
his bright emerald gaze clashing against hers. She could have sworn his lips twitched before his expression was once again hard.
"Would anyone else care to comment on my fiancé?"
he asked, his tone deceptively calm. No one, not even Lady Catherine, uttered a single word.
"Wonderful. If any of you considered changing your mind, I'd recall this scene before spreading rumors. Should any reach my ears, leaving Waverley Green as quickly as possible would only delay the inevitable."
He didn't say, "I'll hunt you down and tear you limb from limb," but the message was unmistakable.
"And now, my darling,"
he said, turning back to her,
"shall we find something to toast?"
Chapter 21.
Remind me once again, Lord Sinton, how did you say you two met? I can't seem to recall, with all the threats and punching and missing teeth.
Lady Catherine asked as their carriage rolled down the cobbled street. After Envy had sent everyone home, he'd agreed to ride with Camilla and her friends. It seemed like the sort of thing a love-struck fiancé would do, but now he found himself trapped in a slew of questions. Lady Catherine ought to moonlight as a detective inspector. After I contacted Camilla regarding a commission, we began to exchange letters quite frequently. Envy lied smoothly.
This was before you arrived in Waverley Green?
Lady Catherine didn't believe him. Yes. I asked Camilla to keep things quiet. I wanted to wait for the right time to announce my intentions. In fact, the ball tonight was supposed to act as the stage for my proposal, but then I realized I wanted to ask Camilla privately.
"That sounds plausible, darling."
Edwards nodded brusquely from the other seat.
"It was a rather extravagant party."
Lady Catherine kept her cool gaze locked on Envy.
And when, exactly, did you give her a ring? Before you laid Harrington low? Please, Kitty, leave it for now, Camilla said. It's been a long evening, and my fiancé is not the villain in this story. You saw the way Harrington acted. The man's a knob. Sinton has been in contact with me for weeks, and tonight I finally accepted his suit.
Envy looked his false fiancé over, impressed that she'd given most of the truth without actually lying to her friend. Lady Catherine seemed only partly mollified. "I apologize for any uncivilized behavior," Envy said, trying to recall what might offend human sensibilities. "No ladies ought to bear witness to such violent acts, but Harrington never should have tried to ruin Camilla. He's fortunate a few missing teeth and a broken rib are his only worries." At that, both women exchanged secretive looks before bursting into laughter. Edwards rolled his eyes.
"My lovely wife here was something of an underground pugilist before we married. They would hardly consider fighting a shock."
Humans never ceased to amaze. Envy glanced from Edwards to Catherine to Camilla. Edwards was outwardly as stuffy as they came, yet he had a certain impish sparkle in his eyes when speaking of his wife. "Did you fight as well?" Envy asked, staring at his artist.
Goodness, no.
Catherine's eyes glittered with mirth as she cut in.
Camilla's always been more of a lover. She'd attend to illustrate the fights, though. Do you also box, Lord Sinton?
"Sometimes," Envy admitted, thinking of Rath's legendary fighting pit. "My brother has his own private ring. Sometimes he invites our whole family to participate." The carriage rolled to a stop, and Envy peered into the night. A large towering house took up nearly an entire block.
"Welcome to Birchwood."
Edwards nodded to the estate.
"Our city home."
"I thought we were escorting Camilla to her residence," Envy said, trying to keep any frustration from his tone. He'd planned on circling back after they dropped Camilla off. Now that she'd come to her senses, she needed to start painting at once. Time was quickly ticking away. Lady Catherine cut an amused look in his direction.
And not celebrate your joyful news? Don't be silly. I cannot imagine sending you two off without toasting to your betrothal, the way we ought to have done earlier. In fact, she grabbed Camilla's hands, I insist you both spend the night.
We'll have a big celebratory breakfast in your honour, too."
Camilla squeezed her friend's hands back and gave Envy a small, apologetic smile.
"That sounds lovely, Kitty. Thank you. We'd be honoured to have you host us for the night."
"We would be no such thing." As if overhearing his internal thoughts, Camilla sent him a withering glare. "As my lovely fiancé has stated, we'd be honoured," Envy said tightly. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness." At least they could retire to their bedchamber early and then work on the painting. Envy was already hatching a plan to have Alexei bring the supplies they'd need when Catherine added,
"Wonderful! We'll have separate rooms made up for you at once."
"Splendid," Envy said, grateful once again that he was now able to lie. He'd simply sneak into Camilla's chamber later, a feat that would be irksome but not impossible. Or so he foolishly thought.
Chapter 22. What is that excessive ball of dunder? Camilla glanced up from where she sat perched on her bed, following Sinton's gaze to the mammoth long-haired grey and white cat that stood between her and her pretend betrothed. Bunny's initial purrs gave way to a grave look of disapproval. Camilla's cat was a wonderful judge of character. Or perhaps the cat simply did not approve of a late-night visit to Camilla's bedchamber. Though Bunny probably sensed the inner war raging inside Camilla and was being overly fussy. Camilla was fairly certain Lord Gary was dead. It was beyond difficult to grasp. She'd had no choice. He'd made it clear he was going to kill her. But still, she felt wrong for not regretting her actions. Bunny nudged her hand, drawing her to the here and now. "Lord Sinton, please meet Bunny." Sinton closed the door behind him softly, his attention travelling from Camilla to Bunny, then back. She couldn't tell whether he was amused or concerned. Unless it's casting some powerful glamour, Bunny is a feline. You do realize that, correct? Camilla gave him a bemused look. "With the spirit and claws of a great lioness, I assure you. Don't insult Bunny again, or you may live to regret it, my lord." His lips twitched. "I'll take your warning under consideration." "Very wise. My cat does not appreciate anyone who does not worship the ground she walks upon." "Why is your cat at Lady Catherine's?" "Whenever I spend the evening here, Kitty sends for Bunny straight away. She adores riding in Lord Edwards's coach. They spoil her with her own silk pillow and bowl of warm cream." "You spend the evening here often, then?" Camilla nodded. "We have dinner every week when Lord Edwards is out. I usually spend the night then." His sardonic expression shifted to something more serious as he finally took Camilla in. "Are you all right?" She inhaled deeply, then slowly let it out. "Is he responsible for his own sins?" he asked. "Then yes. Alexei got the full story from him." "He wasn't dead, at least not by her hand." The knowledge wasn't quite a relief, but a knot inside her chest loosened. "I'm not going to ask why he wanted your locket," he murmured. "I suspect he wouldn't tell me the truth, even if I did." Camilla pressed her lips together. "As long as you're all right," he said, looking over her again. "I'm going to bed. Sleep well. We'll start the painting first thing tomorrow." He turned, hand on the knob, and her loneliness rose up in a rush. "Wait." He twisted to meet her gaze. Silent. Steady. When she didn't speak again, a wry smile tugged at his lips. "Did you want something, Miss Antonius?" She wanted him to hold her again, to make the coldness still clinging to her disappear. His gaze darkened as if he'd read her thoughts, his attention slowly moving down. She hadn't been expecting company, and a maid had already helped her into her nightgown and robe. Camilla had her own guest room at Birchwood, with items of hers stashed away for whenever she visited. Catherine wouldn't hear otherwise. The robe was made of silk, and the nightgown was soft-knit lace, the material hugging the contours of her body with gentle grace. Given the nature of the material, much of her silhouette was easily visible.
She loved to sleep in its soft luxury, never expecting anyone to actually see her in it. Camilla was now exquisitely aware of just how little she had on. Sinton's attention was a hot caress as it slowly moved from her face and then downward. His perusal was thorough, sensual. He took his time, admiring every inch of her body, before dragging his gaze back up again, just as slowly. Camilla's mouth was suddenly as dry as the desert, her body growing warm and tight. Gone were any horrible memories of the hedge maze. The ghost of what had almost happened had been chased away. Was there something you needed, my lord? Camilla's voice drew Sinton's focus back to her face, but did nothing to douse the fire crackling between them. Sinton had the air of someone who indulged in his carnal urges often, and was well versed in both giving and receiving pleasure. Camilla had never been one to fully submit to another in any capacity, but there was something tantalizing about the thought of being subjected to his every whim and demand. Before she could stop herself from imagining his previous lovers, jealousy seared through her. His expression shifted suddenly, the fire giving way to ice.
Write up a list of everything you need from your home.
His tone was clipped, impersonal.
Tomorrow, you'll be moved into Hemlock Hall.
What? Camilla pulled her robe more tightly around herself, caught off guard.
My staff will collect your things tonight.
Living under the same roof as this impossible man was most decidedly a terrible idea. I cannot live with you before we're married. People will talk.
Not if you've been gifted your own private bridal wing by your protective fiancé. I want you with me from now on, lest anyone else try to harm you.
Have I been, she asked, gifted my own wing? His smile re-emerged, turning positively feline. Bunny herself seemed to perk up from where she'd settled in a corner.
Disappointed you won't be sharing my bed for our little ruse, pet?
She was, rather. Camilla also knew he was needling her with the endearment to distract her. You think very highly of yourself?
I'm exceptionally talented at reading emotions. You desire me physically.
Cocksure, arrogant, damnably correct. She lifted a shoulder as if it were common knowledge, and she was unperturbed. Well, you cannot keep your hungry gaze off me either, my lord. Each time you look at me, I think you're removing an item of clothing and trying to decide what to do next.
Is that what you think, Miss Antonius? That I somehow lack know-how?
Camilla sensed they were entering dangerous territory again. She'd been fighting loneliness for the last 2 years. If she permitted herself this one indulgence, allowed him to make her forget her solitude, maybe the ache would disappear for another few years. They were already pretending to be betrothed. Why not let that excuse set her free? She could give in to her desires for one night. I'm quite positive you're a proficient deviant when you wish to be. Sinton's sparkling gaze filled with challenge. His expression said Camilla was right.
Tell me, Miss Antonius, are you ever a deviant?
Camilla had been that once, had craved the touch of another ever since. He mistook her silence. His tone softened to a purr.
Would you like to be?
He waited, watching. Whatever he saw in her expression made him stalk closer, like he'd understood she was silently daring him to act on his longings as well. Just for tonight, he said, gaze locked onto hers, setting new rules, ones that intrigued Camilla despite herself.
Our secret.
Camilla's breath caught. She hadn't expected him to agree.
Take off your robe.
Hand me the sash. Camilla glanced around the bedchamber, thinking of her friend who was sleeping soundly 2 doors down. We shouldn't, she said, and rising to rest on the sash, the cool silk a balm against the sudden warmth in the room. God, did she want to let the soft material pool at her feet? Sinton uncannily read her thoughts again.
Doing things one shouldn't is often so freeing.
He prowled a few steps closer, the charge between them growing more intense. Camilla felt like she was standing in the middle of a field, watching lightning strikes grow closer. She tugged to loosen her sash just a bit.
When was the last time you were a little wicked, Camilla?
What exactly are you proposing? She asked.
Only a kiss, he said, with a slight teasing smile.
The way he said it, his voice a low growl of temptation. Camilla had never felt such heady anticipation. Her palms tingled, her breathing turned shallow, her heart thundered in her chest, excitement warred with desire, and, admittedly, slight nervousness. She wet her lips. Sinton stopped before her, gazing into her face. Noticing the gesture, his lips curled devilishly.
Hand me the sash, Camilla. Now.
She did. Sliding it from around her waist, she dropped the ribbon of the silk into his open palm. As she shifted, her robe fell slightly apart, exposing her lace nightgown. Sinton admired her silhouette, then motioned for her to stand and turn around. She did as he'd silently commanded, already hating the fact that her heart raced harder, thrilled for whatever he'd demand next. Sinton gently placed the sash around her head, covering her eyes, then pulled it taut and tied it. The long ribbon tickled her back, falling between her shoulder blades. She was blindfolded. With one hand on her shoulder, he slowly spun her to face him. She craved the reassurance of his emerald eyes, but could only feel the soft wind of his breath against her mouth.
How does that feel?
He asked. All her senses had heightened. From somewhere deep in the house, she heard the soft chiming of a clock. Closer still, she heard the slight rasp of Sinton's breath, the rustle of his own shirt, before he slipped her hand beneath her robe. His touch glided effortlessly over her nightgown as he circled her waist and drew her nearer to him. Good. His body was warmer than she'd imagined, his scent intoxicating this close by. She tilted her face up, lips parting in anticipation. If he was only going to kiss her, she wished to enjoy every second of it.
We can do much better than good, darling.
His mouth skimmed her neck, her collarbone, grazing lazily from one side to the other, before drifting lower, past her locket to the lace above her breasts. She'd expected him to kiss his way upward again, finally pressing his mouth to hers. But she soon realized that Sinton was a man who enjoyed playing. Camilla felt the air stir around her as he moved, closing his mouth over the peak of her breast, where it pressed against the soft fabric of her nightgown. The unexpected heat and wet of his mouth sent a shock of pleasure through her as his teeth grazed over her again. A moan slipped past her lips as Sinton's erotic kiss soaked through her nightgown, causing a different sort of wetness to form between her legs. He held her steady, his big hands gripping her waist, nestling just above the curve of her bottom. His tongue began stroking softly, drawing as much pleasure from her body as he could. He moved to her other breast, licking and sucking over the thin material until she could no longer think straight. Too soon, she felt him straighten, her damp nightgown now clinging to her. My lord. He let out a low sound of amusement, and she could have sworn he whispered he was anything but, before he walked her backward until her thighs brushed against the edge of the bed.
Sit.
Camilla did, her body tingling and eager for his next kiss. She couldn't see him, but she felt his gaze on her, searing and heavy like a physical caress. She knew with certainty that if she could see him, there wouldn't be anything cold or dark in his eyes now. He would be ravenous, filled with need, just like her. Perhaps that was why he wanted her eyes covered, so she wouldn't know the effect she had on him. She loved and loathed the blindfold, loved how it allowed her to anticipate his next move, and loathed that she couldn't watch him perform it.
Unless you'd like me to stop, I'm going to kiss you again, Camilla.
Please. Her voice was low and husky. Don't stop. He firmly pressed her back until she lay across the bed. Strong hands closed around her ankles, tugging her closer to the edge of the mattress. His touch sent shivers of pleasure through her. Silence stretched, the air growing thick with tension. Camilla wondered if he was staring down at her, and if he was, what his expression looked like now. Another whisper of movement. Was he kneeling? She jolted at the unexpected sensation of his mouth on her leg, her gasps turning sharp and uneven. He traced little lines of pleasure from her ankle to her calf, tasting his way upward. Her breath caught when he paused behind her knee. His powerful hands settled on either thigh, palms flattened there for a moment, rubbing gently, comforting, seducing. Camilla fidgeted, wanting to see him. Then his hands were moving again, slowly pushing her thighs apart, exposing her aching flesh. She stilled. She'd forgotten that she'd taken her underwear off, wanting to sleep with nothing between her skin and soft lace. He cursed, and she wasn't sure he'd meant to, the harsh word igniting her desire even more. Then he waited, as if testing to see if she would balk. A woman of her station was taught to demur, to deny her passions, to feel shame when she shouldn't. The blindfold made her bold. She slowly widened her legs. Cool air kissed her most sensitive area, her heart pounding as she waited to see what he would do next. He groaned, as if he could no longer hold himself back, the sound a tortured growl of pure need. Then his mouth closed over her sex. The first swirl of his tongue was delicate, chaste almost. The second was criminal. His stroke more powerful, demanding, a lazy lick that turned decidedly wicked. Camilla arched up from the bed, moaning as his tongue parted the folds of her, swirling and then stroking deeper. "Fuck," he said, pausing for a moment to kiss the inside of her thigh. "You taste incredible." His mouth was on her again, his teeth grazing the bundle of nerves. A slight nip, a jerk of her body. Then he lapped up her desire. It was pleasure with an edge of pain, and nothing had ever felt so good. Her body throbbed as he suckled her flesh, spreading her legs wider so he could feast like a king. He teased her by kissing along her inner thighs, grazing over her sex to the other leg, his breath hot against her arousal. He certainly liked drawing out each move until she almost cursed. He blew across her clit, then pressed another chaste kiss to it. Teasing, maddening. Her flesh growing so slick and engorged it almost hurt. "Please." She fisted the sheets, trying to remember why moaning was a bad idea. "So proper and polite," he purred against her, his tongue touching her lightly. She bucked as his mouth closed on her again, his tongue curling slightly inside her. He did not seem to share her worry about noise. His groan was more animal than human when his tongue touched her again. Then he kissed her again. There, his tongue sliding over the most glorious place she'd ever felt, alternating between flicking and lathing. She arched up from the bed again, panting. He kept up that wondrously sinful lathing, but her body needed more. She wanted him deeper, inside her, pounding in time to that growing, throbbing, aching sensation. "Oh, my..." He penetrated her with his tongue, driving deep inside her, and she swallowed a cry of pleasure. His tongue was glorious, thrusting, stroking. Heat bolted up her spine. The Lord of Sin was making love to her with his wicked mouth. Camilla's legs opened wider, needing him to press closer, the fire lashing along her body as he owned her with his sinful kiss. "Oh, my God!" Another growl. "I assure you, he has nothing to do with this." Sinton's hands hardened their hold on her hips, keeping her in place, as if she would move away now. She'd stay prone for all eternity, as long as he kept doing that with his unholy, lovely mouth. She still couldn't see him, but the image filled her mind. Sinton kneeling between her legs, hands buried in her lacy nightgown, head bent to her as if he were an acolyte to her body. Her hips bucked upward, needing more. Sinton tended to her with renewed vigour, his warm tongue gliding over and inside her with such perfection that Camilla didn't care if God or the devil himself was involved. This man could drag her down to hell, and she'd gladly burn for eternity. She wanted him to go deeper, to never stop. He replaced his tongue with his fingers, sliding them across her folds. It felt so good, Camilla had to bite down on her lip to keep from crying out. She thrashed as that delicious feeling continued to crest into a wave of pleasure, gripping the sheets so tightly she feared they'd shred. Sinton gently hoisted her legs over his shoulders, pinning her to the bed with one large hand as he feasted. "Come for me, Camilla." It was a command. "Come all over my tongue, now." And she loved it. Each glorious stroke had that bundle of nerves growing tighter, hotter, coiled and ready to send fire through her veins as her release found her. Camilla rocked her hips forward, fingers threading into his hair, tugging his face closer, earning a growl of approval that vibrated so deeply she went tumbling over the edge, her body taking flight as pleasure rippled through her in one hot wave after the last. She'd orgasmed before, but this was unlike anything else. This made her want to stay in this bedchamber forever. He didn't let up, his fingers and tongue continuing to ride her through the sensation until another orgasm barreled through her. She cried out as the next orgasm sent her straight out of her body, floating somewhere far away. Sinton's ministrations slowed to languid strokes, not stopping until the final wave broke, leaving Camilla feeling boneless and spent. She collapsed back, breathing heavily. That was a religious experience. If he was the Lord of Sin, she'd happily become the worst sinner there was. He kissed her inner thigh one last time, then gently set her trembling legs down. She felt the heat of him leave. His jacket rustled, the air stirred. Then all was quiet. He couldn't have. Camilla sat up, ripped off the blindfold, and blinked. The room was empty. She stared around her, emotions whirling from one extreme to the next. There was no way he'd done that, and then left, without a word. "Sinton!" she hissed, furious. And unless she'd been in some suspended stupor from his talented mouth, he'd moved faster than anyone should be able to. Still, he didn't return. The immeasurable ass had in fact given her an orgasm to end all orgasms, then left. She stared at the door, body still trembling from the aftershocks, wondering how Sinton could go from such burning passion to cold indifference that swiftly. If he was playing a game with her, he would regret it. Camilla decided right then that instead of showing him how angry she was, she, too, could play. She'd adopt his mask of indifference. Let him be humbled, too. She tossed herself back onto the bed, staring at the ceiling, rethinking the whole encounter. It took far longer to get her annoyance under control than she cared to admit. But once she did, she puzzled his behavior out more clearly. The blindfold, the mention of only tonight, the abrupt departure. In some way, she was certain, he'd bared himself more than she had. There was something he desperately didn't want her to see, which only made her more curious to unravel the mystery of his past. Forbidden things always intrigued her. And Lord Sinton, mercurial moods, gruffness and all, was very tempting indeed.
Chapter 23. The paint, canvas and brushes are all here in the studio. Envy said by way of greeting, keeping his back purposefully to the artist he'd summoned at first light. He'd left the Edwardses early that morning, also sending a message of apology for missing the celebratory betrothal breakfast. "I expect you'll work swiftly, Miss Antonius." He turned then, surprised that Camilla did not betray any of her feelings upon entry. It wasn't like her to be so quiet. Envy had been certain she'd be furious that he'd left without so much as a goodbye, or, predictably, love-struck. She was neither. Her attention simply swept around the room, passing over him like he was one more canvas to catalogue. She gave no indication that Envy had been on his knees, nestled between her thighs, a few short hours before. He bristled. "Should you require anything else, Alexei will see to it."
"Thank you, Lord Sinton," she said at last. "If you'll have him bring a cup of tea, that will be all."
Envy's brows hit his hairline. Did she take him for a servant now? "What of scones and clotted cream? Shall he bring some of those as well?"
"Unnecessary, but thank you for being thoughtful."
Camilla ignored the obvious sarcasm in his tone, striding over to the wooden stool and easel, running a hand lovingly across the polished wooden grain before hoisting up her chosen canvas. She dressed in a charcoal gown today, the colour deep and rich in pigment. A line of pearls ran up the sleeves from her wrists to her forearms, and a second line travelled along the front of her bodice from neck to navel. Envy wanted to pin her hands above her head and rip the pretty pearls off with his teeth.
"You may leave now,"
Camilla said over her shoulder, almost as an afterthought, as if she'd forgotten he was there.
"I work better alone."
Envy stared after her. Camilla did not drink at the party last night, so it wasn't as if she'd been in some drunken stupor. He was positive she remembered coming all over his tongue, sweet and warm like honey. Was she choosing to ignore that? Certainly, last night had been shocking, but Camilla had survived the crisis of Lord Gary and moved on, had decided she wished to live, to celebrate life. He'd found that highly attractive. He hardened just recalling her soft moans, her rapture pure and free as she fully submitted to the pleasure he'd given her. She'd bitten her lip to keep anyone from hearing, and thrashed across those sheets, tangling them up just as he'd wanted her legs to be tangled with his when he climbed on top of her. When she'd started undulating her hips, directing him to the exact place she wanted him, it took everything in him not to sink his cock into her wet heat, the way they'd both craved him to. Camilla was a surprisingly vivacious lover, and he'd only had one small taste. One being the operative term. His rule of only bedding someone once typically included one night of lust, which usually included every possible position, every act of pleasure. Then it made sense that their time together was over forever. There wasn't anything typical about how he'd gone about things with Camilla last night. He'd left before he couldn't tear himself away. The moment she came, he'd imagined pulling her on top of him, dragging her up and down along his hard length until they'd both been teased into a frenzy. Envy wanted to make love to her properly. If he was only going to have one night to experience Camilla, he wouldn't waste it. Plus, he'd promised not to ruin her, and had he given in last night, there was no way Lord and Lady Edwards would have missed the sound of Camilla's moans. Propriety had fucked him again. He was a walking, frustrated ball of God's damned virtue. Even after tending to himself with thoughts of her taste, making him so cursedly aroused, he'd come with a demonic roar. Several, increasingly frustrating times. Each time he came, he was less satisfied than before. He craved her, and his hand did not compare. And her indifference was driving him positively feral. If this were a game played between them, he'd have to admit she currently had the upper hand. All previous lovers had been near savage with jealousy after he'd graced their sheets, begging for more. And that was the way he preferred things.
"Was there anything else, my lord?"
Envy's attention snapped back to Camilla. She'd been watching him, and he'd been oblivious. He was never oblivious. That was the antithesis to his very nature. Envy planned. He was meticulous. He missed no details. Everything was a puzzle for him to solve. If Camilla thought to best him in this game of seduction, she truly had no idea who she was playing against. If she wished to be indifferent, he would be doubly so. Use her move against her. He gave her a cold look. "Do not dismiss me in my own home, Miss Antonius. If it happens again, I'll be forced to remind you who serves whom." Amusement ghosted across her features. He had the distinct impression she knew exactly who'd served whom last night. Gods damn it all. None of his shots were landing.
I imagine that will be very hard for you, my lord.
Camilla's gaze slowly dropped to his trousers, before she flicked it back up, mischief glittering in her silver eyes. His cock jerked in response, eager to draw her attention again.
Since it appears that you'll have your hands full thinking, I really must get to work.
Saints curse him. Envy's arousal grew at her second blatant dismissal. If this had been any other time, any other circumstance, he'd have taken Camilla right there on the paint, using her perfect little bottom and his handprints to capture each thrust of pleasure on the canvas. Then he'd hang the damn thing in his foyer. Let her dismiss him then. Rock hard and frustrated in more ways than one, Envy left Camilla to her painting. Out in the corridor, his cursed brother leaned casually against the wall, carving thin strips off a pear and popping them into his mouth. For once, his expression was oddly contemplative.
What?
Envy snarled.
You're in trouble,
Lust said, pointing out the obvious.
The lust coming off you would make my court blush. Ever think maybe Camilla was chosen to distract you?
Envy had, which meant the game master had chosen her with care, and that enraged him. Camilla deserved to be more than a pawn, designed to pierce him deeply. In a few hours, she won't be a problem anymore. I'll have both the hexed throne and the next clue. And Miss Camilla Antonius would have a missing and presumed dead fiancé, one who'd left his entire mortal estate to his would-be wife. It wasn't part of their original bargain, but once Envy got what he was after, he did not plan on returning to Waverley Green, and it made sense to give Camilla an added boon. He'd surmised that her finances had taken a downturn after her father's death. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine why she'd resort to creating forgeries. It was the least he could do to repay her for helping his court. He would also see to it that Vexley would never be an issue for her again, nor would any other player. He had Alexei working with his spies now, tracking down anyone else who was mildly suspicious in Waverley Green. He'd kill the whole realm before anyone else got to her. Lust gave him a doubtful look.
Bring her to House Lust first, when you visit. If she starts with House Wrath, she'll think we're a bunch of vengeful savages who don't know how to have any fun.
Envy rolled his eyes. From what his spies had revealed, Wrath and his wife were having lots of savage fun, all over their house. In fact, rumors were circulating that Wrath had barely seen his court since his queen's coronation. They'd been too busy playing with chains and knives, stoking each other's fury like deviants. If they kept this up, there would be a hellish lot of nieces and nephews soon.
Camilla will come to House Envy first,
Envy said without thinking, immediately regretting it when Lust flashed a victorious grin his way.
Why are you still here?
Lust lifted a shoulder and dropped it.
Can't I just be concerned for my brother? I know something's wrong. We all do.
Envy's attention narrowed on his brother. It wasn't an outright lie, but he sensed Lust was fishing, and he was getting entirely too close to the truth.
You and Gluttony have a wager going. There is that aspect as well. Get out.
Envy turned and began walking toward the kitchens. Apparently he had a cup of tea to request for Miss Antonius. Then he'd take another long, icy bath. Alone.
She doesn't succumb to my influence, at least not strongly.
Lust's shift in topic drew him up short.
Have you tried to use your power on her?
He continued. The rules of the game won't allow me to use magic. Envy finally admitted. It was a weak excuse, one his brother didn't bother to call out.
Wait until after she paints the throne.
Lust was quiet for a moment.
Then try.
Lust didn't say it, but Envy knew what he was thinking, that Camilla might be very different from Envy's last mortal. Lust, for all his incessant bed-hopping, was a secret romantic. but Envy had already decided how this story would end. In his world, the only happily ever after he sought was for his court.
Chapter 24. Camilla pulled the emerald brush from where she'd hidden it in her bodice, eager to use it for the first time, even if she wasn't as thrilled to begin work on the hexed throne. Trepidation inched its way down her spine, making the fine hair along her arms stand on end. She'd already sensed the wrongness of what she was about to do, felt the first gusts of dark magic blowing in around the edges of the room, like spilled ink bleeding its way across a fresh page. If her father's stories could be trusted, the hexed throne, from wherever it slumbered, was cracking an ancient eye. Would it be curious or furious at being summoned? Camilla would soon find out. After striking the devil's bargain with Sinton, there was no getting out of this part now. Perhaps she was giving her talent too much credit. Perhaps it would only be a simple painting. And Sinton is only a simple art collector with no dubious aspirations whatsoever. She all but rolled her eyes at herself. Denial never did anyone any favors. Damned or not, this was the fate she'd chosen for herself, and it was time to get to work. A quiet tapping drew her attention to the window. She walked over and peered out across the manicured grounds, not seeing anyone. Another chill of foreboding caressed her spine. It was probably just a wayward branch. But after her encounter with Lord Gary in the hedge maze, she wasn't so sure. Anyone could be out there. She glanced up at the cloudless sky. The colour an unblemished, crisp fall blue. There was no breeze today, no hint of an impending storm. She shook the odd sensation away and took quick stock of her supplies. Oils, watercolours, pencils, charcoal, pastels. Tap, tap, tap. She jerked her attention back to the window. Had a shadow just passed? Chills raced over her. Surely it was just a bird flying too close. Foolish. Her mind was playing tricks on her, that was all. After such a violent attack, that was not surprising. Tap, tap, tap. This time, the noise was louder. A definite knocking. When Camilla looked out the window now, her breath caught. Was that Lord Gary? Fear slammed into her. Not Lord Gary. A cloaked figure stood just on the other side of the glass, his face hidden from view in the garment's depths. A scream caught in Camilla's throat, a half-second before she recognized the figure as the one that had lurked outside her gallery. He rapped gloved knuckles along the pane, jerking his head toward the latch. "Sinton!" she called out at last, backing away. Somehow, the figure outside seemed amused. It made no movement to try to stop her, or to come in. Still, she retreated toward the door, keeping her attention on the man. He lifted a hand, probably to break the glass, and any calmness she'd been clutching at vanished. "Sinton!" she yelled. "Hurry!" The figure tilted his head back, but all she could make out was one pale yellow wolf-like eye that seemed to wink at her before he abruptly turned and darted away. A beat later, Sinton was there. "What's wrong?" Camilla stared at the window, recognition dawning, if not understanding. That eye. It couldn't be. She had to be mistaken. She'd dragged her attention to the Lord, trying to find a reasonable excuse for her behavior. She couldn't very well tell him the truth, not now. "Apologies, my lord. Do you have the tea?" He gave her an astonished look. Camilla cleared her throat awkwardly. "Once I begin painting, I need to be completely alone." Sinton frowned at her, and then looked over the rest of the room, suspicion clear in his face. But there were some things she couldn't reveal, not after how hard she'd worked all these years. And the man at the window, however he'd gotten here, was one. After a drawn-out moment, Sinton finally left, still frowning, and came back a few minutes later with a tray. A silver tea service, some biscuits, and cubes of sugar. "Will that be all, Miss Antonius?" His tone was mocking, but she ignored it. "For now, thank you." Once he left, Camilla fixed herself a cup of tea to settle her nerves. She didn't want to think about why the hunter had tracked her down, especially now of all times.
He might once have promised he'd be back, but no good could come from his visit right before she painted a hexed object. And how had he known she was at Sinton's anyway? The more she'd tried to keep her world together after her father's death, the more threatened it had seemed to become. She'd made her choice years ago. That should have been the end of it. But deep down, she'd always worried that she'd only be granted a small reprieve from the inevitable. Her past was circling like a buzzard, waiting to dive down and drag her carcass off. The hunter was gone for now, she figured, and surely harmless. Until he tried to speak to her again, she might as well embark on the task at hand. Camilla sipped her tea, a smooth Waverley green blend, and looked around the space again, finally able to appreciate the details now that she was alone. As if it were chiaroscuro made solid, the chamber was a study of bold, dramatic contrasts. On one side, a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows set in bright sunlight, and on the other, dark-panelled walls cast nearly black shadows in the corners. A long wooden table held stacks of sketchbooks, leather-bound and well-worn. Broken bits of charcoal, a few balled-up sheets of paper, and a crystal decanter half filled with deep amber liquid, with 2 matching crystal glasses. A large limestone fireplace along the wall at the back of the studio held a gentle blaze that was giving off a warm, cosy glow. A leather settee and a hand-woven rug were tucked in front, offering an artist a comfortable place to lie back and dream. Along the last wall, a few canvases were stretched and waiting on easels. It was all perfect, exactly what she'd have chosen for herself. Sinton was a man who missed nothing. She'd need to be extra careful around him now. The faster she completed the painting, the faster she'd be free from their arrangement. She pulled an apron from the nearest chair and tied it around her waist. Camilla returned to her easel, situated before the wall of windows, and sat, her attention focused solely on her own work now. With steady hands, she undid her locket and tucked it into a pocket she'd had sewn into her dress. She kept the ridiculously oversized emerald and diamond ring on. Then she canted her head and closed her eyes, pulling up an image from her father's stories. In all accounts, the hexed throne burned on one side only, completely unaffected on the other. Another stark contrast, another act of balance. Camilla thought about her father's voice, telling her the hexed throne had been created by the first witch, a supernatural being descended directly from the sun goddess, according to legend. Her daughter had fallen in love with a demon prince, one of their mortal enemies, and the first witch was so furious she hexed several objects in hope of destroying the demons. The story claimed that the hexed throne was meant to entice the prince, then overtake him. Camilla let her memory expand, releasing its boundaries, moving beyond its emotions, until her talent felt alive in her veins, rushing out to her fingers into the brush, ready to leap beyond. Deep in her mind's eye, the throne spoke to her, told her the colours it needed, the shape, the very manner in which it ought to be revealed. Camilla waited until the whole image had presented itself before opening her eyes. Now, when she looked at the canvas, she saw the entire composition as if it had already taken its rightful place. She understood that this wasn't how it worked for everyone, but somehow, this was how it had always worked for her. She began. The background needed to be solid black to start, like the throne was emerging from deep within an abyss, a spark of life where nothing should survive. And perhaps a bit of mockery for the creator. The throne held its own power now, was its own god in its eyes. The witch who'd hexed it, given it power and life, was nothing compared to its glory now. Oh, yes, the rumors of its being sentient were true. Except it wasn't mildly sentient. It was fully aware. Had as many thoughts and emotions as any other being. The hexed throne knew what it was and liked playing games, considered itself quite the game master, in fact. Camilla passed no judgment, felt no emotion, other than determination to bring forth the piece the way it desired to be seen. She had become a vessel for it, to inhabit as it saw fit. When she used her talent, dove deep within that well of creative power, Camilla lost all sense of time. Seconds or months could pass, and she'd remain blissfully unaware, conscious only of her brush. Her father used to say talent like hers was a long-ago gift, perhaps bestowed on her family by some powerful fae, and that when Camilla delved into its power, she shifted into the time of fairy or the shadow realms. It was dangerous, Pierre would remind her, to meddle with unpredictable forces, to stand between realms. The idea that she might not be able to control her gift annoyed Camilla, even coming from her father. The depths of her talent might be a gift, but she'd worked hard at her craft, to understand not just what called her, but how to give it life, how to make it her own. Something Pierre Antonius had once known too, before he'd crumbled in the end. Camilla set her brush down, rubbing at the knot that had formed in her chest. Her heart ached when she thought of her father. Time was so precious, human or fae. She'd give nearly anything to have one more moment with him. The abandoned canvas sent out a subtle pulse of light, a shadow-like heartbeat. The throne did not want Camilla's attention to stray. It was displeased. It was the master of her universe now, and she would obey. In an almost trance-like state, she picked up the brush, dipped it into the paint, and continued. From the darkness, the throne had emerged, and now from the throne came the flames, burning bright, bold, insistent. What felt like a moment later, she'd been roughly lifted off her feet. A hand firmly held her legs, and another pinned her backside, while all the blood rushed painfully to her head. Disoriented, and half under the throne's spell, Camilla needed another long moment to realize she'd been unceremoniously tossed over a shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Just as suddenly as she'd been picked up, she was dropped to her feet. The sound of a door slamming, finally snapping her into the here and now, at the same moment her back hit a wall. The impact wasn't strong enough to harm her, but it did jolt her into awareness. Camilla blinked until her abductor's furious face came into view. "What the bloody hell were you doing, Miss Antonius?" Sinton's normally cultured voice was nothing more than a snarl, his expression bordering on savage as his gaze raked over her. Cold air kissed her flushed cheeks. The temperature had suddenly dropped, as if each fireplace in the estate had gone out at once. If Sinton hadn't been standing so close, she'd have rubbed her arms to escape the chill. "Painting!" She glared back at him. "Or have you somehow forgotten our bargain in the last hour, my lord?" He gave her a strange look, eyes narrowing slightly. He stared for an uncomfortably long beat, his expression remaining as ruthless and hard as ever as he slowly looked her over again. After another intense sweep of his focus, his stance relaxed, and he stepped back. Marginally. A flicker of warmth returned to her skin. "From now on, you'll only work on the hexed throne with me inside the studio too." "Why?" she asked. "Because I'm protecting my investment." "That's not negotiable," he interrupted, flashing a dark grin as her scowl deepened. "Willingly paint with me in the room, or I'll handcuff us together until it's complete, Miss Antonius. And I do mean the whole time it will take. The choice is up to you, pet."
Chapter 25. Envy knew Camilla would be furious if he called her pet, but that didn't stop him from doing it. Igniting strong emotions in her perversely amused him. He liked seeing her nostrils flare ever so slightly, liked seeing the uptick in her pulse and the narrowing of those moon-like eyes. He'd come to enjoy the second before she gave him a little bit of hell. And right now, a clear-eyed aggravation was a relief. When he'd pounded on the door the first night, and she hadn't answered, he'd gone to bed thinking nothing of it, knowing how easy it was to get lost to creativity. On the second evening, after Alexei had spent the day outside the studio and reported that she hadn't emerged to eat or drink, Envy had grown suspicious. Camilla hadn't lied when she'd told him she'd only been gone an hour. He would have sensed it if she had. To her, it had only been that. Meanwhile, just over 2 days had passed in Waverley Green. Envy wasn't sure whether it was the game or the throne itself causing time to flicker, but whatever the cause, he would not be leaving Camilla alone again. It didn't surprise him in the least that this clue was proving more difficult than the last. Lennox wouldn't give up his prize so easily this time. Camilla tried to move out from beneath his arm, and he blocked her passage, keeping her firmly against the wall. "Now what?" she asked, fresh aggravation lacing her tone. "It's getting late. You'll eat and drink something, then retire to bed. We'll begin again after you've fully rested. You are of no use to me if you're ill or half dead." Silence stretched between them. Camilla's eyes sparked with anger. "Nowhere in our bargain do I recall agreeing to specified bedtimes, Lord Sinton. I work until I'm satisfied. You may either join me or see yourself to bed alone. Clearly your senses have been addled if you believe you have any right to order me around." Envy looked her over, wondering what was so goddamned appealing about this constant battle of wills. If this mix of intrigue and arousal was even close to how lust constantly felt, it was a wonder he did anything, aside from indulge his sin every moment of the day. A muscle in Envy's jaw tightened. He wanted Camilla to continue painting for selfish reasons, and he was far from tired. If she wished to continue, then so be it. He stepped back and swept an arm out. "After you, then, Miss Antonius." Camilla brushed past him and walked into the studio, spine straight, as if entering a battle. If a war ever did break out, he wouldn't be surprised if she eliminated her enemies, one by one. Her will was one of the strongest he'd ever encountered. Camilla was all polite society, darling, until pushed. Then a scrappy little warrior emerged, baring teeth. Her savage side called to his. She rolled her stiff shoulders only once and then sat, the emerald paintbrush he'd gifted her already in her hand and poised above the red paint. She'd kept his apron cinched at her waist. Behind her, Envy poured himself a knuckle of brandy and leaned against the settee by the fire, his gaze snagging on the painting for the first time. Camilla was much further along than he'd imagined. Seeing the throne emerge from the canvas, he was reminded less of a chair and more of a blade, which made sense, considering the hexed object was precisely that, a weapon. Camilla had chosen a colour somewhere between champagne and bronze, not quite warm in tone and not cool either, but situated perfectly between the two. Opposites melded together in perfect harmony. Camilla had only just begun to add the flames on the left. She worked on them now, her brush dipping in and out of the blended paint on her palette. As he stared at the image, the darkness around the throne slowly undulated, as if smoke were curling around the sides of the canvas. Curious. If Camilla noticed the oddity, she didn't let on. Envy sipped his drink, the burn satisfying as it travelled downward. Camilla was fascinating to watch, as present and free, a touch reckless, as she'd been while receiving pleasure. Her silver hair tumbled down her back, shimmering with her deft movements, and the emerald on her finger caught the firelight. In her hand, the paintbrush flickered with life, as if she were imbuing her very soul into the paint, breathing life into her art. Envy's attention shifted once again to the painting. Now its background moved like the sea at night, as if a secret might be rising in the throne's wake. Somewhere in this image was the third clue. Anticipation had Envy leaning forward, body tensed, ready to spring into action. As if in response, Envy sensed another energy in the room, a sort of power, testing for any constraints, any magical boundaries set up to lock it in place. His own magic snarled in response. Something otherworldly was definitely here. Envy straightened. This was his domain. Camilla was completely unaware of the charge building in the room, of the shadows that began to slowly pour out from the canvas, leaching into the studio like a dark wave. His heart thudded. She was close to finishing the piece, and whatever had joined them knew it too. The flames on the painting crackled like real fire. Across the studio, The flames in the fireplace flared in solidarity. He'd never seen such a thing. Camilla was creating reality from fantasy with her brush. For a moment, Envy forgot about the game, the prize, and what winning might mean for him and his court. Instead, he considered what it would mean to set his sights on the woman herself. Could she truly create new realities? Perhaps the painting wasn't the clue he'd been sent after. Perhaps the artist was. Envy considered the implications of that as the studio howled around them, the darkness now swirling angrily like a great gathering storm. Any moment now, fantasy and reality would no longer be discernible. Their world and whatever Camilla created would collide. Envy tossed back the rest of his drink and set his tumbler on the table, hands flexing. His demon blade practically burned at his side, begging to be used on this intrusion. "Miss Antonius!" Envy's voice cracked through the storm like a whip of lightning. She didn't seem to hear. "Camilla!" She turned from her easel, silver eyes glowing like stars. He'd swear that whatever looked out at him was not entirely human. Did the throne overtake her? His heart ticked faster. Envy said her name again, his voice this time laced with the command of a demon prince, a magical demand that none could ignore. And she blinked, irises once again normal. "Come," he said, his gaze fixed on the hulking form behind her. "Now." Camilla glanced over her shoulder and then did as he'd bidden without argument, her paintbrush still clutched in her hand. Once she was safely secured behind him, Envy smiled mockingly at the throne before them. With a roar that would make the devil himself pause, all hell broke loose.
Chapter 26. Camilla darted behind Sinton, praying they would be able to exit the room before the hexed painting did whatever it was about to do. But it was too late, much too late. An inhuman screech rent the air. Her body felt suddenly hollow, as if giving life to the hexed object had taken something from her in return. Camilla grabbed Sinton's arm at the exact moment he reached back for her, as they tried to take in whatever vileness she'd set loose. From what she could tell, it was enormous, crouched or hunched before them, a dense, shadowy form with glowing crimson-orange embers for eyes. In all her years, in all her nightmares, Camilla had never seen the like. Not in the stories her mother and father had told, not even in the places her mind had roamed. Whatever it was, she understood that it wasn't the throne itself. It had been the hexed thing living inside the throne, using its physical form. Fire raged around them, growing stronger, wilder, like its shadow master. Its hatred was palpable, its fury unmatched. Camilla sensed it wanted to burn the entire estate, the whole city, until nothing but ash remained. Destruction, cruelty, chaos. Who knew how many years it had plotted revenge, locked within the confines of its prison? Maybe the old stories had it wrong. Maybe the witch had hexed the throne to keep this creature far from the world. Maybe her hatred wasn't a threat, so much as a protection. Truth was often lost or rewritten over the centuries. "What's happening?" Camilla shouted, her voice swept away by the next gust of sulphuric wind. Sinton squeezed her hand, but didn't comment. What was there to say? The world was breaking and reforming into a hellscape before their very eyes. Camilla's mother had been less obsessed with the mythology of the other worlds than her father, but she had held fast to one rule. Pierre should never open his talent to a demon, and she'd raised Camilla that way too. Camilla never would have painted the throne if she'd known what it truly was, and there was no way anything that malevolent was anything but demonic. Winds howled in the most frightening manner, the air growing uncomfortably hot, smelling of death and ash. Embers seared her skin, falling like some cursed snow from the devil's domain. Terror seized her. This would not end well. Camilla needed to get herself and Sinton to safety. If she destroyed the painting, She inched forward, determined to... Stop. Sinton barely raised his voice, but the creature heard him all the same. It stilled, and so did Camilla. From deep within the bowels of the underworld they now stood in came a sinister laugh. It was layered, as if multiple voices in varying tones spoke at once. You dare to command me? The hex demon seethed. Sinton completely ignored the violence in the creature's tone. He took a step toward it, as if it should fear him. You have information for me. Camilla wanted to throttle Sinton. Did he not notice how much danger they were in? Before she could pull him back, the demonic creature lurched forward, drawing in deep breaths like it was scenting them. So much power. So much sin. The shadowy form exhaled slowly, its eyes flaring a brighter red. Your Highness. Camilla went perfectly still. Its head swiveled in her direction. In the next moment, it was inside her mind, speaking to her silently. Talent is such a horrible thing to waste, it said. Yours will be given back if you play the game until its end. What game? She thought back at it. Did you believe he wouldn't eventually force your hand? Inside her mind, the hexed throne laughed wickedly. It had seen her realization. Yes, it hissed, delighted. You are now but another pawn to be moved around his board. It wasn't talking about Sinton. The creature was speaking of someone much, much worse. And she felt it again then. That strange hollowness from before. And she knew her talent was gone. Her heart pounded wildly. He'd stolen her talent, her very essence. She didn't have long to dwell on that horrid revelation. She gasped as a crown shimmered to existence on top of Sinton's head. Emerald-tipped. Beautiful. Ah. The throne purred, speaking aloud again. Prince of Envy. There you are. In hiding no more. What? Confusion warred with Camilla's terror, winning for a moment. Without glancing in her direction, Sinton strode toward the throne, magic cracking around him, from him, with each mighty step. If the throne was power, then, impossibly, the alleged prince was the source from which it sprang. She could feel the magic unspooling from him now. Camilla's heart pounded a furious beat. What was Sinton? Surely he couldn't be. Tell me what I want to know. Sinton's tone was insolent, demanding, royal. Now. The flames on the throne shot upward, a towering inferno of fury and chaos that the elemental creature danced before. The hexed object raged at the command. But just as Camilla was convinced it would strike out, it whispered, Hush. Those goose lose no text. There was a beat of silence before the Lord reacted. Send my regards to your king. Sinton's arm lashed out, and it shrieked, its many voices screaming in unison as a gleaming blade pierced through the shadow-like creature with ease. Faster than it had begun, the fire, the embers, the wind, and the throne itself winked out of existence. In fact, the very painting she'd created had turned to a pile of ash. The only thing that remained was the emerald-tipped crown sitting atop Lord Sinton's head. The throne had called him the Prince of Envy, a charge he hadn't denied. Camilla watched as he finally shifted to meet her accusing stare, his expression cold, without an ounce of remorse. His gaze was fathomless, unflinching, inhuman. It all made sense suddenly. There was an ancient loneliness in his eyes, because he was no mortal, broken-hearted man. Lord only knew how old he was, how many lives he'd lived, how many loves he'd lost. If he was even capable of such an emotion, maybe he'd simply shown her what she wanted to see, manipulated her to the full extent of his power. Prince of Envy. Now that the initial shock had passed, Camilla could think more clearly. Most in Waverley Green believed the tales of the 7 demon princes to be fiction. But she should have known better. She was well aware that it was unwise to write something off simply because you'd never seen it. Many strange things were often found hiding in plain sight. The world was a vast, curious place, filled with curious creatures. People rarely showed their true selves. But in all the stories she'd heard, demons couldn't lie. She laughed then at the irony, to sound anything but amused. Lord Sinton. Clever. You must have had a good laugh at our expenses. Her tone hardened along with her expression. You claimed you and Vexley were nothing alike. But here you are, nothing but a ruthless liar and a miserable demon. His hand fisted at his side, his gaze darkening. A spark of temper ignited in his eyes now, burning away the iciness. One thing had been true in his charade, at least. He did not appreciate being likened to Vexley.
Not so miserable when I'm in your bed, Miss Antonius.
His gaze mocked now.
You got a small taste of my powers.
Despite her anger, heat lanced through her. No wonder he'd pushed her so thoroughly out of her mind. He was a prince who literally ruled over sin. No human in this whole world could compete with his skill in debauchery. Since the stories were apparently true, the princes had practically invented the term. He had owned her with his tongue, and like every other fool who ended up in his sheets, she'd willingly sold her soul for that taste. He smiled then, a quick, brutal flash of teeth.
I sense your arousal, Miss Antonius. Even knowing what I am, even hating that I lied, you want me.
Attraction or not, it would be a cold day in hell before she invited him into her bedchamber now. Another thought hit Camilla. Which brother did I meet? She demanded. At the ball, Sin had said there were 7 brothers total. Truth, as far as she knew. Probably the only bit of truth she'd been granted this whole time. The Prince of Envy narrowed his eyes. That look was definitely the sin he ruled over rearing its head. Good. Now she knew one of his weaknesses.
Lust.
That certainly explained things. Which brother is Alexei?
He's my second in command. Envy's gaze glittered, dark and ominous. Think twice before you threaten to bite him again, pet. Alexei is a vampire, and I promise he'll bite back much harder. Although his venom can give you untold pleasure. You'd come as you died, and beg for more with your last breath.
Camilla knew he was trying to shock her, but most fiction spoke of vampires and their dangerous seduction. So the fact that Alexei's venom could create orgasms to die for was hardly the most inconceivable part of her evening. Which was rather remarkable. Since our bargain is now complete, I highly doubt I'll encounter your pet vampire again, Your Highness. Camilla drew herself up to her full height, wishing she weren't still wearing the damp painter's apron. But at least using his true title seemed to rankle the prince. God save her. The Prince of Envy. A fairy tale villain sprung to life, and he'd had her convinced she'd experienced heaven in his devilish arms the night before. With nothing left to say to the lying scoundrel before her, Camilla headed toward the door, but paused with a sinking heart. She couldn't leave. To win her talent back, she needed to play the game. The throne was very clear on that. She wished she could claim she had no idea what the throne had meant. But she did. She subtly tried to summon her talent. To no avail. Camilla took a deep breath. She knew very little of how the games worked, but she'd heard legends of their deadly stakes before, and of the sneaky game master himself. Losing her talent, her ability to paint, was the one thing he'd known she'd never endure, the one move he could make that guaranteed she'd play. And if she was joining a current game, then odds were that that was what Sinton, Envy, damn it, whoever he was, had been up to all along. She felt her anger rising, but she reminded herself that if all this was true, then she needed Envy, at least until she figured out what she had to do next. Or she found another player to... She closed her eyes. Of course. Lord Gary. Recalling how Sinton had helped him meet his end, she wasn't sure it was a good idea to let the Demon Prince know he had a new competitor. Her. And it'd be an even worse idea to let him find out she'd kept her own secret all along, too. For now, she'd not reveal anything about her stolen talent, either. He'd become suspicious. What was one more secret, anyway? When she opened her eyes again, Envy was standing directly before her, looking dangerous. Do you know what the throne said? A bunch of gibberish. She tried to say it calmly, but her heart pounded so hard she worried he'd hear it. Hush. Those goose lose no text. You are proving my point beautifully, Your Highness, she managed. It was a clue. Envy looked briefly offended. An anagram. Hush. Those goose lose no text. Deciphered, it says. House sloth next. She goes too. Camilla's mouth snapped shut. The prince didn't miss a beat. His smile was victorious. She kept her face blank. Her game and his were truly intertwined. So you see, my darling, he continued, you have unwittingly become a part of the game I'm playing. A game I have spent many years waiting to win. He had no idea how correct he was about that. With his free hand, he made to reach for her, then dropped it before making contact, a serious look overtaking his face. I might have lied to you about my name and title, but you have to understand, I will use any means necessary to win. Then he gave her a wolfish smile. And I love being a sinner too much to ever be a saint. No one would nominate you for sainthood. And be glad of that. Saints don't typically kill to protect their investments. Is that what you think I am? Your investment? I think you're delaying the inevitable and wasting time. Perhaps I want you on your knees, apologizing before I decide what to do. His expression turned dark with sinful promise. I've been on my knees for you. If you want me there again, just ask. But if you expect an apology while I'm down there, you'll be disappointed, at least in that regard. She gave him a withering look, but said nothing. Choose to accompany me, or don't, Miss Antonius. Either way, you're coming with me to House Sloth. Heat coiled low in her belly. Most inconveniently. She shouldn't be aroused by the damned brute. Camilla cursed that wretched little deviant inside her, the one who purred seductively at the villain for his unbridled vices, and mocked the hero for his unshakable virtues. Life would be so much simpler if she would fall for the male whose moral compass was as dependable as the North Star. But helping Envy was the key to helping herself now. For better or worse, they were partners in this game, no matter that he didn't know that. At least, not yet. Since you need me for whatever the next clue suggests, she said at last, I want time to prepare, at least. Her tone was firm, her stance clear. This would be a negotiation, or she'd find another way to play the game. Envy looked her over. An hour. 2. He stared at her a long moment. His expression was carved from stone. But she swore she saw the faintest flicker of respect before he blinked it away. 2 hours. he agreed, gritting his teeth. Eat, bathe, dress warmly. We'll leave precisely at midnight. She graced him with a single nod. He held the studio door open for her. Camilla. She paused on the threshold, glancing back. If you run, I will chase you. She saw how serious he was. Envy would pursue his goal ruthlessly. Part of her was intrigued by the intensity of wanting something so badly that no moral line would go uncrossed. A male that driven, that focused, fascinated her on the most basic level. She spun around, heading for her chamber, before he could see the tiny thrill she felt at that dangerous vow.
Chapter 27. Well, Envy barked, staring out through the window at the dark hedge maze. He'd been mulling over the chaos of the evening, as well as that strange, moonlit glow in Camilla's eyes, trying to puzzle out what she could be if she wasn't, as he was beginning to suspect, entirely human. Envy had guessed she had secrets when she became the key, vital for him to receive the third clue. He hadn't expected the mystery of who she was to delve so deep. He didn't need another complication right now. His mood was downright hostile as he sorted through theories, none of which satisfied. Shapeshifters, fae, even some peculiar combination of half-vampires could explain her talent. But he wouldn't know for certain until he learned all he could of her family. He'd already sent his spies out with new instructions to locate Camilla's mother and find out more when he'd felt Alexei lingering in the corridor. Whatever news he brought couldn't be good. How bad is it? I'd counsel seeing for yourself, Your Highness. Envy glanced at the clock. He had more than an hour and a half before Camilla had agreed to depart, which would give him just enough time to travel to his court and return. He turned to face his vampire second in command. How bad? He repeated, enunciating each word. 2/3, Your Highness. Fuck! 2/3 of his court now lost to the fog. They'd be in serious peril if anyone else heard how vulnerable House Envy was right now. Envy strode out the door, the vampire trailing along like a shadow behind him. They travelled down several sets of stairs in silence, stopping once they reached the wine cellar. The limestone walls held a slight chill that had little to do with the lack of sunlight. Envy had used magic he could ill afford to spare on crafting a portal here to enter his house of sin. Watch Camilla, he said to Alexei. Make sure she doesn't leave the grounds. I'll be back in an hour to escort her through the sin corridor. Alexei inclined his head and disappeared back up the stairs. Envy inhaled deeply, then held his palm to the wall. He whispered his spell, then walked straight forward into the secret portal hidden in the stone. Immediately he was submerged in the dense energy connecting the realms, pushing through as if wading through water. But within seconds he'd broken free, striding forward on the other side. He let out a breath, looking his private suite over. All was how he'd left it. His oversized four-poster bed was unrumpled, the new portrait of himself still proudly displayed on the ceiling. Good. The nightstands were polished, but not completely free of dust. A light layer coated the top of the wood, just enough for him to drag his finger across. His notebooks were piled neatly, the letter that had begun the game tucked carefully between them. No one had entered this chamber since he'd left. He steeled himself for whatever would greet him outside this room. Once in the hallway, the silence immediately struck him. There was no music, no movement, no shuffling of feet or hurried sounds of demons moving to and fro, bringing art, arranging it, admiring what he'd collected and curated throughout the centuries. Envy's house had been crafted to give the feel of a museum. Each wing, each level featured a different medium. There was the tapestry room on the second floor, along with the Titan's room and the longest night gallery on the third, where one would also find the Gothic stair, the Heritage Tower, and the sixth-floor corridor, which featured architectural fragments Envy had collected from across the realms, made of varying materials, his favorite being stone. He had rooms dedicated to mortal art, Venetian, Renaissance, Baroque, Georgian, Ancient World, Old World. And even, though he'd bragged about it less lately, art from the wild court of the unseelie. Some wings were even designated by colour, mixing and matching different periods. The blue corridor, red, pink, then the metallic wings featuring gold, silver, bronze, and copper. But the green art he'd collected, that was where the magic of his sin truly shone. He had gorgeous variations in shades not known to mortals, far beyond sage, hunter, emerald, deepest moss, or brightest grass. Envy strode through the hallways, not seeing another soul. He paused to glance out the arched windows in the mist corridor, looking at the courtyard below. Empty. His courtyard was one of his favourite places. Usually it was alive with courtiers, some playing music and others setting up canvases along the gardens. He'd always delighted in their paintings and sketches of the water features, or the birds who nested in the magical winterbud trees he'd imported from the far north. He'd taken such pride in the unrivalled beauty of his home. That was all before. Now only the statues and sculptures he passed watched his silent procession, their stone faces as lifeless as his court. Alexei hadn't exaggerated. Things were much worse. Envy's long stride ate up the expansive corridors, growing quicker the longer he went without seeing anyone. Near stairs leading to the upper level, where the nobility who preferred to remain at court stayed in luxurious suites, he paused. There, in the distance, he heard it, wailing. Jaw locked, he aimed for the sound of grief, holding his worry and anger tightly in his fist, allowing no trepidation or dread to show on his face. After an eternity, he stopped before a chamber. He raked a hand through his hair, despite his vow to look unaffected. Fuck! This would not be good. For the first time in his immortal existence, the Prince of Envy considered running from his court. Please, he silently begged any underworld god who'd listen, spare them. He hoped he wasn't too late. The door he stood before belonged to Lord and Lady Cassius, two of the higher-ranking nobles. The lady a member of his council, made up of demons he'd known for centuries, who'd schemed with him, who'd searched for spells with him for decades now, hoping to delay the madness, who'd found the one spell he could use to lie, who'd believed Envy would see them all saved in the end. They never blamed him for what he'd done, even though he deserved it. If they succumbed... There were few things in any of the realms that Envy could imagine being worse. The Lord and Lady Cassius had been blessed by the old gods, and before he'd departed for the game, had brought 3 new demons into the world, even knowing the risks. The babes couldn't be older than 6 months, even with the time he'd been away. Envy knocked gently, then pushed the door open, his nails digging into his palms as he entered the room. It had been destroyed. "Who are you?" Lady Cassius screamed, her gown tattered and torn. "Who is that?" "Shh," he soothed. "It's me, Piper, Prince Envy." Tears streamed down her face, terror making her back away. I don't know you," she wailed again, the sound echoing in the once finely appointed room. Glasses were broken, art ripped from the walls, as if a battle had been fought. Blood was splattered across the wallpaper. "I don't know him! Who is he?" Envy followed her pointing hand to the slumped form at her feet, blood pooling out from the lifeless body. She'd attempted to cover him with her bedding, had torn the sheets from the mattress in a violent frenzy. A moment of clarity must have hit at some point. He slowly approached, hands up, then knelt, already knowing what he'd find, dreading it. He pulled the sheet back and quickly averted his gaze. Lord Cassius had been gone for some time. Envy wasn't certain how he'd missed the scent of rot when he'd first opened the door. To kill a demon, it wasn't an easy feat. They were long-lived, perhaps not immortal like Envy and his brothers, but not casually lost either. Envy saw some defensive wounds on his friend's hands. Knew if he'd still been in his right mind he wouldn't have struck his wife, even if she was repeatedly striking him. Gods damn. When Envy won the game and restored balance, because he refused to consider the alternative, Piper would never recover. Even if she got her memories back, she'd never forgive herself. In so many ways, Envy was already too late. He was struggling to figure out a way to remove his old friend when Piper's next words pinned him in place. "Who are they?" she screamed, her tone shrill. "Who are they? They kept staring and crying. Who sent them to kill me?" "Who are—" Envy had a sudden realization and couldn't bring himself to look. But as the prince of this circle, it was his duty. He would own this sin, allow it to scar his soul. These deaths, these murders, they belonged to him. If he'd never given the chalice to her, he would solve the riddles, claim his prize, and make this right, no matter the cost to him, no matter who he had to deceive, kill, or toy with in the process. Envy would win, or his circle would be no more. His eyes stung as he forced himself to scan the room. There, in the corner, where the crypts had been, bile seared up his throat. He squeezed his eyes shut, closing off the unspeakable sight. It made no difference. The image was burned there forever. Envy allowed himself one moment of grief. Then his resolve hardened along with his heart. He needed to set this right before he returned to Camilla, and he had little time left. "I did it!" Lady Cassius fell to her knees, horrible clarity flashing in her eyes. Envy knew it would soon pass like it always did. The memories would fog once again, and she'd be blissfully unaware of reality. He needed to get Piper out of this chamber immediately, needed to see about. A shriek filled the air. Before he saw the blade, before he could cross the room, Lady Cassius had thrust the dagger through her chest, her knees cracking against the marble floor a moment before her skull did. Envy felt the blow as if in his own heart. Cursing, he scrubbed his hands down his face, fighting down an unfamiliar panic until his breathing was in control. Then he wrapped his heart in ice, the coldness erupting from him to coat the room in a layer of frost, and he set about collecting his fallen friends. Once again, Envy had been too late to save them, and now he had 5 more deaths to add to his sins, 5 more demons he'd sworn to protect. He would not leave them here. He would take their bodies to where they had taken all the rest. At the very least, then, they would no longer be alone.
Chapter 28. "What makes you trust anything that hexed creature said?" Camilla asked. Envy had been watching her closely, too closely. She'd known from the moment she'd opened her chamber door that he was not in a pleasant mood. He'd scanned her, his gaze hard, his mouth a cruel slash as he took a step inside and all but bared his teeth. "I told you to put on something warm. Get a cloak." "Do not speak to me like that," she said firmly. "I'm not a child." "Then don't act like one." She narrowed her eyes. Something was certainly amiss. Camilla wasn't sure what had shifted. If he'd had any warmth for her before, it was long gone. His coldness, the hard set of his mouth, the unforgiving glint in his gem-like eyes. Here stood the villain of law. The Prince of Hell, wicked enough to inspire parents to tell their children terrifying cautionary tales. She had no idea what could possibly have happened in 2 short hours to turn him into this harsh beast. She scanned him slowly, looking for any clue. There was no blood, no wrinkle in his hunter-green suit, no crack in his icy facade, or hair out of place. Yet she felt his dark energy roiling below the surface. "What happened?" she asked quietly. "Did another player attack?" "If we're sharing information now," he said, voice dangerously soft, "why don't you start by telling me about your parentage? Or perhaps about your charm?" Everything inside her stilled. "What?" Most mortals cannot conjure reality with a few strokes of their brush, Miss Antonius.
Well, lucky for you, isn't it, that I could? He took hold of her hand, whispered something in an ancient tongue, and in the very next breath, Camilla suddenly stood on what felt like the edge of the universe. The world of Hemlock Hall had vanished, replaced by something much darker, vaster, and colder. Envy dropped her hand, stepped closer to her side, and murmured,
"Welcome to the void outside the 7 circles. This is the space that connects it to all other realms."
He smiled grimly.
"And before you are the infamous gates of the underworld."
Camilla stared at the strange air around her, fear prickling her skin almost as much as the icy wind. Looking down, she was stunned to find herself clothed in a thick cloak, which had somehow magically appeared. There was no sound at all, except for the prince's voice, and the thrashing of her pulse. Anger made her spin to face him, eyes flashing. "Are you completely mad?"
"Not yet."
Camilla had half a mind to leave him and strike out on her own. Except his clue had indicated that she needed to go to House Sloth too. Cursed game, and it had only just begun. For her, at least. "If you ever put your will above my own," she said, her voice lowered but laced with the promise of vengeance, "you will regret it, Envy."
"There are many things I regret, Miss Antonius, but taking you here isn't one of them."
He jerked his chin toward the gates.
"We have a long way to go before we settle for the night. I suggest moving."
Camilla tamped down her annoyance. She had to focus on the game, and she supposed the menacing gates were the only way to Sloth's court. Besides, she'd long had to tolerate brutish males. She could continue to do so for now. She turned to look at the strange cave-like chamber before her. The gates Envy spoke of gleamed nightmarishly several paces in front of them, carved from bone and horn and fang. Creatures too wicked to live, and too sinister to be forgotten, forever immortalized in a warning to all who passed through. There was beauty in the gothic feel of it, a dark beauty Camilla shouldn't wish to paint. And now that her talent had been stolen, she couldn't. Panic clawed at her, and she tried to summon her talent, once again to no avail. Even with her magic bound, the shape of the arch called to her. The shift from Waverley Green to this strange land was so abrupt, Camilla could scarcely wrap her mind around the truth of it, even as the iciness seeped into her skin. The Prince of Envy had well and truly dragged her to the underworld. No story ever could have prepared her for its majestic terror, not even the darkest tales told by her father.
"We must pass through the sin corridor first,"
Envy said, breaking the spell.
"It will test you to see which sin you have the biggest affinity for. You may experience some odd feelings as each magic attempts to seduce you. Don't worry. I'll be watching over you with the utmost interest."
"I'm sure you will," she said icily. Ignoring his attempt to distract her, she considered what that actually meant. She'd be tested for each of the deadly sins. Lust, greed, envy, pride, wrath, gluttony, sloth. 7 ways for this realm to do its worst. Camilla determined right there that she wouldn't make it easy, on Envy, or this forsaken place. Now that she was forewarned, she'd be waiting for the first indications of magic.
"Any questions, Miss Antonius?"
"What will happen in Waverley Green while we're gone? I have a business, a life. I cannot simply cease to exist while you play your game." He arched a brow. She'd surprised him. Good.
"I'll have my people craft a plausible story for our absence, and I'll purchase some art in your gallery upon our return. Payment."
"You will do no such thing. I do not need your charity."
"It's an exchange for the inconvenience and time lost. You're a wise businesswoman. Surely you see the value in that. Any other questions?"
She saw the value in that, all right. She would find the most expensive pieces in her collection and tally them up. This might even guarantee she could pay her staff for the next 2 years. Mollified, she considered what else she needed to know. How long will each test last?
That depends entirely on you. This realm thrives on sin. The way oxygen and water are the fabric of life in the mortal realms, vice is part of this realm's being.
He paused.
We need to travel on foot until the corridor has completed its test. Other magic is forbidden until you've experienced each sin and have been aligned with a house. So even if I wanted to, I could not simply bring us to House Sloth.
This realm needs to determine where I belong, even if I'm not staying. And you have no power over it? He assessed her before answering.
Vampires, fae, shifters, and goddesses also dwell here. And while they do not normally choose to align with any demon house, the Sin Corridor will always be curious to see where you would do best. Think of it as a natural order, if you must. No matter how powerful a prince is, no matter that this is our domain, there are some laws of nature even we cannot break.
He guided her forward, their steps silent, lost to the surreal depths of the void. Before them, the walls around the gates were cave-like, stone panels soaring higher than she could ever hope to see unless she sprouted wings. The color a strange bluish black, opaque like thick slabs of ice. Envy placed a hand on her back, urging her forward, and had them through the gruesome gates within seconds. She wondered whether he was only anxious to be on his way, or didn't want her examining the gates too closely. The moment they'd crossed the threshold, the gates closed behind them, trapping her in this strange new world of snow and ice. Sounds returned, as ominous and wretched as she'd have imagined. Winds gusted, ice-coated branches clattered, and in the far distance, she swore she heard snarls of some great beasts. It did not surprise her that humans had been told the underworld was a land of fire, when in fact the opposite was true. Places hidden from mortals were often disguised in an attempt to keep the humans from realizing where they were, should they ever stumble upon them. She gazed around at distant mountains, the surrounding evergreen trees, and the steep corridor through them, yawning on and on in front of them, trying to orient herself. Everything was buried under snow. Even the sun, if it could be called that, was a dulled orb pinned to a twilight sky. Another storm was blowing in. The cold air smelled of nature's violence.
You remain remarkably unaffected, Miss Antonius. Why is that?
I've been fed stories of different realms as part of my weekly sustenance for as long as I can remember. My father frequented the dark market from the time I could walk. The prince waited for her to elaborate, his cool, aristocratic features as remote as this frozen land. Of course, the 7 circles, the realm ruled quite literally by sin and debauchery, by 7 dark and dangerous princes, were forbidding. Like the regal man next to her. Or rather, regal demon prince. That would take some getting used to, remembering he was no mortal man. She tamped down the rush of excitement she felt, hating how the thought of his power affected her.
That didn't answer my question.
Envy was watching her curiously. She lifted a shoulder, but remained silent. After lying to her, and now this kidnapping, he would have to wait forever before she'd reveal any more secrets about herself. Camilla drew in a deep breath, the cold air forcing her senses to heighten. Envy hadn't lied, at least not about the Sin Corridor. She'd pretended to be unaffected, but she'd felt the magic of the world circling them like a pack of wolves sniffing out potential prey. She wondered which sin would strike first, test her mettle. She also wondered if the realm would be surprised at what it discovered.
We'll travel as far as possible, but if the test hasn't finished, we'll need to shelter in the corridor for the night,
the prince said, breaking the silence. Camilla flicked her attention to Envy, noticing the tension in his body, the strain. He couldn't have seemed more on edge if he'd tried.
From what she recalled of old stories, he did not need to remain with her. He was choosing to do so, probably to ensure that she didn't run. Or maybe it had to do with his sin. Envy wouldn't want her to stray too far from his side. He looked her over clinically. "Are you cold?" She shook her head, then quickly gestured to the grand cloak. He was not the only one capable of withholding unnecessary details. If he found that suspicious, he didn't comment on it. Instead, he began their slow trek through the snow, remaining a few steps ahead to tamp down a path for her. It was practical, but also kind. Camilla drank in each part of this realm as they walked, guzzling details and storing them away to paint when she returned home, theoretically with her talent again intact. This was precisely the sort of scene that would make her name in Waverley Green. Her father had known that distinctiveness was the key. His whimsical fantasy pieces had been so unique compared to the religious or still-life paintings so many others gravitated toward. This would combine Camilla's love of landscape with the vibrancy of the fantastic. Something not quite as on the nose as Pierre's work, but so perfect for her, holding secret worlds that begged to be explored. There was so much white, of course, but it was broken with deep, rich splashes of green from the trees, grey clouds in the sky, and a beautiful bluish tint where the ice was exceptionally thick. The colours were muted but rich, holding steady against the looming danger of the dramatic weather. They travelled up steep hills and down sharp ravines. Sometimes the path was so narrow she had to turn to the side to pass. Then other times it was wide enough to march an army through. The farther they trudged, the more she understood that this realm was vast, much more so than she'd ever heard. It seemed to go on forever in every direction, the corridor only hinting at what majesty might lie beyond those high mountain peaks. Camilla had never travelled far outside Waverley Green, except for her family's yearly outings to their country estate nearby. Still, her mother had loved to share stories of her previous travels across the mortal world, often painting a picture with her words, as deftly as Pierre had with his watercolours. For many years, her mother and Pierre had seemed an exceptional match. Yet her mother's restlessness had put an end to that. After her father had died, Camilla had thought about following her mother's footsteps and leaving Waverley Green. Suddenly alone, she realised she could go anywhere, do anything. At home, it had seemed possible that the flood of loneliness and memories would drown her. But she'd made a choice, holding close to her father's honour, choosing instead to run Wisteria away. Camilla had never really regretted her choice, but she'd still secretly dreamed of seeing the worlds from her father's stories one day. Although the reality that she was doing so now with the Prince of Envy at her side seemed more than she'd bargained for. Every so often, she felt the slight pressing of magic against her, and mentally brushed it away. Wrath was only mild annoyance. Gluttony was a slight desire to keep feasting on the world. Envy was wishing she had a way to come here whenever she wanted to soak it all in, and feeling jealous of those who could. Yet, nothing overwhelmed her. Nothing commanded her. She was the master of her will. If only she could summon her talent as easily. Envy kept his attention mostly fixed on the tree line, indicating that the snarls she'd heard earlier were in fact beasts. She'd heard legends of three-headed hounds, and could picture those creatures making the eerie sounds they heard now. Envy glanced at her a few times, his brow creased as if she were the one riddle he couldn't solve. She waited, breath held, for him to question her, but he never did. She studied him while his back was to her, openly admiring his powerful frame, the certainty of his confident, unhurried steps. Envy was at home in this harsh world, undisturbed. He was the greatest predator in this corridor, and knew it. And that knowledge made her annoyingly attuned to him. Camilla watched the way even the snowflakes seemed to part for him, not daring to muss his hair or clothing. Admirers merely sweeping to the side, bowing to their prince.
If she were to paint him now, here, she'd have the whole realm bending to his mighty will, would show the earth folding in at his feet, kneeling too. She snorted. He'd love the idea of being worshipped by the very earth he stood upon. He shot a look over his shoulder. "Nothing," she said, answering the unspoken question in his eyes. "Just amusing myself."
I can see that.
His mouth curled up at the edges, the first flicker of playfulness she'd seen on his face since he'd brashly brought them here. They turned and set an increasingly brutal pace. On and on they walked. Instead of Camilla being fearful of the snarls and roars all around, a sense of adventure re-emerged, her creativity spinning visions of what the creatures hidden in the forest might look like, how she might paint them when she won her talent back, because she would win it back. Would the creatures be great winged beasts, perhaps with the head of a lion or the body of a whale? Would their fangs be the size of her arms? Would they be covered in thick coats of fur, or in scales, or something wholly new? The possibilities were endless. Excitement rushed through her as the next roar sounded, vibrating through the ground. It sounded like it was directly over the nearest hill. Camilla thrilled at the pounding of her heart, the rush of her pulse. Envy shook his head, his expression still mildly amused at her reaction, but remained silent. Camilla realized that fear had shaken something awake inside her, made her want to shed her civility and become all animal too. Dangerous. Batting aside these pestering sins, it was the only thing that truly tempted her, aside from the prince himself. But he was dangerous for a far different reason. She sensed he could unleash in her all she'd kept locked away, hidden. And the idea of him unraveling her secrets was no longer as frightening as it should be. Winds gusted with renewed vigor, the tops of the trees swaying, beckoning her to let go too. The snow began falling more heavily, dotted with ice. Envy stopped abruptly.
"We'll stay here for the night."
Camilla peered through the dense foliage. Here was nothing but a battered cabin built from roughly hewn trees, barely large enough for her, let alone the two of them together. Not after this day of envy tempting her so fiercely. For the first time since she'd entered this realm, Camilla's heart raced for an entirely different reason. It seemed her true test of will was about to begin. And this time, she had little hope of winning. Brushing off magic was one thing, but ignoring her growing desire was something else entirely, and this sinful realm knew it.
Chapter 29. After you, Miss Antonius. Envy held the giant spruce branch back, fully revealing the tiny cottage he'd hidden beneath the giant evergreen the last time he'd brought a mortal woman into his realm. He didn't like to think of that, of her, so he focused instead on his handiwork, though cottage was a generous term for the little cabin he'd made by hacking away at trees, fusing them together with bits of magic. Nothing too intense, nothing that would anger the corridor. If he'd been able to conjure the building entirely, he would have done so. Alas, he'd rolled up his sleeves and had gotten to work. Envy supposed he still felt some small sense of accomplishment. Camilla seemed startled at first, but now looked the structure over with interest, just as she'd done with every inch of the Sin corridor today. He hadn't known this blasted place to inspire such amazement or intrigue before. Camilla had surprised him with her enthusiasm for its Arctic depths. And even more surprising, thus far she'd seemed to avoid most influence, furthering his growing suspicion that she was keeping a secret. But Envy knew that when sleep eventually pulled her under, Camilla would succumb to the wicked realm. No being, not even the strongest vampires, shapeshifters, or fae, could withstand the seductive pull of the Sin corridor. And that was without the physical attraction already sizzling between them. He'd kept his connection to her senses open, ensuring that he'd know if she felt distressed or fearful at any point along their journey. If something attacked, he wanted to know immediately. When they first arrived, she'd been burning with anger that he'd brought her without warning, What he'd neglected to admit was that he'd waited until he sensed her readiness, long before she'd formally given him an answer. The true surprise came as she trudged through the storm behind him. He'd felt a tingle of fear that had quickly turned to excitement. When her arousal slammed into him next, he'd nearly lost his footing. He'd glanced over his shoulder, and her gaze had raked over him from head to toe, carnal and untamed. He'd strained to feel any indication that she was being tested for lust, but he didn't think so. What she'd felt had been her own emotions. He wasn't sure she'd been aware of it, but he couldn't forget. And now they were about to be trapped for hours, alone in the cabin with one large issue. Envy reached past her and yanked the frozen knob until it twisted free, the small door popping open with a loud crack as its coat of ice shattered. The shards sparkled atop the snow like broken glass. Camilla gave him a look, then stepped inside. Just past the doorway, she paused. He knew why. They were going to be very cozy tonight. The tiny one-room cabin was dark and windowless, the square space taken up almost entirely by one large bed. And by bed, Envy meant the thick layers of pine boughs he'd braided into a lush platform. The bed was pressed against the far wall, leaving only a small path for him to open the door fully. The air was stale but laced with the warmth of the pine. They'd be warm and safe from the elements. Hours had passed, and even if she wasn't tired yet, Camilla needed to sleep before the worst of the storm hit. Envy gently nudged her forward. She dug her heels in. "There's barely enough room for the bed." What she avoided mentioning was the fact that they'd practically have to lie curled around each other to fit upon it, a fact he'd been partly dreading, partly anticipating. It was going to be his own sort of personal hell to have Camilla pressed against him while experiencing the sensation of sins. "Apologies for the less-than-stellar accommodations, Your Highness," he mocked softly. "Next time we travel through the corridor, I'll make sure to add another wing to the cabin." She called him a gloriously filthy name under her breath, but let him step past her, swirling his cloak from his shoulders and spreading it over the bed of boughs like a sheet of sorts. He gestured that Camilla could lie down, which she did with a glare, crawling onto the mattress and testing its stability before moving to the far side. Envy closed the door behind him, making sure it caught firmly in its frame, and then climbed atop the mattress at her side. Her warmth enveloped him almost instantly, her scent filling the space between them, until all he could think of was how much he envied her perfume for touching her skin when he couldn't. "Will we travel directly to House Sloth?" she asked. "Once we're done here?" "Yes," he said. "We'll travel a bit farther to please the corridor. Then I'll transvenio us to my brother's circle as soon as I can. We should arrive by mid-morning." "Transvenio," she repeated quietly. "According to my father's stories, that's how demon princes travel between realms, like shifting from one reality to the next, which is how we arrived at the gates earlier. Correct?" "Indeed." "Won't we see your court first?" He swallowed tightly. "There's no time for a visit." He supposed he should send a missive to Sloth first, before showing up unannounced. But to do so, he'd need to stop at his house and await the royal admittance to the rival court, which meant Camilla would see the crumbling kingdom firsthand. Even if he brought her to his royal cottage on the outskirts of his grounds, too much could go wrong. Sloth would likely take his time responding, and that was the one thing Envy could not risk now, wasting any more time. He allowed himself a brief fantasy of a different story unfolding, of his house being robust, filled with life and art, and demons who collected all manner of objects and items to inspire his sin in their circle mates. Envy wanted to see Camilla's gaze sweep over everything when it was as glimmering and wondrous as it used to be. He wanted to know if she'd like his house, his galleries, his curiosities, his bedchamber. And that was dangerous. He shouldn't want any of it. She was quiet for a few moments. "You said you're playing a game. That's what all of this is for. What's at stake?" "Everything," he thought. "An artifact I covered," he finally said. It was true enough. "You're doing all this for an artifact?" she asked. "It must be very important." He stared at the wooden ceiling, his jaw tight. They were getting too close to discussing his greatest mistake, especially here, where he'd once brought her. Camilla rolled over to face him, but he didn't look back at her. He couldn't. "Take off your cloak," he said instead. When he sensed her surprise, he finally looked over and gestured at their exposed bodies. "We'll use it as a blanket." Camilla gave him a long, silent once-over, but she did as he asked, and he helped her to wrap the edges of the garment around them. As a final act of chivalry, he pulled off his waistcoat, bundling it up to form a pillow he placed under her head. As she settled back, even more snugly situated against his side, Envy decided to count backward from 1,000, focusing on his end goal. He hated Lennox and his royal unseelie fae, hated them beyond anything he'd hated before. He would not only see his court restored, but would see Lennox's unseelie court obliterated in return. He'd toy with them all as Lennox had with him. "Envy," Camilla whispered, breaking his focus. He felt her stir under the cloak, and then a warmed finger emerged, which she reached over to run along his jaw. He'd been gnashing his teeth. He forced himself to relax. "How many other players do you think there are in this game?" she asked, removing her hand. "Depends on how many others the game master has wronged. Could be 5 or 20, or just down to 2 or 3 by now." "What happens to the players who don't solve their clues?" "Their fate is decided by the game master. He can choose to let them leave peacefully, or he can kill them. Their lives are his from the moment they sign the blood oath." Camilla's breath hitched. He finally dropped his attention to her. She was biting her lip, her expression pinched. He wanted to smooth the line between her brows, but didn't. No good would come from such tenderness. "What if they don't sign a blood oath at the start?" She looked worried, but he wasn't sure why. "As far as I know, everyone who plays has signed the oath. It's what allows the game master to enforce the rules." "What do you think we're looking for next?" she asked, rolling back over to look up at the ceiling now. "The riddle didn't give us a real clue." He liked that she considered them a team. Too much. "My brother is quite the collector, and House Sloth is filled with books and artifacts. I imagine we'll find the next clue in one of his libraries. We'll just have to look for something that doesn't belong." She rolled over to face him again, her expression wary. "And this game master? I've heard the Fae play games, the Unseelie King in particular." Clever woman. He debated indulging her again, but couldn't see the harm in admitting she was correct. "They do. Lennox, the Unseelie King, is the game master." Camilla grew silent. He wondered what stories she'd heard of the Unseelie King. Wondered if she knew just how dangerous he was when he wanted something. Envy suddenly did not want her getting tangled up in all that. Sleep. Tomorrow will be a long day. Camilla had spun over to lie on her other side, and now she went still. He'd tried to respect her boundaries, ignoring his eagerness to spy on her feelings in this close space. But he couldn't help himself. He opened that channel between them again, and clearly detected her irritation. "You must be surrounded by demons who kiss your royal ass often," she said suddenly, and he flinched. "Not everyone enjoys being ordered around." God's bones. The woman drove him mad. Perhaps it was time to return the favor again. Have a bit of fun before the search was back on. "Normally, they're kissing my cock." Envy smiled as her jealousy swept through the cabin. "And they enjoy it very much when I order them around." She kept her back to him, pretending he no longer existed. Her jealousy gave him something to focus on, something to enjoy. He didn't like being back in this space, not after all that had happened. He couldn't help but taunt her a little, to remind himself how different this situation was. "In fact, I give all sorts of orders," he said, shifting to stare at the ceiling, hands behind his head. "Some you might recall. Take off your clothes. Lie down. Spread your thighs." He paused, and then said slowly, "Come for me." She swallowed audibly, her energy now tinged with arousal. Envy knew she was recalling that recent night in vivid detail. "A good lover gives me orders too, pet. Would you like some examples?" She cursed over her shoulder, telling him exactly where he could go. He rolled to the side again, facing her back, and dropped his voice into a seductive growl. "Fuck me harder, deeper, faster. There. Don't stop." He was entirely too pleased by her sharp intake of breath. "I play along, Camilla. Good and obedient for a time." "I am completely uninterested in your conquests, Your Highness." He knew that was true without using his senses, but he also knew she perversely enjoyed thinking about him doing each of those things to her. Realizing that he himself was more affected than he'd intended, he allowed silence to fall between them once more, trying to ignore the warm curve of her backside just inches away. At first, he sensed her disappointment. She liked playing games, he realized. But then her exhaustion finally kicked in. He hoped she would sleep well now, and put aside new worries about Lennox and his treacherous game. Sure enough, Camilla's breath finally turned slow and even. Sleep fell over her like a blanket of freshly fallen snow. He waited until she'd been asleep for some time, before stealing another glimpse. She lay curled on her side, the cloak tucked up firmly beneath her pointed chin. Sleep didn't come for Envy. He doubted it would, and anyway, he'd prefer to stay alert. Few creatures in this forest would dare intrude upon him, but still, the game was afoot. He wasn't sure how much time had passed, when she suddenly rolled back over, toward him, slowly clutching at the cloak, as if trying not to tumble into a dream. Silver hair fanned around her in a halo, giving her the look of an angel. Her lashes were long and dark, resting in little half-moons on her golden cheeks. She looked peaceful, completely at ease, like the male next to her was some kind of knight and not a wicked prince. Envy couldn't recall a time anyone had laid themselves so bare before him. He slowly reached over, pushing a loose curl behind Camilla's delicate ear. Her lips parted, a contented sigh slipping through. She was deep within sleep now, fully relaxed. He thought to envy her such peace, but somehow he couldn't. He knew the sin corridor would show her no mercy now. Envy rolled onto his back again, gaze fixed to the ceiling. His whole body was tensed, waiting. He tried to focus on what the next clue might be. Solving the riddles and winning the game should be the only worry in his head, and yet, the more he considered Lennox, insisting that Camilla accompany him, the more he hated that she was here. He should have left her in Waverley Green. If he'd been a better male, he would have. Consequences be damned. Camilla's breath shifted, broken by a slight catch. He swallowed thickly. And so the long night began. Now her even breathing turned into little gasps of continual pleasure. Her hands curled into fists as they merged into soft moans. Envy tried to focus on the sleet outside, the howling winds knocking the door against its frame. Anything to avoid thinking of when he'd been between her legs, eliciting those same sounds. One taste of her had been dangerous. It hadn't remotely sated him. As if in response, she thrashed against her cloak, rolling to face away from him, in the process exposing her neck. With a soft murmur, she seemed to draw closer to his warmth, her hips rolling until her plump little bottom found his side, where she rubbed against his hip, seeking friction. She was undoubtedly being tested for lust. Envy locked his attention on the dam's ceiling, attempting to count the grains in the wood. Camilla was stirring again, her hands coursing up her body. Despite being buried below her cloak, he could feel their path as if it were his own. First they were sliding over her hips, pausing atop her quivering stomach, then up onto her breasts, where her fingers cupped her generous curves, no doubt finding pleasure in their tempting give as she squeezed. Selfishly, He hoped she was seeing him in her sin-fueled dreams, recalling how it had felt as he made her come. Despite his best efforts to be a gentleman, Envy's cock stiffened. What he wouldn't give to push her thighs apart and sink into her, to slam their hips together until they shattered apart. He couldn't be tested by the sin corridor, but in that moment, he'd almost swear he was. Envy brought a fist to his mouth and bit down hard, but the pain only focused his desire for pleasure. Camilla was kicking off her cloak now and reaching down, drawing her skirts up, showing off supple skin contained only by silk stockings made for worshipping. He could no longer help himself. He watched, rapt, as she circled her hips, lifting them, lost in her phantom lover's caress. The soft exhale of her breath tangled with the rustling of her skirts, the scent of pine released from their bed with every movement. As if against his will, he felt his hand closing over his erection, stroking atop his trousers in a matching rhythm. Camilla slowly opened her eyes and, to his surprise, stared straight at him. Seeing his own arousal, she pushed herself up to her knees, maneuvering gracefully as she straddled him, skirts billowing down as she braced her hands on his shoulders. Above her stockings, her thighs were bare, and he could feel their smoothness where they tightened against his hips. "Camilla," he warned, suddenly alert. "Wake up!" She smiled at him below her heavy eyelids, the most wonderfully devious, wicked curve he'd ever seen. "Who says I'm asleep, Your Highness?"
Chapter 30. Perhaps it was a bit wicked, though Camilla was having entirely too much fun torturing the prince lying stiffly beneath her. He deserved to be toyed with after his lies and trickery, and especially after that stunt to make her jealous. It took her a few moments to realize what he'd been up to. She'd been thoroughly focused on trying and failing not to envy his previous lovers. Once she'd pieced together his little game, she was irritated with herself for playing into it. He'd had entirely too much fun stoking her envy, trying to whisper things to shock and tantalize, to build anticipation and need. Camilla had been shocked, all right. Shocked by how damp the area between her thighs had become at the mere thought of his rakish orders. So when she had felt the testing tingle of lust, she decided to make the most of it. If Envy wanted a show, she'd give him one. The sin's influence had long since receded, something she was surprised Envy hadn't even considered. Although, feeling his full response to her, she'd almost forgotten this was supposed to be a cheeky repayment. His thick length was pressing against her, so hard and tempting, it was difficult to remember where the boundaries of her play-acting fell, if there were any left at all. She wondered how far they both might go, pretending neither was aware that the sin corridor wasn't responsible for their actions. Another wicked game. Her hands drifted back up along her sides, teasing the undersides of her breasts, before circling the tight buds at their centers. Her bodice felt tight, constricting, and she could feel her flesh pushing against her neckline, threatening to spill over with her heavy breath. She lifted herself up, then slowly moved down his body, getting lost in the sensation, the sheer power of him coiled tightly beneath her. All that raw masculinity, all that animal grace, practically vibrating with barely leashed desire. This might have started as a game, but she wasn't pretending to be aroused. A strangled sound jerked her attention back to the prince, and she glanced down to see Envy's gaze locked on her, a tortured expression on his face. He grasped her hips, strong fingers splayed around them, like he couldn't decide if he should help her grind against him or lift her off completely. Camilla boldly looked him over, pleased he was still so affected by her show. "Camilla." Her lips curved. His voice was low and slightly hoarse. She imagined there weren't too many people who'd ever turned the Prince of Envy's own game against him. "Would you like to know what I was just recalling, Your Highness?" she asked, circling her hips again, writhing up along that glorious length. No. Liar, she thought. The night at Vexley's, when we fell off the mattress and landed like this. For a moment, I had wondered what you'd do if I leaned down. She did so now, her lips hovering so close to his, she felt his sharp intake of breath. I wanted to see if you tasted as sinful as I hoped. His throat bobbed, and she slightly traced the outline of his mouth with her tongue. It was the shape of fantasies, full and seductive, and made for kissing. Should I have tasted you that night? She whispered, bringing her mouth to his ear, noticing the trail of goosebumps rising along his flesh. She didn't think he was breathing anymore. He looked pained. Tension wound between them, so taut she wanted to pluck it like a string. I want you to answer 2 questions truthfully, Your Highness. Will you do that? For me? His gaze fixed to her face, scanned her eyes, then fell to her lips. His nod was a slight incline of his head, barely noticeable. Did you like the way I tasted? She asked silkily. He cursed, his grip on her hips tightening, his self-control slipping. Yes, he gritted out. Do you think about it? She sank into him, hitting a spot that made them both suck in their breath. Camilla realized she needed to be careful. Her body throbbed against his. Envy hadn't answered her question. She leaned down, nipping at his lip. You promised to answer. Yes, I fucking think about it. He gave a tortured laugh. Constantly. Thank you for your honesty. Abruptly, she pushed herself up, slinging her leg back over, to settle peacefully on the bed next to him again. She gave him a victorious smile as she tidied her cloak around her, readying for sleep. May your dreams be as wondrously sinful as your tongue, Your Highness. Envy's teeth ground together, his jaw tight enough to cut stone. Camilla thrilled just a little as she added, and in the spirit of honesty, you should know, I might think about it too. Morning arrived with another mighty storm. As Camilla stretched and rose, she felt tired, but ready to see what more this realm would bring her. The prince didn't offer much in the way of conversation as he donned his cloak and broke through the fresh frost on the cabin's door. He seemed to be wound more tightly than usual. Whether it was because of their little temptation game the night before, or because his mind was on his true game, she couldn't tell. They trudged through the endless snow, the landscape losing some of its appeal the colder and wetter and hungrier she got. After a few hours of endless walking, he finally paused. All right, we've gone far enough to satisfy the corridor. He held out his hand. Are you ready? She nodded, and without uttering another word, he magicked them away. Camilla felt the power of air whooshing around them, and opened her eyes to find an enormous stone castle ahead, nestled at the top of an impressively jagged mountain. She spun in a circle, drinking in the castle, the mountains, bruised smudges of navy and white stretching far into the distance, and the mist that had descended like a funeral shroud. Unless Envy had changed his mind about their plan, they were on the front lawn of House Sloth. Envy strode up the wide stone stairs, powdered with fresh snow, heading straight for the arched double doors at the top, tucked into an alcove flanked by 2 grand columns. Camilla, too, trudged up, until, unable to help herself, she stopped before the first column, admiring the intricate flora and fauna carved into what appeared to be limestone, or whatever the demon equivalent was. Whoever had done the work was exceptional. There was not a single chisel mark, no sign at all that the stone hadn't sprung forth already carved. She peered closer. The scene depicted was whimsical, yet dark. Flowers shifting to become weapons, and animals seemingly engaged in battle. Camilla understood. Nature was a violent mistress, her beauty a mask to hide her cruelty. Camilla slowly circled the column, pausing on the most fascinating scene yet. A scorpion, vulture, and ibis all dancing around a sphere. More animals and geometric shapes were spread throughout, but this grouping seemed different. She laid her hand on the cold stone in reverence, wondering if magic had been involved in its creation. Envy paused, glancing over his shoulder, his expression inscrutable. "Stay there, Miss Antonius, no matter what." The fine hair along her arms stood on end, and she instantly became more alert. He hadn't asked her to wait. There was steel in his command. Now the carvings didn't seem so much enchanting as ominous. "Is this not your brother's estate?" Envy's hand flexed toward his right side, to the place where she knew he hid his dagger. "In this realm, it's considered an act of war if a prince shows up in another circle uninvited. Yet you continue to waltz in, brother." Before he could turn back around, the point of a blade erupted from Envy's chest. It happened so fast, Camilla's scream was ripped from her throat at the exact moment the blade was yanked back out of the prince. Envy dropped to his knees, his expression one of cold fury, as gold blood spurted from the wound, splattering brutally across the snowy steps. "Touch her." His voice was laced with malice, even as it faded to a mere whisper. "And I'll annihilate you all." Even bleeding as horrendously as he was, Camilla felt the promise in his words. Keeping one eye on his attacker, Camilla rushed to the fallen prince's side. But as she dropped before him, Envy vanished. She frantically patted the ground where he'd been. Had he been cloaked by some invisible force? But he was truly gone. Only a small pool of blood remained carved into the snow, its color a harsh reminder that he was other. She glanced up at Envy's killer, taking stock of what she might use to defend herself, quieting the voice that said she'd never stand a chance against him. She'd have to try. His hair was a unique shade caught between silver and gold, his eyes the palest shade of blue she'd ever seen. They were like two diamonds gazing back at her, hard and cold, utterly without emotion. The demon was studying her closely too. After an uncomfortably long stretch of silence, he slowly returned his dagger to its sheath. He'd said Envy was his brother, so... "You must be the Prince of Sloth." He gave an insolent half-bow, then said smugly, "He had that coming for a good century." "You murdered him!" Camilla couldn't believe how cavalier the man was. Amusement warmed those icy eyes a fraction. "I assure you, he's only been sent back to his circle. He will probably return by nightfall, fully healed. But this time, he'll have the decency to send a missive first. Come. Miss Antonius, was it?" Camilla nodded, weighing whether she should believe him, but Sloth turned, giving her his back. In his mind, Camilla clearly posed no threat. She supposed she could use that to her advantage if needed. "Welcome to House Sloth." Chapter 31. House Sloth was unlike anything Camilla had ever experienced, even in the most upper-crust homes of Waverley Green. She doubted even the king or queen of the realm could boast such wealth. She'd never seen their castle. They lived in Sundry, a city far north of Waverley Green that served as Ironwood Kingdom's capital. And not simply wealth of objects, but of knowledge. Inside, they entered a circular foyer. Multiple corridors were accessible from the entryway, the rambling castle spanning beyond sight in all directions. For all intents and purposes, it appeared to be an enormous library. Every hallway she could see was lined with dark wooden shelves filled with leather-bound books. Brass sconces burned quietly along tasteful paneling, and plush hand-woven rugs lined the hardwood floors. "This is breathtaking." Camilla slowly spun to take it all in. "I've never seen anything quite like it." Below their feet, a compass rose was inlaid in gold. Sloth gave her a bashful look, so unlike his brother's arrogance. And, unlike the dagger-wielding demon prince who just stabbed Envy through the chest. "Come," he said. "I'll give you a tour while we wait for my brother to arrive. If you'd like," he added. "If you'd prefer to go straight to your guest chambers, that can be arranged." Camilla smiled tentatively. She'd rather learn what she could right now. "If it's no trouble, I would love a tour." Sloth inclined his head. "I'm curious, though," she said quickly, "about the column out front. The carvings were so beautiful. What do they mean?" Sloth seemed pleased she'd noticed. "It's our interpretation of the twin pillars, although unfortunately not an exact replica." "I haven't heard of them," Camilla admitted. "It was an ancient site, dedicated to the stars and night sky, though some argue it signified the Seelie and Unseelie chords. The pillars attract lightning, and when it strikes them, they glow, and the constellations carved onto them are meant to project into the amphitheater where they sit. One pillar is said to be good, and to reflect harmony and prosperity, gifts from the old gods. The other is rumored to be evil, to depict cataclysmic destruction, offering a warning in a sense. Or so some of the more plausible theories go. No one is really sure, of course. What we do know is that they offered the Fae a direct pathway to the mortal lands." "I would love to see the real ones someday, then." Camilla could only imagine what a sight that would be. How magical it must feel to see the heavens greet the underworld, a union that shouldn't exist. "Unfortunately, they're now hidden below my brother's circle, bound there by magic." "Why?" Camilla's heart sank at the thought of the ancient site being defaced. "The Unseelie King's obsession with mortals grew in such a way that it endangered them and the boundaries of our world. Lennox was warned to stop his antics, but he didn't take kindly to being commanded by a demon, no matter that my brother rules over all underworld realms. Lennox felt that as the Unseelie King of his own island to the west, he and his court should not be held to the same rules. So we had to limit his access for the good of all." "One person ruined it for everyone." "Not a person," Sloth said gently. "It's imperative to remember that no beings you meet in the underworld, or any of the shadow realms, are human, no matter how human they appear." "Right, of course." He gave her a tight smile, then motioned ahead. "Inside, House Sloth comprises 230,000 feet of shelving." Camilla was still considering the pillars, but Sloth drew her attention back to him. "Last count, there were 187,000 books, 64,000 specimens, 20,000 pieces of art, including sculptures, and 1,900 weapons. Each artifact is housed within the reading chamber most suited to its subject." Camilla couldn't wrap her mind around those figures, but she saw he wasn't embellishing the number. The ceilings in every direction soared at least 30 feet, and shelves with ladders utilized the entire space. House Sloth was utterly magnificent, but somehow still retained a sense of warmth and invitation, despite its size and grandeur. Perhaps it was the overstuffed chairs arranged in alcoves throughout, or the large oak beams, weathered from age, decorating the vaulted ceilings. In any case, a part of her wished to immediately curl up with a book and lose all track of time. There wasn't a hint of pride or ego in Sloth's tone as he tallied his collection, she noted. He spoke as if only doling out facts. "I cannot begin to imagine how many years it's taken to curate such an extensive collection," she said at last. "Too many, I'm sure, but such is the burden of my sin." He nodded toward the wing in front of them. Above it, a carved plaque read, "Scientia." "Each wing of the estate is broken down into sections like this one. Every book in this wing relates to science. Different rooms within that wing are dedicated to different subjects.
flora, fauna, anatomy, astronomy, archaeology, and so forth. Then there are history, geography, art, and within that wing, it's broken into illustrations, oils, time periods, and artists. Or even, for fun, the art of seduction, or flirtation, or culinary arts. And then there are the poems, plays, fiction, and of course tomes sorted by species. Fae, vampire, werewolf, demon, witch, goddess, mortals, halflings, changelings, shapeshifters, and so on. There are also birth records for the supernatural royalty throughout the ages, and sections dedicated to the occult. Spells, curses, hexes, enchantments, alchemy, riddles, puzzles, and games. Camilla's heart felt as if it were about to sprout wings and take flight. How on earth are you able to obtain so many birth records? She shook her head, the answer swiftly coming to her on its own. Spies. Umbra demons, the most unique of the lesser demons, are mercurial creatures at best, but being incorporeal lends them a certain finesse. You simply need to ensure that you're paying them the highest amount. They are loyal only to themselves, and my brother Pride mostly. Your collection is all quite impressive, Prince Sloth. He pursed his lips, and Camilla wondered what she'd said that had displeased him. Pardon me, Your Highness, if I've overstepped. You haven't, Miss Antonius. He gave her a warm smile. I go by Lo. Please do away with any formalities. Only my brothers call me Sloth, and it's typically to get a rise out of me. Lo guided her down a long, winding corridor that was easily twice the size of her townhouse. He paused before the next hallway, glancing up at the plaque. Habentis Maleficia. Witchcraft. Some wings are more sentient. They often rearrange themselves. Nothing too disconcerting. Windows and doors switch places, furniture changes. 1 hour you might find a settee, the next a bar stool. Sometimes spells we investigate go awry. Witchcraft doesn't come easily to demons. Do you do much investigating? Camilla asked. Lo lifted a shoulder, shrugging non-committally. My court dabbles in a little of this and a little of that. We enjoy being well-rounded. Which was demon evasion for yes, she thought wryly. Maybe he hadn't written her off as a threat quite yet. Would you be able to find something out of place? She asked, thinking of the game. Of course. We keep strict records of each and every chamber. Records were wonderful, but they'd still need to search through each room, and that could take a lifetime, she was realizing. They continued into the next corridor, each one more impressive than the last. Instead of hardwood, this floor was made of what appeared to be black marble, with deep crimson specks. Lo caught her curious stare. Heliotrope, more commonly known as bloodstone. It's mined from just outside Malice Isle, the seat of the Royal Vampire Court. He didn't elaborate, and Camilla didn't press. She'd heard whispers in the dark market of the Vampire Prince. It was said he always heard his true name when it was spoken aloud, no matter where or when. And she did not wish to draw his attention if those rumors were true. Most ladders are enchanted, Lo said. Simply call for one and direct it where you'd like to go. At a surprised look, he said, We are quite capable of physically moving ladders, of course, but why not enchant if one can? We may prefer mind over brawn, but don't forget, we are demons. House Sloth will battle just as ruthlessly as any other house of sin. He'd said it so casually, one could almost miss the underlying threat. Duly noted, Lo. I have always believed that the mind is more fearsome than the sharpest blade. It alone can devise many ways to cut an enemy down. Camilla had not fallen into the trap of believing he was simply a harmless book aficionado, but she could understand how others would, easily. She wondered if that made him even more dangerous. How many others had foolishly underestimated the Prince of Sloth?
had mistaken his penchant for reading all day for laziness instead of what it truly was, honing the best weapon in his arsenal, his mind. If knowledge was power in this circle, then the prince standing before her, hands tucked carefully into his pockets, dripped with it. He gazed back at her with the precision of a scientist, and Camilla knew there was no detail he missed, no subtlety or nuance overlooked or cast aside. Lo was not a lazy, slothful male by any means. He was definitely patient, calculating, wickedly intelligent. Lo took his time, studying until he was satisfied with all potential outcomes. If he was currently without a partner and sought one out, God help the person he fell for. Camilla knew he'd leave no stone unturned as he investigated them to the fullest degree, plotting and planning his seduction so well they wouldn't stand a chance. Not that anyone would want to. Underneath that unassuming appearance lurked a warrior just as deadly and ferocious as his brothers. Your guest suite is just down the next corridor. His expression had returned to indifference as he continued at a leisurely pace. Please make yourself at home. My brother will likely turn up within the next hour or two. Camilla bit her lip, stalling. Might I be permitted to look around more? Lo drew up short, eyeing her closely. What subject are you interested in? She wondered if he knew about the game, how much she should reveal. Honestly, I'm looking for a clue. It's for Envy's newest game, of course. Lo sighed. I'm not sure how you've gotten involved with this, but you seem like a good person. Don't let Envy's obsession with winning just to boast about it destroy you. These games are seldom worth the price. That didn't feel true from what Camilla had seen. Envy was driven, focused, yes, but his intensity didn't seem like something frivolous. He hadn't told her otherwise, but she'd begun to suspect the game meant more than Envy was letting on. To anyone. Instead of drawing suspicion to that, she asked the question that had become the most nagging and persistent, which she immediately wished she could take back. Is your brother attached? Aside from what he calls his curiosities, my brother doesn't form attachments. Ever? Lo cocked his head to one side, considering. Envy hasn't told you of his rule. It wasn't a question, so Camilla didn't answer. Sympathy entered Lo's expression. Envy spends only one night with a lover. No matter what you feel, or what you think he might feel, that will not change, Miss Antonius. My brother is incapable of change. Envy hadn't told her that part outright, but thinking back on that night in Kitty's house, he'd told her it was only that evening. Their secret. The fact that they hadn't slept together meant their one night technically wasn't over, which made her mind spin with possibilities. Because his heart was broken before. Because his sin will not allow him to be satisfied with what he has, Lo said gently. Envy will always desire something new, until he gets it. Then he is envious of the next item he covets, the next person claimed by someone else. He'll pursue you, become wildly territorial until he successfully captures you, then toss you aside. He isn't cruel. He's simply ruled by his sin, like we all are. Camilla wanted to cast the warning aside, but thought of Vexley, of how quickly Envy had despised him. She'd thought it was about defending her, but if Lo was to be believed... You're saying there was never any heartbreak? I never said that. Lo's smile was a slow twist of his lips. If you want my advice, guard your heart and forget my brother. He is content with his games and riddles and plots. There was a warning meant to dissuade her, but it had the opposite effect. Camilla liked those things too. Each day lately, she liked them more and more. A servant made his way toward them, a bookish demon wearing spectacles. His pace was unhurried. He handed a note to the prince, then bowed. Lo read it over, then tucked the paper into his waistcoat. Bathe, eat, rest. My brother is already requesting re-entry. Lowe smiled again, although this smile didn't quite reach his eyes. I'll make him wait a bit more, just to remind him who rules House Sloth.
Chapter 32. Goddamned prick! Envy crumpled the missive in his fist, seconds away from declaring war on his bastard of a brother, Sloth. Said war was only narrowly avoided by the surprise visitation request from his other prick of a brother, the gold-eyed demon staring at him now. Envy glared at Wrath, who was dressed impeccably from head to toe in his signature black. Gold rings gleamed on his fingers. Only a fool would think they were a simple fashion ornamentation. Envy knew firsthand how they could sharpen a blow. His brother had come prepared for a fight, and Envy was feeling vexed enough to oblige. Decades ago, Wrath had refused to get involved the first time the Game Master screwed Envy, a fact he'd never fully forgiven his brother for. If anyone had stood a chance at swaying Lennox back then, it had been Wrath. But he'd chosen diplomacy instead. It set into motion their underlying friction, and Envy's least favorite role he played, the conniving, heartless villain. Animosity aside, Envy had recently pretended he wanted to steal something his brother coveted. What no one knew was that Envy had his spies secretly feed Prince Greed the location of the two missing goddesses. It was that precious information that set into motion the eventual destruction of a curse. Envy had done his best to push and prod everyone into action, using any foul means necessary, always thinking of his court and their fate. No one suspected Envy's true motivation. They all only saw the game player, which suited him fine. The Demon of War gave him a mocking grin. I missed you too. Wrath tossed a bag his way, the scent of sugar and cream immediately filling the air. Not as much as my wife, though. Envy glanced inside the bag, a strange feeling thawing his irritation slightly. Amelia had made cannolis for him. He stared at the bag a long moment, no discernible ulterior motive surfacing. Nothing aside from friendship. Amelia loved cooking, loved nourishing those she cared deeply for. Envy was, admittedly, a little touched that that now extended to him. He fought the urge to try one when he realized how closely Wrath was inspecting him. Envy folded the bag up again, tossed it carelessly onto his desk. Gratitude. Wrath's tone was amused. That's the foreign emotion you're experiencing. I'll pass along your thanks. For some reason, Amelia thinks you're friends now. That pleasant feeling in his chest expanded painfully. Envy squashed it at once. Shouldn't you be home tending to your deviant wife? I've heard all about the manacles. She's visiting her sister. Wrath's golden gaze pinned him, all humor draining away. And if your spies watch my wife again, I'll come for you. Envy sighed. Contrary to popular belief, no one cares about your sex life. Don't bend your wife over every hard surface you encounter outside the castle if you seek privacy like a mortal. Your spies shouldn't be in my circle. Those wards, why are you here? Envy interrupted. Best not to travel that path. Wrath stared at him, hard, proving he knew exactly what Envy was up to. Where is your court? The corridors were quiet. Envy's stomach tightened. Wrath had been escorted by Alexei, taken directly from the front door to Envy's study. It had been risky to allow Wrath access, but dismissing the request would also have raised his brother's suspicions. He'd warded the corridor to divert any confused members of his court, keeping them far away from the Demon of War's watchful gaze. A new Iron Age exhibition was recently installed on the upper terrace. It wasn't a lie. Unlike a human, any demon prince would detect deception. Envy had worded it carefully to keep Wrath from sensing any untruth. Wrath scanned him, gaze sharp. He was clever enough to know something was off, but there was no direct lie to call out. Thankfully, House Wrath recently visited House Envy, And even if his brother was suspicious, Envy's court had appeared mostly intact then. Wrath would never imagine how far they'd all fallen, and how fast. Envy adopted that bored look his brothers associated him with. If you're looking to make Amelia jealous, I'm sure you'll find someone to your liking here. Feed my sin while you're at it. Wrath leveled him with a look that indicated Envy was pushing him too far. You need to work off some anger. I sensed it from my house. Envy was wound tightly, but he didn't need assistance. He needed to be searching House Sloth for the next clue, and he'd grown tired of his meddling brothers. Eventually, one of them would figure out why he was so tense. He needed to get rid of Wrath before he became an issue. While Envy had waited for his wound to heal, he'd ventured down into the kitchens. Smoke had drifted up, snaking through the corridors and stairwells. A demon was face down in the fires, the cause of their death not immediately obvious. Envy had found Franklin, his butler, wandering in circles before he'd snapped himself together and bowed. He'd briefly forgotten who Envy was. A sign his memories were growing foggier by the day. Soon he wouldn't remember who he was, what vital role he played at the house. Envy had sent him to his chambers with instructions to rest, then took care of the kitchens himself. He'd just scrubbed the scent of burnt flesh from his body when Wrath's request arrived. Well, Wrath pressed. Do you feel like fighting, brother? Or do you think you're going to attempt to take my throne? Trust me, I'm in no danger of vying for your sin. Unlike you, I don't need to fight in order to get myself under control. Non ducor duco. I'm not led, I lead. Wrath didn't move to strike, but Envy felt the charge build in the air all the same. House Vengeance is stirring up enough discord as it re-establishes itself. Your game had better not incite a war within our ranks. Envy didn't let his intrigue about House Vengeance show. Aside from the slight gossip Lust had shared, whispers hadn't reached his ears yet about Death's mysterious domain. In fact, Victoria had been surprisingly quiet since she'd taken her shifters and returned to her house. I mean it! Wrath's menace shook the floor. We've got enough to worry about with the witches. We don't need problems with the Fae because you can't handle your shit. When will you stop playing games? Envy's own annoyance grew. Wrath had no idea how fucked they'd all be if Envy lost this game. It wasn't his fault the rest of the realm had gone mad. That was not his mistake, and he refused to shoulder any more blame. The witches were nearly annihilated in that last skirmish. You know as well as I do that it will take them decades to pose any true threat again. And when do we ever have peace? Circe, the so-called first witch, is immortal. We could wipe the realms of all witches, but she'd just spawn more. Peace is a concept that is unattainable, and you well know it. Wrath's hands curled into fists, but Envy pressed on. Pride might hate Circe, but he'd never allow any true harm to come to the mother of his wife. Your quest for peace would incite the very war you claim to want to avoid. Pride would strike your circle without second thought. His entire focus is on finding Lucia. You, out of everyone, ought to know what that feels like. So, demon of war, should I truly believe you suddenly wish for harmony? When wrath fuels you. Envy's smile was all teeth. He wasn't done stoking his brother's sin, not by a long shot. If one foe falls, another will rise in their place. Such is the way of the underworld, and you like it that way. The monotony of peace was exactly why we all fell to begin with, if you'll recall. You schemed your way to that throne, like the rest of us. No one remains defeated or down forever. No one remains at the top for eternity, either. The floor in Envy's private study rumbled with Wrath's legendary anger. Is that a threat? Envy gave him the indolent look he knew infuriated his brother. Perhaps he was looking to fight. Have you only come here to annoy me with bullshit talks of peace? Or is there an actual reason for this visit? Wrath looked like he was silently weighing the benefits against the disadvantages of striking Envy. But he eventually leashed himself, ever the diplomat. Lust said the woman you've taken an interest in doesn't succumb to his influence. Lust was going to find himself with a dagger to the balls. That sounds like Lust's problem. I haven't taken an interest in anyone. Wrath's attention sharpened. Envy silently cursed himself. He'd lied. Demons were proficient with omissions and wordplay, but never outright lying. Envy would never reveal the lengths he'd gone to overcome that curse. The pain, the cost. He hadn't been certain lying would be necessary for the game, but he had planned and searched until he'd found one ancient legend that could make it come true. He'd die a true death before he revealed that secret to anyone. Lie. Wrath prowled closer, his sin igniting once more. How? You don't honestly expect me to share my secrets. Why bother asking? Do you care for the woman? I am intrigued with her talent, Envy said truthfully. You know I covet unique things. Allow me to rephrase. Do you care if harm comes to the woman? Envy's pulse raced. Wrath would hear it, ever attuned to the hunt. The area between his shoulder blades burned with the sudden need to release his wings. Wings that he couldn't summon. Wings he'd lost with the fall of his court. You bore me with your drivel. But yes, I would care if harm came to her. The game wants her in play. Therefore, she holds value for me. Wrath narrowed his eyes, silent as he assessed Envy. Choosing not to answer the question directly is as good as answering it, Ethan. His brother was exceptionally cunning when he wished to be. Perhaps it's time to stop playing, then. She could get hurt. Envy couldn't have stopped the game even if he'd wished to. And Wrath standing there, acting superior, as if Envy had no clue how much danger Camilla was in, made him want to lash out. Do not use my true name in that perverse shorthand again, and do not come to my circle and lecture me. My patience only stretches so far. Wrath's expression didn't shift. He still wore the cold, mocking smile Envy wished to punch off his face, his gold eyes glittering. Spoken like a demon in love. He turned then, his muscular frame taking up the entire doorway. Pride wagered invitations will be sent out by year's end, Wrath said. After today, I'm calling 3 months. Envy knew he was being goaded. Invitations for what? Your wedding. Something ancient and restless reared itself inside his chest. Envy would sooner drink from the fatal chalice before he married anyone, even Camilla. True, he might enjoy her company, might desire her physically, but it would never go beyond that. He wouldn't allow it. I look forward to collecting my fortune, then. Wrath chuckled darkly, broad shoulders shaking. Don't bet against yourself, or greed's coffers will finally be larger than yours. Before Envy's sin could snap out, someone knocked on the door. Fear had his breath lodged in his throat before Alexei stepped in. Envy's attention shot to his second's hand, to the note he'd been waiting for from House Sloth. He tore the wax seal open and read, fucking finally. He'd been granted permission to enter Sloth's domain. He glanced up, annoyed that Wrath was still standing there. Don't you have a wife to tie up? Why are you still here? Envy sensed it a moment before it happened. Wrath's dagger flashed, striking into an invisible foe. An Umbra demon formed, slumped and dying at the demon of war's feet. Keep your spies away from Emilia. He crouched to wipe his blade on the dead spy's tunic, then stepped over its body. Before Wrath could leave on his own and stumble across anything he shouldn't, Alexei escorted him back to the front doors. Envy folded his arms across his chest. Report! The second Umbra demon materialized, partially.
The human vex me, disappeared shortly after you left that realm. No one has been able to scent a trail.
Envy gritted his teeth. And what about the artist's mother?
No family in Waverley Green. No blood or hair in the house.
Which meant there was no way to know if she was a shifter. He supposed he could cut a lock of Camilla's hair, have it tested by spell, find out one way or another what she was, if anything. But if that jeopardized the game, counted as interference, Envy sighed. Keep searching.
Chapter 33. Apparently, hours after he'd arrived at House Sloth, Camilla finally received word that Envy was on the premises. She felt immediately annoyed that he hadn't bothered to check on her. After bathing quickly, she'd wandered around for the entire day, doing her best to hunt down their next clue. Alone. Not to mention that the last time she'd seen him, he'd had a dagger sticking out of his chest. Instead of letting her know he was indeed all right, he'd gone straight to a chamber on Fey history. If Camilla harbored any misconceptions about where his priorities lay, they were dashed now. Clearly, his one and only focus was on the mysterious game. Despite our introduction, Lo seems very personable. And he is rather handsome, Camilla said by way of greeting, curious to press Envy's sin to see how much of a rise she could get. Envy snorted, but didn't lift his head from the book he was flipping through. His sin had not been invoked. Maybe he didn't feel for her. The thought rankled. You clearly disagree? Why? Envy flicked his emerald gaze at her. After stabbing me, did my lovely brother happen to explain why he goes by that name? She slowly shook her head, and his devious grin emerged, alluring dimples and all. Because he delights in laying his enemies low. Sloth is as wicked as they come. I'd advise never falling for his personable veneer. Although, one ought to be thankful I at least make an effort, right, brother? Lo leaned casually against the doorframe, a pair of spectacles hanging from a chain around his neck. He'd discarded his tailcoat and rolled his shirt sleeves up, exposing toned arms and what appeared to be a tattoo of some phrase peeking out. My court is searching through every chamber as we speak. If there's anything out of place, they'll find it. He glanced between them, his expression difficult to read. It's getting late, so I've instructed my cook to send food up to your suites. Since we'll be working around the clock to locate the clue, we don't have time for a formal dinner. I hope that will suffice, Miss Antonius. Envy clapped once. Well done. You skirted the truth beautifully. At Camilla's inquisitive look, he added, Sloth prefers to snack in his chambers while reading. Whenever he can avoid a large dinner gathering, he will. His house motto is Libri ante vir, books before man. He probably has it permanently inked on his ass. Lo didn't deny the charge. Should you need anything, Miss Antonius, please don't hesitate to ask. My cook is more than happy to make whatever you'd like. Have some of my preferred cocktails sent up, and some demonberry wine for Miss Antonius to try. Envy leaned back in his chair, kicking his feet up onto the table, the picture of arrogance. He'd just ordered another prince around, in a circle that did not belong to him. Even Camilla understood that this was deeply insulting. Lo pressed his lips into a line. He was probably debating whether to strike Envy again. This time, Camilla imagined he'd stab deeper. Don't forget the muddled blackberries and brown sugar, Envy added. It's going to be a long night. Camilla smiled as Lo rolled his eyes and exited the chamber. Envy would be lucky if she didn't stab him next. What exactly are you hoping to find in this section? Envy cut a look her way, then held up the book he'd been immersed in. It was a history of the unseelie king. Lennox thinks himself a god, but he must have a weakness. Once I find it, I'll exploit it. Spoken like a true villain. But that was just another mask, she guessed. She considered her response carefully. knowing that how she proceeded here would either set the stage for him to share what drove him and open up, or it would make him close his heart off entirely. She'd start slowly. "You've met the king?" The air chilled several degrees.
"Next time we're in the same room, one of us won't freely walk away."
Hatred, ancient and colder than ice, laced his words. It was a dangerous vow. Camilla shuddered. The unseelie king must have well and truly done something terrible. "I imagine the unseelie are no worse than any other creature in this realm," she hedged. "Why do you hate him in particular?" A servant quietly entered the chamber, depositing a silver tray laden with bourbon, syrup, orange zest, and blackberries, and an interesting bottle of wine. It was dark and sparkled like stars.
"Wine or bourbon?"
the prince asked, changing course. "Wine, please." Envy got up immediately and fixed them both a drink, handing her a glass of demonberry wine before downing his first cocktail in one go. He made another and sipped it. He looked her over with slitted eyes.
"Were you all right here, alone?"
His question surprised her. His tone was quiet, casual, but she sensed something dangerous writhing below the surface of his placid expression. It could indicate that what Lo said was true, that Envy would be territorial until their time together ended. Or it could be something else he'd already learned. It was extremely difficult to read when he wished to be. "Yes, your brother gave me a tour." She paused, observing the way his hand tightened on his glass. "It was all very impressive. I must have asked about everything, but he answered all my questions with a smile."
"How very generous of him."
"I asked about you," she said. Envy's brows rose fractionally.
"And? What secrets did my dear brother reveal?"
"You have a very interesting rule." He looked like a panther that had just scented prey. He sat forward, his half-empty glass dangling from his fingertips, gaze locked onto hers intently.
"Did he fill your head with fairy tales, Miss Antonius? That I am somehow wounded and in need of the right salve?"
His smile was all teeth.
"I like who I am. I like the challenge of the one-night rule, the way it drives lovers wild. Their jealousy sustains me, gives me power. And there is nothing I enjoy more than gaining power. You'd do well to keep that in mind over a fantasy."
"Maybe it's your power I'm after, my lord." She said it to provoke, but the words didn't ring untrue. He smiled at her then, showing off his dimples for the second time that night.
"Remember this conversation after you visit my bed."
There was that damnably cocksure prince again. At least he was amused. She wanted to steer him back to their original topic. "You were talking about the unseelie king, about why you hate him."
"I'd much rather we discuss our night of passion. How do you feel about wings?"
Wings would be very interesting indeed. Her expression gave away nothing. She knew he was trying to distract her, but Camilla didn't take the bait this time. She sat silently, waiting for him to either open himself up to her or close the door firmly instead. He topped his drink off, then exhaled, the sound half contented, half resigned.
"Lennox took something from me. Not once, but twice."
Envy sipped his bourbon, his gaze fixed on some faraway point.
"I made the mistake of becoming intrigued with a mortal once before."
Camilla held her breath, heart pounding at the idea that it was happening a second time. She knew that whatever he said next would be terrible, knew that whatever had transpired had deeply wounded the prince.
"Before Lennox decided to play the first game with me, I used to receive invitations to visit the Wild Court on occasion. Their art is unlike any other, and a party in fairy. They are legendary for good reasons. Chaos, debauchery. It fuels those who are beings crafted of sin. And the dark fae are far wickeder than my brothers."
Envy finished his drink, his attention sliding back to the bottle before he decided to continue.
That night, something unsettled me about the invitation. It was not just for me, but for her. However, I lifted a shoulder and dropped it. I wasn't sure if my envy was clouding my judgment. Perhaps I didn't want her to go because I didn't want her to be fascinated by anyone else. Perhaps I didn't want someone to see what I had and manipulate her. Or perhaps I was a selfish, controlling demon, as she'd accused me of being. She went to the wild court on her own, Camilla ventured, her stomach twisting into knots. There was no place for mortals. Fae are seductive by nature, especially to humans. You know well, humans grow up on stories, most of which don't relay the full truth of the folk. So she went to Fairy, tempted by adventure, tempted by a fairy tale that no one had bothered to reveal is actually a nightmare. She drank their wine, ate their food, and danced with their king. I arrived late, tried to save her. Then I was banished. It felt like a bird's wings were beating inside Camilla's chest. I asked my brother Wrath to intervene, to help me break the ward. But he declined, wanting to avoid a war with the Unseelie. Rumors and legend claimed that the Unseelie king could create wards so intricate, not even the strongest being could break them. She knew how powerful envy was, knew he would have tried repeatedly to slip beyond those impenetrable threads. That his brother had refused must have hurt him tremendously. But Camilla wasn't sure even Wrath would have succeeded. From what I know, Lennox didn't tire of her for a long time. When he finally did, instead of keeping her there where she could live forever, he dumped her back in the mortal world at the Queen's behest. Envy's gaze, when it met hers, was void of all emotion. Do you know what happens to humans who remain in Fairy too long, Miss Antonius? A tear slipped down her cheek. Envy watched it fall. Time moved much differently in the Fae realm. If the king had kept her there for a long time by his standards, that meant hundreds of years had likely passed in the human world. When the king sent her back, she would have aged instantly and died. There would have been nothing Envy could do to save her. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Truly. Camilla was surprised by how fully she meant it, considering how deeply this mortal woman had clearly affected the Dark Prince before her. Don't be. It accomplishes nothing. Envy grabbed the bottle of bourbon and stood, heading for the door. He paused before facing Camilla again. Promise me something, he asked. Camilla nodded, but didn't speak, unwilling to make a vow without hearing the terms. Don't ever trust an Unseelie royal, Miss Antonius. He was gone before she could respond. With his confession still weighing down her heart, Camilla was slow to realize he'd only given her part of his story. When he first began his heartbreaking tale, Envy had said the Unseelie king had taken from him twice. If the mortal was the first thing, then what else had the king stolen? If she solved that mystery, Camilla suspected she would finally have the answer to what Envy was after, and why winning the game was worth any cost.
Chapter 34. Envy stared at the bottom of another empty glass, wondering what had possessed him to share that story with Camilla. No one knew the whole truth, not even Alexei, and one of the main reasons Envy had taken the vampire on as his second-in-command was to rally certain members of the vampire court to his cause, should a battle between House Envy and the Unseelie King ever happen. It had been nearly 200 years since Alexei had come to House Envy, and he'd been present for a handful of previous games throughout that time. All had been frivolous back then, but Lennox had also been less sadistic, more interested in fey trickery than true torment. Envy had slowly seen the change in Lennox, sensed trouble simmering in the wild court. If he were to actually win this game, he wanted to prepare for any outcome. He'd been less cunning back then. He would not make the same mistakes now. Envy had spent the years since then becoming someone new, someone who could not be defeated. Now every move he made had a purpose, a strategy. He planned for all possible outcomes, slowly moving pieces into place, waiting for the chance to make his ultimate move. Envy fixed himself another dark and sinful, and sat on the overstuffed sofa of his sitting room, where low staff had laid a crackling fire. He'd lied once again. He knew exactly why he'd told Camilla about the unseelie king. He needed to ensure that the artist would not be tempted by Lennox. Envy had little doubt that their paths would inevitably cross as the game drew closer to an end. If Camilla knew how dangerous the Fae were, she stood half a chance of surviving an encounter with them. The knock was quiet, but drew his thoughts into the present. "Enter." Sloth shut the door behind him, his gaze slowly sweeping the room. The scheming bastard had placed Envy and Camilla in a shared suite, connected by a bathing chamber and this sitting room. He'd claimed it was to keep them close together for their comfort. Envy had taken one look at the rumpled bed she must have napped in earlier, and headed straight into the communal room, needing distance from her scent and his swirling thoughts about those sheets. "Miss Antonius isn't here," he said, jerking his chin toward her room. Sloth nodded as if he didn't already know that. "Good. I wanted to discuss something with you, privately." Envy motioned for him to get on with it. "I used my sin on her, and she resisted it. It happened with you as well," Sloth surmised. "No. Lust attempted to seduce her in Waverley Green. At first I assumed it was because that realm dampened his power somehow. I believe she succumbed in the sin corridor, but barely." Sloth nodded again, taking it all in. Envy knew he was sorting and compiling facts, taking his time. Finally, Sloth spoke. "An amulet warding against dark magic is the simplest explanation. Or perhaps she has an enchantment inked onto her person?" He looked Envy over clinically. "Have you noticed any tattoos hidden on her yet? Maybe a symbol or initial? You know my rule. And I suppose she's still here, so perhaps you don't know. I thought you'd interrogated Camilla." Envy suddenly wished to know what else his brother had talked with her about. Camilla had mentioned a tour, but had changed topics quickly. Now he wanted to know why. What had his damned brother tried? "Easy. Your sin is infringing on my circle." Though his words were light, Sloth's tone held a warning. He was especially testy, making Envy wonder what he was preoccupied with. Hopefully some secret lover was driving him as mad. Sloth didn't feed his passions often or as widely as the rest of them, but he'd had a few serious relationships over the centuries. First Liam, then Ivy. No tragedy or heartbreak was involved. The relationships simply ran their course, ending amicably each time. Sloth avoided drama. The bore. "I'm simply suggesting you get on with it, and pay attention to any marks on her body," he said, as if exhausted by Envy's antics. "I'm not going to bed her for information." Sloth grinned at him, slowly, immensely amused. "What?" Envy snarled. "Morals look interesting on you, brother. Did you ever stop to wonder if she might be your next clue? She'd make for an interesting riddle, and you know how cunning Lennox is." Envy was silent. Of course he had. The moment he deciphered the last clue, he'd considered that Camilla was a larger part of the puzzle, but he'd since dismissed it. Mostly because he didn't want her to be part of the game. But Sloth had also landed on the possibility indicated that it was something he needed to explore. Envy had said time and again that the game was all that mattered. It was time to prove that. He didn't think she was a player, but something was driving her, something more than simple curiosity. He'd almost sensed it before he took her to the void between realms. Then she'd walled that emotion off. Maybe he was wrong. Maybe she was a player, and he was just a pawn on her board. "If you don't want to seduce her for information, Sloth continued. Simply pay attention when you make love to her. Knowing you, you'll make your one chance quite thorough. I will not take her to some borrowed, subpar bed here. Mischief glittered in Sloth's eyes. This wing is warded for privacy. No one will hear her if that's your concern. I know modesty is a consideration for most of her species. Humans. I assume you haven't felt any power in her either. No. Envy debated the merits of keeping the next bit of information to himself. She does possess a rare talent with art, but other than that, I haven't sensed anything. Care to elaborate? It doesn't concern you. Interesting. Envy truly despised it when he said that. Sloth studied him very carefully again, like Envy was nothing more than an insect for him to pin down and dissect. Did you see the latest gossip? Sloth asked at last, far too casually. Envy stared until his brother elaborated. Gluttony's reporter printed this just today. He pulled a newspaper from his pocket and slapped it against Envy's chest. Envy glanced at the headline, then scanned the article. Rumors abound. A mysterious game seems to be afoot, drawing players to the 7 circles from across the realms. Some insiders claim the unseelie king is up to his wicked ways, pulling the strings of our very own Prince Envy. The prize is rumored to be something worth killing for, tailored to each player and tempting enough for them to sell their souls. Though it's unclear if murder is or is not permitted this time around, we'll hope to find out. A few more far-fetched theories speculate as to whether this game is a darker, more nefarious plot by the unseelie king to take advantage of how distracted the demon courts have been of late by the goddesses' fury and death of House Vengeance. With the 7 circles in peril, might Lennox slip his leash and sneak into the mortal land again? The unseelie king's obsession with mortals is well known, giving credence to this theory. What we know is that 2 strangers were spotted here in the past week. Both players? Before this article was submitted to print, the ever-lacking Prince Gluttony was questioned about a guest he'd hosted the previous night, but he refused to comment or confirm any part in the game. This same guest was seen heading toward Bloodwood Forest in the pre-dawn hours. He hasn't been seen since. Some have posited that the unidentified male was heading there to find the crone, who's believed to frequent the magical forest. When asked directly, Gluttony remained mum, hinting only that it was likely a lover sneaking out after overindulging in sin. That the prince would attempt to play coy and fail spectacularly is unsurprising. Gluttony is the least clever of his brothers. Multiple witnesses have spoken in anonymity about a certain white-haired solitary fae who's been seen lingering near the woods in different circles. Should this prove to be true, it begs the question, why? Is Lennox spying on his players, or is there another mystery in need of solving? Or perhaps this fae is hunting his true love? If you have any information, do contact us at once. Lastly, it has been noted that the usually boastful House Envy has gone silent. It leads one to believe the stakes might be higher than the prince may admit. Why else would Envy lock his circle down at the same time as the game's rumoured start? Others are wondering why he hasn't been seen taking flight in the wake of the curse's end. Where are his wings? And could the 2 be related? Envy crumpled the paper in his fist. Tell me you're not believing gossips now. Is it true? Sloth asked, watching as Envy tossed the paper into the fireplace. Did you lock your circle down? Would it matter if I did? Sloth was silent for a long moment. They stood, watching the flames devour the page, each lost in their own thoughts. Summon your wings, Sloth said, finally, lifting his icy gaze to Envy's face. Shall I roll over or fetch next? Levi, where are your wings, brother? Envy shot back. I don't recall seeing them recently. Should I write into the paper? Give them something else to speculate over? Envy needed this line of questioning to cease at once. Who gave the reporter her cursed information? One fact Envy had gleaned was that there were at least 2 players who had also made it to this realm. Gods damn it all. Hopefully they were the only other players left. She could be Fae, Sloth said casually, changing the subject so abruptly, Envy almost missed who he meant. Sealy Court, perhaps. Maybe even half Fae. Camilla isn't Fae. Envy gave him a hard look. Shifters also resist most influence and have talents, and they appear human for the most part. She sometimes, Sloth prompted, goading. She sometimes has their temperament, Envy said. Sloth didn't press the issue. It was as plausible as his guess. If anything, Camilla's being a shifter made the most sense. Envy just wasn't sure. He didn't get wolf, but there were other rare shifters that weren't pack creatures. It would explain why her mother had left, at least. That innate need to roam, to keep moving. Most shifters who weren't pack creatures found living in one place extremely difficult. It also lined up with when her mother left. Camilla had just come into adulthood, no longer requiring her mother's guidance. If only the goddamned woman could be found. Of course, if you simply do not wish to sleep with her, there are other ways of obtaining that information, Sloth said. I have taken the liberty to set something up, in the event you weren't amenable. Technically, one only needs to see her nude form to look for any suspicious marks. What have... Oh! Camilla burst into the room, then stopped short, her smile faltering as she took in the princess. I didn't expect you to be here. Is this... Should I come back? Envy had taken his dagger out before he realized it. Clearly his need to protect was heightened. Envy stepped away from Sloth, but didn't put his weapon away. Is everything all right, Miss Antonius? Camilla bit her lower lip, the move signaling her hesitation. A flash of when she'd done that same thing in bed crossed his mind. I was hoping to find Lo here, actually. Sloth shot Envy a smug look over Camilla's head. Why exactly were you hoping to find him in your bedchamber? Envy asked sharply. Camilla's expression darkened. Do not take that tone with me. She glared at him for another moment, driving home the point that she was not his to be ordered around, then looked at Sloth. Perhaps we should postpone my visit to the steam room. I find the idea of relaxing impossible now. I'm sure my brother doesn't truly mind. Do you? Sloth asked, the picture of God's damned innocence. Envy was too riled up to respond right away. This was what his cursed brother had meant about setting something up, bringing her to his steam room. Envy had to mentally restrain himself from throttling his brother. Sloth crossed his arms over his chest, his obnoxious smile growing as Envy's sin chilled the room. The conniving sadist. His brother had played a dirty game, but Envy needed to leash his sin, lest he be thrown out of this circle. Again. Shall we? Sloth asked, offering Camilla his arm, ever the perfect gentleman. Unless you'd prefer some time alone with Miss Antonius, brother. Remind me, was there something important you wanted to ask her? Maybe you should escort her to the steam room in my place. You are looking like you could do with a bit of the treatment. Envy was sure he did look that way, thanks to his vicious brother. Camilla did not make this easy on him. She raised a brow, waiting to see what his next move would be. Envy positively loathed their teaming up. Get the fuck out, Sloth! His brother flashed him another victorious look, before slowly swiveling to Camilla. Alas, my brother is feeling testy. I'll send some refreshments up. You'll need them. Thank you, Camilla smiled warmly. That will be lovely. Another time? A beat after Sloth left, an enthusiastic knock sounded at the door. Envy attempted to pull himself together, adopt his mask of indolence. He drew in a deep breath and opened the door. Sloth had indeed played filthy yet again. The demon standing with a tray of refreshments was classically handsome and far too intrigued with Camilla as he craned his neck into the room, smiling brilliantly at her. He gave her an appreciative look as he held up a robe. His arousal hit Envy like a hammer. "Hello, miss. I brought this for you and some—" Envy hauled off and hit him, his fist landing squarely in the demon's mouth, his jaw cracking like thunder as it dislocated. The demon clutched his face and darted back into the corridor, his covered tray and plush robe clattering to the floor. It was probably the fastest anyone from House Sloth had ever moved. Without turning, Envy said, "You and I need to discuss some things, Miss Antonius." Like what secrets she was keeping and why. Envy finally pivoted to face her, his expression void of warmth. He would no longer play the game of flirtation with her. None of this was about passion or seduction. This was about winning. This was about his court. And Camilla needed to understand that whatever had passed between them would remain in the past. His brothers were getting the wrong idea about their arrangement. Others would likely follow suit, namely the unseelie king. Camilla's expression was impossible to read. Perhaps she just remembered what he truly was, or maybe she was unwilling to part with her secrets. She might even already sense what he was about to try to uncover. "Sit." Envy closed the door to their shared suite and jerked his chin toward the sofa. "Better yet, take off your clothes and put on the robe. We're going to test a theory."
Chapter 35. Camilla swallowed hard, her focus fixed to the demon prince, who was gazing back without an ounce of emotion on his face. She hadn't realized how often Envy had started looking at her with fire until it was replaced by ice. Perhaps she'd underestimated the control he had over his sin. She certainly hadn't expected this reaction from a simple trip to the steam room. Envy had to be well aware that there was nothing romantic involved with a trip to the spa, a place of relaxation Lo had told her was one of the jewels of his kingdom. Disrobing didn't automatically equal sex. Being aroused and acting on it were two very different things. After the story he'd shared, did he truly expect her to run off with his brother? She and Envy might not have had any sort of relationship, but she wouldn't be heartless, even if she had just overheard the last part of his conversation with Lo. Unless steam rooms are entirely different in this realm, copulation was not an option. You do realize that, correct? She asked. Out of respect for you, I would not have come back to this room to find Lo if it had been. His expression turned thunderous. How very thoughtful indeed, knowing that you would have gone elsewhere to find my brother, Miss Antonius. You know full well that's not what I meant. Why are you behaving like this? I'm the one who's behaving oddly, he asked. You seem quite at home here, in the Seven Circles, the Sin Corridor, my brother's house. Why are you so at ease around demons? Do you not find that strange? I certainly do. What are you hiding, Camilla? You cannot honestly be annoyed that I might have a secret. You, the Prince of Secrets. Why not tell me about the prize you're after? If you'd like to have an open and honest conversation, we'll start there. She folded her arms across her chest, waiting. If he gave her one secret, she'd return the favor. But he would never get something without sharing in equal measure. If she caved now, it would set up a disastrous dynamic where he expected her to give while he withheld. Sure enough, the demon remained stubbornly silent. I didn't think so. She was frustrated beyond measure now. Since this conversation is traveling down an avenue I'm sure you'll regret, I am removing myself from it. Camilla headed for her suite, and Envy had the audacity to follow her into her private bedchamber. She whirled on him, truly annoyed. What are you doing? You wish to relax? I can assist. How are you proposing to do that? Take off your clothes, put on the robe. I'll rub your back down with oils. And you are so altruistic that you're offering to do that for me without ulterior motives. She laughed humorlessly. Tell me, what exactly were you and Lo discussing before I entered the room? Envy scrutinized her. Eavesdropping is unbecoming. So is scheming, She smiled sweetly. If you have a question, asking is usually the easiest route. Don't you tire of all the plotting? He looked at her as if she were an alien species. You hate the Fae so much, yet you play just as many games, Your Highness.
Mostly just the royal unseelies,
he interjected, a poor attempt to break the tension. That admission didn't help at all. What is the second thing Lennox took from you? Is that what makes this game worth winning at any cost?
It doesn't matter.
Camilla shook her head. You are so tangled in Fae and the game that you cannot see straight anymore. Of course that matters. You withhold information, tell me half-truths and partial stories, yet demand I lay myself bare at your feet whenever you wish me to. And you give me nothing in return. She waited for him to say something, to share one small piece of himself. Instead, she saw his expression shatter, saw the mask slip back into place. For once, she stuck with brutal honesty. It's clear you've been hurt, that you're angry. I suspect it all stems from whatever else Lennox took from you. But you'll have to forgive those who've hurt you, and forgive yourself above all. Or else you'll keep carving yourself open, bleeding yourself dry. And I can't imagine that's pleasant for an immortal.
They don't deserve forgiveness.
It's not for them. She threw her hands up in exasperation. They will never care. They probably don't even remember. It's for you. It's for your brothers, your court. And it's for me. She brushed past him and closed the door to her room. Camilla would find a way for them both to win the game. And then she'd go back to her quiet little life in Waverley Green, no matter how difficult that might prove to be now.
Chapter 36. A rustle of fabric from the other side of Camilla's door stopped Envy from chasing her. Wonderful. Just what he needed to complete his night. She was disrobing, and now his mind was envisioning the slow, seductive removal of each garment instead of focusing on methodically uncovering her secret layer by layer. Even through a thick wooden door, she knew the best moves to use on him, knew how to get his mind focused on her, teasing and distracting. The same way you tease and distract her. Camilla had not only figured out his game, she was playing it better than he was. He strode into the sitting room between their two suites and made himself a dark and sinful. Double, minimal ice, fuck the berries. He drank it down, barely tasting the liquor he usually savored. He poured another glass, then went to his private bedroom and dropped onto an overstuffed leather chair. Each sofa, settee, chair and chaise in House Sloth was made to entice one to lounge, to curl up and lose oneself. Envy was losing himself, all right, to annoyance, irritation, and a glorious woman with more secrets and puzzles than he had. 2 more drinks in, part of him could admit he liked her refusal to show her hand. Camilla made him work hard for each kernel of information, giving him just enough to crave more without ever fully satisfying his curiosity. She remained a riddle, a vexing, beautiful riddle begging to be solved. He just didn't have as much time as he'd like to puzzle out the mystery of her. Envy kicked his feet up onto the arm of the chair, attention straying to the clock on the mantel. Midnight, and restless. He was frustrated, with the gossip spreading through the 7 circles, with the twisted game, with each second that passed and his court grew more weakened. He wanted to unfold his wings and catapult into the sky, leaving this hell behind. And that needled him too. The fact that he couldn't, that he'd need to win to do so ever again. Envy had to reserve as much power as he could. One thing the columnist had gotten correct. Part of his circle was warded against anyone coming or going without his permission, and it took most of his magic to maintain that lock, leaving him weaker than he'd like to be. He closed his eyes, leaning his head against the back of the chair, emptying his mind. Then he thought of Sloth's attempt to stoke his sin, and bolted out of his chair, pacing the bedchamber like a caged wolf. The reporter had said 2 players were in the 7 circles, one heading toward Bloodwood Forest. Perhaps he would get lucky and find a player. Then he'd have one less worry to taunt him. Sleep wasn't going to be happening, so he headed for his door, set on hunting down his competition. He wrenched his bedroom door open, then halted. There, sprawled on her stomach across the chaise in their common room, half dressed in shadows, wearing nothing but her soft-looking short stays and reading a book, was Camilla. Check fucking mate. Camilla had upended his game board with this move. He had to grudgingly admire it. She'd lit and arranged several candles to strategically cast shadows along her body, composing the artistic scene with impressive precision, positioning herself in a way that gave her the appearance of being fully dressed, allowing a glimmer of the truth to flicker into focus whenever she moved. Which she did now, legs bent above her and crossed at the ankles, slowly swinging back and forth like she hadn't a care in the universe. She flipped the page of the book propped in front of her, completely undisturbed by Envy's presence. Corked bottles of oil sat on a tray on the low table next to her. The robe Sloth had sent for her folded neatly on the carpet near her feet. Their conversation and his taunting words from earlier drifted back to him. Take off your clothes, put on the robe. I'll rub your back down with oils. A smile ghosted across his lips. Clever, clever woman. Camilla was tempting Envy to massage her. She knew he wanted to see her bare flesh, to see whether any mark or spell or enchantment had been inked onto her skin. And likely she was thinking of his rule. By his own decree, they'd only ever have one night to make love. And she lay there, almost entirely undressed, daring him to make his move. Envy didn't bother to stop his attention from following the artful lines of her body, from her shapely thighs and calves to the generous curve of her bottom, as she turned another page. Upon closer inspection, he saw that she'd removed her underwear, but kept her thigh-high, lace-edged stockings on. He admired the sight of her, like he'd do with any great work of art. Camilla was the painting, the sculpture, the most exquisite thing he'd ever seen. Silver hair, golden skin, all draped in a tantalizingly dark mystery. From where he stood in his doorway, he didn't notice any immediate signs of ink, though he wondered why she'd kept her stays and stockings on, whether it was a ploy to get him to undress her the rest of the way, torture him, or a means to hide the information he was seeking. The ivory stays hit just above her ribs and dipped low enough to show the tops of her breasts. From the little he could see, they laced up the front, not pulled tight enough to restrict, but allowing her golden flesh to spill out the top. 2 tempting bows tied each strap, making for ease of removal. She wanted to play, and he was always game. Envy leaned against the doorframe, folding his arms across his chest. I didn't know you enjoyed reading. I suppose it's one more secret I'm keeping, Your Highness. Camilla didn't bother to glance up, his second clue that she was toying with him. Even knowing that he was playing into her scheme, Envy couldn't stop himself from striding over. He knelt down, gently pressing the book back to read the cover. Of course, he scoffed. You're looking for a Prince Charming. Just because I occasionally enjoy romance novels doesn't mean I'm looking for a prince. I find most royals to be tiresome, arrogant bores who don't know the first thing about being charming. She gave him a pointed look, then tugged her book back and continued reading. Arrogant, most certainly guilty as charged, but tiresome or boring? Envy plucked up the bottle of oil, uncorked the stopper, and inhaled. Vanilla and bourbon, sweet and sinful, just like their little game. He contemplated his next move. Going to Bloodwood Forest wasn't the most practical use of his time. The likelihood of finding another player wasn't high, especially since they'd been seen heading there last night. If they had entered the forest, they'd be long gone by now. He could waste time and energy he didn't have running down that old lead. Or he could play this little game with Camilla, hopefully solving the riddle of her, and maybe even stoking her jealousy before the night was over, thus refueling his power. If she had a magical tattoo inked onto her skin, he'd know she was Fae. If she didn't, his theory of her being some kind of shapeshifter would be proven likely. He stood and drizzled the oil over her back without warning, enjoying her slight hiss as the cool liquid dribbled across her skin. Envy didn't stop at her back. She was offering him an unobstructed view of her body, and he was going to tend to every inch of her, searching for answers to the questions he had. Hopefully he'd succeed in solving one mystery tonight. He poured a light line of massage oil over the round curve of her bottom, then set the oil aside. He slowly rolled down one stocking at a time, pulling them off to expose her bare flesh. He wound the stockings around his fist, considering tying her to the chaise with them, but tossed them aside. He wanted Camilla freely squirming tonight. Envy grabbed the oil again and continued drizzling it down the backs of her thighs and all the way to the soles of her feet. "What are you doing?" she asked, breathless. Camilla was excited by the unexpected path he'd laid out. "Showing you why Prince Charming isn't what you truly desire." Envy gently gathered her loose hair, then swept it aside, giving himself access to her neck and shoulders. He rubbed the backs of his knuckles against the line of her stays, slipping a finger under the strap, tugging it gently. "Is there a reason you left this on, Miss Antonius?" She shot him a look over her shoulder, part irritation, part anticipation. "If you wish to see me fully nude, Your Highness, I'm afraid you'll need to dirty your hands." He smiled faintly at that. "You ought to know one thing about me, Camilla, darling." He reached around, gently pulling one side of the bow on her shoulder straps. He moved to the other side, unwrapping the next ribbon. Then he loosened the ties along the front, freeing her breasts as he removed the garment and tossed it aside. "I like being filthy." Her breathing sped up, her arousal hitting him hard. "I'd wager the mere thought of how dirty I can be arouses you." He took the book and set it aside, then guided her back down, pressing her firmly onto the chaise so he could stroke her shoulders, kneading each muscle until she slowly relaxed. Envy rubbed the backs of her arms, followed each down to her wrists and hands, tending to every area with care. His attention was sharp on her, cataloguing any freckle, any hint of magic at play. By the time he'd worked his way down to her lower back and run a hand over her tight little bottom, he hadn't found a single indication that she was glamoured. He wasn't sure whether he was relieved or even more skeptical. Envy rubbed the oil into her legs, ending the massage with her feet, releasing any ache she might have felt from their long trek through the sin corridor. She hadn't complained once of the miles they'd travelled on foot. He listened as she sighed contentedly, her body languid from his ministrations. Her desire, though, that had continued to build with each stroke. It was time for him to up the stakes. His hands lightly trailed along the backs of her calves before he flattened them against her thighs, rubbing larger circles across her uninked skin. He fought the urge to lean over, bite the plump flesh of her bottom before soothing away the sting with a kiss. Still, the air around them felt thick, tense. Her breathing had all but stopped as she waited to see what he'd do, where he'd touch next. Envy took his time, plotting, dreaming of all the divinely sinful ways he'd make her call out his name. Slowly, he drizzled oil into the palm of his hand, allowing it to warm slightly before sliding it down to his fingers. He began rubbing it over her bottom, again and again, on each circle his hand dipping deeper between her legs, beginning to stroke that lovely place he wanted to bury himself inside. "Well," he purred softly as her hips lifted to meet his touch. "Looks like I was correct. You want it dirty, too." She was drenched, her arousal almost as slick as the oil on his hand. He lazily traced the seam of her body, dipping the tip of his middle finger inside her. A harsh curse escaped her pretty lips, her face half hidden under her ethereal hair. "You crave a demon, do you? One who fucks like a sinner because he is one." He withdrew his finger before she could push herself onto it, sliding it back across her body, spreading her wetness. I promise, sweet Camilla, you won't be shouting for God when I'm buried inside you. I'll be ruthless when I grace your sheets. His finger circled her clit, and he bit back his own groan. It was so swollen with desire she must ache. At the touch, her hips bucked against his palm. Envy finally slid one finger inside, giving her what she wanted. Camilla arched up and back, seeking more. His filthy little deviant wanted him to fill her. He plunged a second finger in, a soft moan making his cock rock hard. She was so wet, so hungry for more. Camilla propped herself on her forearms, a book long forgotten as she glanced back at him, watching as he continued to pleasure her. You'll be shouting my name, Camilla. I will be your god, your creator, your destroyer, and every depraved, dark thing in between. And I promise you'll find religion on my cock. You'll get on your knees for it, pray for it, worship it with every fiber of your being. He withdrew his fingers, then gave her clit a tiny little pinch, adding a twinge of pain to enhance her pleasure. Camilla moaned, the sound pure bliss. He thrust his fingers back inside her, pumping them, his own breath ragged as she quietly demanded he keep doing that to her. You won't think of Prince Charming again. I promise you that. Envy lightly slapped her slick flesh, her body jerking toward him. Camilla cursed softly, arousal glistening down her leg. Envy played gently with her clit, one flick, another, before plunging his fingers deep inside her again. She began grinding against his hand. The way her body responded to him was fucking glorious. He could watch her seek pleasure from him all night. She clenched around him, slowly riding his fingers. His free hand drifted down to his erection, stroking it gently over his trousers as he watched her. It would be easy to give in and give them both what they craved. He could pull her hips up until she was on all fours, bend her over the arm of the chaise, spread her wide, and end their mutual torment. But the lure of this particular game was even more potent than any fleeting physical satisfaction. Camilla's breath caught as she rolled her hips, seeking friction. He stroked himself harder, his balls tightening as his own pleasure increased. He imagined how good it would feel to slide his throbbing cock across her slickness. But tonight wasn't that night. Tonight was about her alone. He stopped touching himself and focused on her again. She was getting close. He pumped a few more times, drawing out the sensation, listening as her breath turned ragged, then withdrew his fingers. Camilla must have sensed the shift. She glanced back at him, back still arched, searching. You stopped! She didn't ask why, but her frustration was written plainly across her face, as was her lust. Instantly, Camilla knew he'd won this round. Envy flashed her a grin, then bent forward and nipped playfully at her fleshy bottom, his tongue soothing over the mark, indulging his earlier fantasy. He stood, straightened, and handed her the bottle of massage oil. Use this when you touch yourself later. It'll be almost as good as when I make you come again. What? She asked, her tone incredulous. You can't be serious. He gave her a slow, wicked smile. Sweet dreams, my filthy little darling. Envy returned to his bedroom and shut the door, chuckling softly as she called him every cursed name in the book.
Chapter 37. That is absolutely not a clue, Lo said for the fourth time. Put it down. Camilla closed her eyes, praying for some sort of divine interference. After she'd slept for only a few short hours, more frustrated than ever after Envy's win last night, they'd all had breakfast, then immediately began their day of hunting. By now, they'd been searching for the next clue for ages, and the demon princes were driving her well past her point of madness. She was feeling downright murderous. Perhaps that had something to do with the fact that she'd done exactly as the antithesis of Prince Charming had suggested, unable to sleep without finding release after he'd driven her wild once again.
That he'd somehow outmaneuvered her at her own game ought to be criminal. Next time, she'd have to plot her victory better. Clearly, he'd been repaying her for the sin corridor. Game on, demon. This morning, they'd all been methodically searching through one chamber after the next, deciding that the three of them, plus 2 research assistants, would complete a more thorough search if they worked together, room by room, shelf by shelf, using Lowe's meticulous records to compare what was in the room with anything that might have been added. Which sounded fine in theory, until one factored in the prince's inability to work with each other without fighting every cursed minute. Camilla scanned the room, her attention pausing on an artifact that looked like a dark moon. Glass, smoky and opaque. A few shelves over, an enormous nautilus shell was displayed, measuring at least 2 feet in length, larger than any she knew of in the mortal world. "Give it to me now," Lowe said to Envy. Using gloves, Lowe gingerly plucked the illustrated manuscript out of Envy's hands, setting it back under a glass encasement. "You're certain it's not a clue?" Envy asked. "I don't see it listed." "This book has been part of this collection for 300 years. In a house with this many artifacts and tomes, it's unfortunate that one was missed in the ledger, but not unheard of. Put it back down." "If you're sure Lennox didn't plant this clue back then," Envy said, "show me the proof. Tell me why you need to win so badly, and I'll consider sharing my court secrets," Lowe lobbed back. "This game just began in the last month or so, correct?" "Lennox has been known to plant clues whenever the opportunity arises." "You're not answering my question," Lowe said. Best of luck with that futile inquiry, Camilla thought crossly. Maybe the gossip column was correct. Maybe you're playing for much more this time. Camilla's brows rose. "Gossip column? What did it say?" Envy shot his brother a contemptuous look. "It didn't say anything." "How very odd," Camilla said, "that a paper should print nothing at all. Yet here we all are, discussing something." "Bloody hell, do you ever cease with your games?" Lowe said. "The paper is public knowledge." He shook his head and looked at Camilla. "Rumors suggest Envy's circle has been magically warded. No one has been able to go in or out. It started just when the game did." "I don't see how it matters whether it is true," Envy said. Camilla watched him closely. His demeanor had shifted slightly. There was nothing very noticeable, but he tensed for a brief moment before adopting that frustratingly blasé attitude, as if he couldn't be bothered about the rumors, which was categorically false, as he'd just tried to keep that rumor from her. She couldn't sort out why he'd attempt to downplay its significance unless he was hiding a much darker truth. "Exactly," Lowe said, interrupting her thoughts. "You refuse to tell me any of your court secrets, so I have no desire to share mine." As the princes continued to bicker, Camilla wished to throttle them both. They'd now been at this particular disagreement for an hour. She half wished they'd pull their cocks out to compare sizes and get on with it. Envy's attention snapped to her. "Mine's much larger, Miss Antonius." She rolled her eyes. Leave it to Envy to pick up on that. Lowe glanced between the two of them, brows knitted at their silent conversation. "Nothing." Camilla waved her hand, irked. "Please continue this scintillating argument. I'm sure we have several more hours we can dedicate to it as well." The 2 males picked up where they'd left off, completely missing her sarcasm. At the rate they were going, they'd never make it out of House Sloth. Perhaps this was evidence of the prince's sin at work. They were moving at a snail's pace, and Camilla had never realized before how inactivity drove her mad. At home, she was always in motion, drawing or painting, or curating the gallery, or visiting Kitty, tending to Bunny, and waltzing her around the townhouse, kissing her fuzzy little peanut head. Now Camilla was losing her mind. She missed her big grey and white cat. She wanted to find the next clue as much as Envy did, but she, at least, refused to be waylaid by petty feuds and court politics. Thinking of clues, Camilla briefly wondered if she should be searching for something else for her first riddle. But no note had magically appeared with any game rules for her.
and no blood oath had been signed. So was she not quite a player? She supposed she was a pawn, a fact she hated, just as the game master had known she would. He'd made his move expertly. This had been the highest form of blackmail, proving there really was no honor among thieves. If she'd never agreed to Envy's bargain, she would never have painted a hexed object, and she'd not be in this predicament now. It had all been plotted brilliantly. Camilla needed to get her talent back. But it wasn't Envy's fault. One way or another, her path would always have ended on this road. She'd known that the hunter's return was an inevitability, as was the lure of the Fae. The clouds of her past had been looming above for some time, gathering into this perfect storm. She closed the book she'd long since stopped scanning and glanced around the chamber again. They were in a room dedicated to emotions, and the only thing she felt at present was irritation. Everything looked to be in place. No book stood out to her, no object. Except her attention returned to the giant Nautilus, then drifted over to that smoky glass ball. It wasn't unusual to find an object or artifact tucked into the shelves here, but something about this object kept drawing Camilla's eye. Perhaps it was simply shiny and pretty, and like a magpie, she had a fondness for sparkly items. "Hand it over," Envy said, continuing the argument with his brother. "As outrageous as it is to consider, your game isn't responsible for everything in this bloody realm," Lo shot back, equally annoyed. "If you can't tell me why this is so important to win, don't expect me to put my court in peril." Camilla crossed the chamber to get a better look at the gleaming Nautilus shell. Her fingers glided over the smooth surface, marveling at the burnt umber stripes running along its curved outer edge. She turned it over carefully, admiring the mother-of-pearl interior and the clever spiral pattern the mollusk was known for. Nature was the greatest artist. She replaced the shell and picked up the glittering ball, holding it up to the light. Her mood shifted from annoyance to wonder. The ball was even more magical up close. What she'd initially believed was opaque glass was actually thousands of little ebony grains that moved like sand within an hourglass each time she turned it. The object was lovely. Something about it made her want to smash it to pieces. She'd raised her hand, intent on doing just that, when one word broke her trance. "Stop." Magic laced Envy's voice, the power winding around her until she couldn't ignore him if she tried. The prince was slowly approaching, hands up, like she was a wild animal ready to attack. "What?" she asked. "Put the orb of Goloth down, slowly." Envy kept his gaze on her, steady, calming. Yet his demeanor only succeeded in making her more nervous. Her attention shot around the room. Lo, the two male research assistants who'd been quietly thumbing through each shelf. Everyone had stilled, watching. She looked down at the object she held, noticing the strange pulse for the first time. It beat like a phantom heart, like a distant drum. Somehow, she felt like all the fears in the universe had been collected and were pounding at the thin glass to be freed. "Oh, it's doing something." Envy moved slowly but steadily, his voice low and commanding. "Look at me. It will not harm you, so long as it remains intact." Of course, that statement made her want to toss the damn thing far away. "It's pulsing." Camilla suddenly feared she'd hold it too tightly and shatter the glass by accident. Then she worried she'd not hold it tightly enough, and it'd drop. It undulated in her palms, the feeling twisting her insides into knots. "Whatever it tries to do to get you to drop it, you must ignore it," Envy said. "The orb wants you to break it." "The orb of what?" "God's bones," Envy muttered. "Did you even see the cursed thing sitting there, Sloth?" "Must have been glamoured from us." Lo sounded shaken. "Why?" Camilla asked, trying to ignore the slick, cool feeling of the glass. It shifted again, now reminding her of a leech as it suctioned to her skin. Why wasn't it glamoured from me?
That is the question, isn't it? Envy asked, his tone curious. He shifted to his brother. It wasn't part of your collection, correct? Lo shook his head. No, I don't have an orb on the premises. Then that is definitely our next clue. Envy faced her again, face grim. Try to set it down now, Camilla.
I don't think I can.
You can, and you will. Envy seemed coiled to strike out at the orb. Once it's been touched, only the person who picked it up can set it back down. I can't take it from you.
With fear surging through her veins, Camilla gently set the orb back on the shelf, mindful to step away as slowly as she could in case it decided to take a tumble on its own. She exhaled, only after it was several feet away from her. Envy drew her behind him.
Where should we destroy it? Envy asked.
Camilla stared daggers at his back. Breaking it seemed like a very unwise idea a moment ago. He glanced over his shoulder, his expression inscrutable.
You're more breakable. Give me a second, Lo said. I'll draw a containment ring. It should be safe there.
One of the assistants brought the Prince of Sloth a piece of chalk, and while he drew a perfect circle and added runes she assumed were for protection, Camilla racked her brain for what it was. She couldn't recall any stories. What is the Orb of Goloth? She asked again.
Goloth is known as the Fear Collector, an ancient being often thought to have possessed the first spark of evil,
Envy said, still standing guard over the ball.
No one knows how many orbs are in existence, but they open doors even we demon princes fear to pass through. That one is here indicates we need to seek Goloth next. He gifts them when he has a message, or when he has a fear to collect.
The Fear Collector. Of course the next clue had to be some ancient evil. Why not the Wish Granter, the Dream Weaver? And she'd been the one marked to find this clue. Envy's attention remained locked on the orb, his expression set in hard lines as he concentrated. He'd dispatched the hexed throne with barely an effort, so to see him taking such care was anything but comforting.
Are you ready to break it?
Lo asked, looking up from the containment circle. The Prince of Envy took a step toward the orb, then glanced over at Camilla.
Stand as far from the circle as you can, Miss Antonius.
She moved to the far corner of the room where the two assistant demons were crouched, books clutched to their chests. They'd likely been intrigued by the hunt for information, the excitement of finding a clue. Judging from the way they trembled, they hadn't expected things to get so dangerous. An oversized desk sat between them and the circle, which didn't seem like much protection at all. Lo and Envy exchanged long looks, their conversation silent, before Lo inclined his head, agreeing to whatever his brother had asked. Without looking at Camilla again, Envy finally grabbed the orb. He walked straight into the chalk circle, gave his brother one last hard look, then shattered it at his feet. Camilla inhaled sharply. A mammoth, nearly incorporeal creature reared up. It had the head of a goat and the body of a muscular man. Its horizontal irises landed on Camilla, taking her in. It remained silent, cocking its head, its gaze never straying from where she stood.
Goloth.
Envy's voice carved through the tension building in the room.
Where are you?
What are you? When are you? These are more interesting queries.
The creature didn't remove its dark gaze from Camilla. A forked tongue shot out between its oval-arched teeth. She remained very still, willing it to look elsewhere.
Goloth, Envy warned.
You know where I am, Prince Envy. Below, far below. Beneath the place where the tombs burn and the ground withers. Come find me if you dare. Bring the silver-haired one. I do so enjoy gifts.
The fear collector spun its nearly incorporeal body like a cyclone and disappeared into the circle, vanishing the shattered orb with it. A heavy silence fell. Envy remained where he was, attention fixed to the floor, as if waiting for the creature to spring back and attack. But once it became clear it wasn't returning, he stared directly at Camilla. His expression was carefully blank. Flo didn't look at her at all, nor did the other two demons. Unease clawed at her. She did not want to be that creature's gift. "Grab your cloak," Envy said to her softly. "We're traveling below the flaming tombs. The fire that burns there produces ice, not heat, making survival unpleasant." "No." The only one who didn't seem surprised by her refusal was Envy. He expelled a frustrated sigh. "Unfortunately, this isn't a negotiation, Miss Antonius. If the decision were up to me, you'd remain here. Better yet, I'd deposit you back in Waverley Green. Since we are both without choice in the matter, grab your cloak." Camilla's attention slid to the others in the room. She did not want to debate in front of them. "Sloth, a moment of privacy, please," Envy said, surprising her. Once the other demons had left, Envy pulled her against his chest. "Let's play a little game of truth, Miss Antonius." She nestled against him, nodding. "I won't permit anything to hurt you. True?" "Yes, but—" "There is no but, pet. Nothing will harm you." He smoothed a hand down her spine. "Do you trust me?" She laughed, pushing back from his embrace. "Not at all." He gave her a wolfish grin. Then seriousness entered his features. He pulled a small dagger from inside his suit. It was silver like her eyes, its sheath carved beautifully. She hesitated for only a second before taking it. It wasn't made of iron, but it wasn't any metal she was familiar with either. Envy tucked her hair behind her ears, then stepped back. "You can trust me with your life, Camilla. That is something precious, something I'd never play with, no matter what game is happening. Truth?" Camilla held his gaze for a long moment, then went to fetch her cloak. The tunnel below House Sloth was exactly what one should expect from an underground labyrinth deep within the bowels of the underworld, home to creatures so terrible they do not seek the light. Walls of frost-coated stone had been carved out to form the tunnel, the passage narrow enough that Camilla's shoulder brushed against the prince's as they walked silently. Envy had had Sloth enchant her cloak so it regulated the temperature, ensuring that she wouldn't freeze to death. But the air was still brutal on her face. He carried a flameless torch, which didn't burn, but provided enough light for them to see. In many places, the stone walls were gouged by claws, splattered with what had probably once been blood. There weren't any bones or skeletons. Camilla got the impression that whatever dwelled this far into the realm didn't leave such delicacies behind. Occasionally, they heard screams in the distance. Once, when a yell so terrible it made her shiver rent the air, Envy held a finger to his lips and grabbed her hand, pulling her down another winding passage, not slowing his grueling pace until the infernal wailing was a distant nightmare ringing in her ears. He hadn't let go of her after that. The closer they got to the land below what Envy had called the Flaming Tombs, the colder it got, like the world itself was warning travelers away. Camilla had thought it couldn't get any worse, and it proved her wrong. If it hadn't been for the magic cloak, she would have frozen. Her eyes stung, tears freezing on her cheeks. Panic made her want to cry harder. Will my eyes freeze shut? Envy abruptly pulled her in front of him, wiping her tears away with his thumbs. Her skin heated immediately, warming from his magicked touch. "Breathe, Miss Antonius. The tunnel is meant to induce fear. Goloth feeds on it." Another less than comforting thought. He waited until she found her calm center, a feat that was more difficult than she'd have imagined. She nodded after another moment, and they continued on, Camilla feeling marginally better. Finally, after another long descent into an abyss, Envy stopped. He kept his hand wrapped around hers, his grip unyielding. Golurth. Envy's voice had been low, but it rumbled along the darkness. Her heartbeat quickened again, as the creature appeared from the shadows, peering at them curiously. Camilla simultaneously couldn't take her attention from it, and never wanted to look upon it again. Here, where it chose to live, it was no longer nearly incorporeal. It was fully flesh and bone, its goat-like eyes glowing a sickly yellow in the dark. Camilla couldn't make out much more than its horns, and that was only because of the light given off by its eyes. She couldn't see its mouth, but sensed its smile.
Interesting companions make for interesting stories. Come closer, curious mistress.
Its voice was deep, elemental, different from that of the hexed throne, but somehow similar. Camilla held her ground. She was not prey, no matter how much this tunnel wanted her to believe that. And the creature moved closer.
Ah, what a tale there is to tell.
Its yellow eyes flicked to Envy.
Master of secrets, prince of the dark. How peculiar to find yourself trapped in it. Moons are such chaotic things, inconstant, flickering, as is new blood.
Envy tensed. What information do you have about the game?
What are games but opportunities to either boast of victory or taste defeat? Have you not already won?
The fear collector's gaze flared.
Proceed with caution, for there's much to lose.
Envy's grip on her tightened, but she sensed it had more to do with frustration than anything else. Speak plainly. Or is this a riddle I need to solve? The fear collector watched Camilla with slitted eyes.
There are many riddles, many games, many players. If an ice prince falls, will a crimson one rise? I suppose that depends on who does the slaying. Blood must spill.
It slunk back into the shadows. Envy swore. We're not done.
Curious are those who hide in plain sight. Beware, young prince. There are many slithering venomous snakes in this sultry garden. Deception is the most wicked game of all.
Suddenly, a name popped into Camilla's head. Prometheus. As if the fear collector had placed it there for her, bright and bursting on her tongue like a ripened strawberry. She wanted to spit the name out, shout it into the void, but clamped her teeth together. If the fear collector wanted her to do something in its presence, she would hold off for as long as possible. She wondered if he'd done the same to the prince, but refused to ask until they were above ground again. Is that it? Envy asked.
Memories, like hearts, can be stolen. My whispers echo through shadows, across realms, across times and dimensions, following and finding those who need to hear them. You never heed the warning, young prince. Will you now?
With a troubled look, Envy ushered them back down the tunnel, away from the fear collector, and didn't once turn back.
This